are the burning fire and natural born killer. When we bust it to flame, watch out some mics in your better turn it. I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and they wire your cuts in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger, trigger. Gun finger, trigger. Gun finger, trigger. Gun finger, trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger, trigger. Gun finger trigger. Pull up. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Let me see you go off like a bomb.
Chillin' in the chair, I'll be sippin' it. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine, I got to be chillin' all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running half the office on in politics and scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room, I don't wanna kill a few with that, this shit that is inside my top. Look at the drop, chicken it bigger than now, taking a part of the crowd, don't wanna pop. I don't wanna them down, better be kicking them out. Look at the box, smoking loud up in my damn house. Solo though I know I'm never going on and out. Party on my own now. Look at all the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at all the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekends. Only now. So loud. Oh, party on my own. Party on my own. I'm doing what I'm doing, I don't got a lot to prove. And if I'm moving, then I'm grooving, cause I wanna do it. Stupid, got my music and I lose it to another tune or two. If I don't get to move it, even real can do it. When I'm cooking, then you know I'm cooking bacon. You don't wanna check under the apron. Vacuum the whole room naked, facing windows so people who out getting the greatness. Telling me better to hate this, really though it ain't shit when you could compare to what the other people facing. So what I am drinking, still half full is true when comparing to the nation. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekends. Only now. So loud. Oh, party on my own. Party on my own. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekends. Only now. So loud. Oh, party on my own. Party on my own. I'll party on my own. Yeah, that's tight. Max Watson, Tony Romero. Party on my own. so high in life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras that capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Brave is the army that bands against bands of them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship 2022. This is the road to VCT for the South Asia region. Talking about South Asia region, now particular region coming through. This time we have Bangladesh region pretty much coming through strong over here. Exeli is one of those teams that we saw last time, and they are one of those teams that are pretty good. Missile as well, Missile and friends. Now this is kind of like a new team, but we saw Missile in action last time, and he's absolutely detrimental when it comes to playing Jet.
Yeah, he was on the Exeli side last time around, and a couple of his teammates too. Like, you're gonna find very similar names in Hermione, Kyojin coming in. So we know that these players have that talent. So we'll see if they're able to step up to the current Exeli roster. Because talking about talent, they've got one of the players that I've got my eye on from way back at the start of Valorant, SS Sami, like a young player but with nutty aim.
Oh yeah, we have seen him. We have seen Sami is one of those players that we've seen him in action for so many long times. But yeah, taking a look at the overview schedule, you guys know how things are going to be looking like. Currently, we are in Bangladesh Qualifiers, and forward, we're going to be moving to Sri Lanka and Maldives. And then after that, again, we have India Qualifiers 2 lined up. So pretty much non-stop action for you people. But on the other hand, the goal over here is to qualify for the playoffs, and then later on, you're of course going to be moving on to the finals. So getting back to our conversation that we were having, CA. Now, as we do know, there's going to be a lot of things online, especially the prize pool as well, and that slot, 2 slots in the VCT in the future. These are 2 big things. This in itself, just hearing that adds on so much pressure on the teams. Now, Bangladesh is one of those regions. Still, esports has to really upgrade in that region, right? It still has to be over there on top. And this in itself is a huge opportunity for you to present your country on an international stage.
Yeah, and for both of these teams today, as we're talking about the tournament explanation, we need to mention that both of them do still have their lifeline in this tournament in the wild card if they do end up losing. So the winner will go directly to the grand final playoffs. The loser will make their way to the wild card, where once again, we have 2 slots up for grabs. So a bit of a theme throughout the tournament where we're giving more opportunities to these upcoming teams coming up to try and get them that extra bit of exposure and experience going into that international stage. And personally, for me, I do want to see Exeli try and step up the mark, because last year they got to the grand finals playoffs, but they weren't able to give much of a fight. But this time with, I would say, Bangladesh Valorant Sportster boy, SS Sami back into the squad, I feel like they do have that much better for shot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they Sami back in the squad. I really do want to see how is he going to be kind of merging with the team as well. Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the prize pool. This is exactly what me and Sia were talking about. $30,000 in line. First place is going to get $15,000. Second with $7,500. Third and fourth with, of course, $3,000. But the MVP of the tournament is what really matters for an individual player as well. If you are one of those star players for the team, this is what you're really going to be eyeing out for. $30,000 in itself is going to be adding a lot of pressure. First place, $15,000. That's a lot of money right there, Sia.
Yeah, that's a lot of money for one person, right? Even if you think about the third and fourth place, $3,000, that's gonna end up being divvied up between the team. But for one person to grab up, I would be so
happy, even for third and fourth place, if I was there. But yeah, even third and fourth place is gonna get something over here. So yeah, overall the grand finals are gonna be absolutely insane. That's when each and every player will start sweating it out. But for the grand finals today, we'll have to go over here in the grand finals of Bangladesh Qualifiers and find out which team is going to be the one to actually move away in the playoffs. But now, Missile and Friends, it's kind of like this team overall doesn't even have a serious name too, right? Let's be honest, it doesn't really have a serious name. We're used to seeing esports in the name, for example, Global Esports, Exeli Esports, we're used to seeing all these esports teams. But then now this is kind of a huge change in the pace. We're seeing Missile and Friends. Interesting name. I do want to see what they've got, and hopefully they're going to pack a punch.
Look at that logo to the neck. I can't stop laughing about it. If you pay close attention, forget the veto. Look at the logo with respect to the fact that they've got a Killjoy on the left and Omen, I'm not sure who the middle person is. The white with the blonde hair has to be the Sova, and then finally the Breach. So finally the Sky, my bad. So almost revealing their composition maybe in the logo.
No, I don't
Probably
really
won't
think
be an
so.
Omen though. Oh wait, actually now that I think about it, I don't think that the purple dude in the logo is the Omen. With the spiky hair too. No, it's Astra, right? A little fat for Astra, but maybe they like the Astra nice and thick.
Okay, even I was leaning forward. I was looking at it like this. I was like, oh, let me try and analyze what exactly how the logo looks like. But yeah, overall, man, I do want to see what Missile and his friends have got. Hopefully, they're going to pack a punch and make Exeli bleed. But Exeli is one of those teams, as I mentioned, they're kind of like an esports organization, so everything is well organized for them. On the other hand, Missile and Friends, casual name, over here to have a great time, have fun. Missile, we saw him last time play, as you mentioned, Hermione as well is one of those talents that is pretty insane player as well, we saw. So what do you think, man? Are they going to pack a punch, or are they just going to melt down it like an ice cream?
Well, I do think they're going to pack a punch, but then again, it comes down to the fact that even when we talked to Exeli Esports, their owner and Sami came over for the VCC launch party that we had on the NODWIN channel, they explained how for them, this team, this version is all about getting the best from Bangladesh into one squad, building that super team itself in Bangladesh so that they can start contesting outside of Bangladesh. So for them, I don't think any result where they fumble, they stumble is good enough. They need to try and push forward. And you can see even in terms of resources, Exeli have got that extra bit. They've got that boot camp going, all of them in that same room. So for Exeli, it's very similar to what we saw from Exploit. this Bangladesh qualifier is simply a hurdle for them, a step to going to that grand finals playoff. I'm sure all of their attention is towards that, as compared to a team like Missile and Friends. Don't get me wrong, they certainly have the firepower, but not necessarily the same level of resources or in terms of that organization. It is, of course, just Missile and Friends and a really sick graphic designer. I can't get my eyes off that logo.
Oh man, it's actually really cool. Yeah. It's kind of like Missile just went and asked one of his friends to be like, yo, can you just open a paint and just paint up this logo real quick? So we made it till the quarterfinals, so we need a logo for our team, you know. So just go ahead and open a paint, just make this logo. All right, over here, NODWIN. There you go. This is our logo. Just use it.
Yeah, use a little bit of color, get creative. Yeah, there you go.
I actually appreciate that kind of art, you know. Not gonna lie, it's kind of like it's kind of like a fresh breather, you know. But yeah, already kicking things off on a pistol round without wasting any much more time. We are straight up gonna head inside it, and we do see heavy presence from the side of Missile and his friends. How are we gonna call his team? Missile and Friends all the time. Missile and Friends. Okay,
MNF?
Missile and Friends already present on the A long side. Yeah, MNF is kind of a good thing. Yeah, I'm gonna call him MNF.
If only if it was Missile and Mates, then we could call them M&M. I now kind of want M&Ms, but hold on for a second here. We have got the breach composition on both of the sides, and instantly you can see Missile and Friends trying to be proactive with it. They took A-long control, and now with the help of the drone, they've got that A-shot position. But I don't think they're expecting a 3-stack from the side of Exeli. That breach utility very much telling them that that 3-stack is there because of the Sova utility used in the initial parts of the round. Instantly, the rotate comes out, but because of a small peek from Zolo, Exeli once again have got the information. They're ready for it. You can see Outlaw already coming there to back him up. They're going to try to contest this site immediately.
Oh, they're trying to contest the side for sure. But trades are happening back and forth, and somewhere down line, the man advantage goes to MNF. Killjoy being spotted on the site. Default position instantly being shut down. Zola Crazy will follow it up, and look at that. 3 frags back to back, and Exeli will take the first round in their hands.
Yeah, really nice round picked up for Exeli. You can see a couple of smiles there. For Sami especially, I think this matchup and as well as this tournament is a big test, right? Because of what he mentioned in that launch party. For him, like, he had to rebuild this entire team around him pretty much, trying to find the best players from Bangladesh after he was picked up by Exeli just in the aftermath of VCC1. In the past 6 months, they've managed to build a stable core of 4 players in Zolo, Shivs Freaks, Fancy, and Sami, but Outlaw, or rather as many people know him, Rapstan the Chotabai, he's coming in as that 5th member. I really want to see how he's able to thrive in this team. As a content creator, he is bloody amazing. I myself see a lot of his videos, but right now, he's got to get it down as a competitive player. But talking about getting it down, well, for a second I thought Zolo might peek there, Necro, and find himself at the butt end of a shorty.
Oh, look at this. They're just ready for the garage ball with the shorty on the classic. As soon as someone tries to move out Zolo, he should not be aggressive. Let him walk in your crosshairs. I know it's pretty itchy. Push happened. Spots out Missile. Missile takes a huge dink and now is down quite low. Missile should be taken care of, man. Just one little bullet. Beautiful stunt coming through. Now maybe you should have followed it up. But still Zolo taking things pretty slow. Trying to make some solo plays happen. Zolo moving slowly and steadily outside the garage. Beautiful headshot comes
Oh
through.
my god, he knifed!
And a follow-up by Sami. What's going on? Sami is just making it hurt right now. That's humiliation right there. It's just second round, Sami. Chill out.
I love it, though. And you can see they're just like, bro, you knifed him? Like, what? What are you doing? I want to see what's happening in the map. You can see Sami moving in through the astral smokes, catching
oh my god,
that
oh my god,
player off guard right
oh,
there.
You did him dirty. He did him dirty too. It's like he could have went with his gun if he wanted to actually try and stop the plant, but that's not what happened. Just did him completely dirty. You guys can try and copy these setups. They're actually pretty cool. The people in the chat that are watching, but yeah, Missile just dashing in forward, almost caught Sami off guard though. Sami instantly will back off on the A site. 3 players are there, but Missile and Friends, which is MNF, they are as well taking things pretty cautiously. From the underpass trying to move in, Solo being spotted, that's a huge info being given away. Sami's position might just be compromised, but the problem is, yep, he will need a dash away, and that's what he exactly does.
That's pretty good. He's made them commit an aftershock as well as nano swarm, and they haven't really got anything in terms of position, just the tailwind being traded. So in terms of utility and area, Exeli able to come out on top, and once again a very similar tale to what we saw in that pistol round, Necro, where they take A long, they take A short, but because of that 3-stack on the A side, they're unable to actually push in. And for this, I want to give props to Outlaw and Zolo, because the trust the team has in them for being able to anchor down B as well as Garage as well as C by themselves allows them to play this 3-stack. But hold on, Sami in this advanced position.
Oh, Sami! You absolute assassin. Was able to sneak past through all the eyes and was able to sneak in. Oh my god, what's going on? Exeli, Exeli, they're just stacking it up. I accidentally just said Exeli. Oh man. Indeed, it's kind of hard to forget the clutch in the India Q1. But yeah, moving on. Exeli, able to stack the body up. 3 rounds back to back. Exeli, they're not even breaking a sweat.
Spike down A. 1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, and you have to start thinking about how Missile and Friends need to change it up, because if we have to remember that they're playing this breached over composition. I kept saying combination.
Combination, competition,
Coming back to composition, because the strength of this composition really, Necro, lies in the attacking half when they can be a lot more proactive. So for them to go down 3-0 already, basically hand Sami this free operator, and he's just gonna make them pay. Found that first blood already, taking down Missile. He's got stunned, but he's not gonna move away whatsoever. Needs that another pick for himself, and he's gonna find it, no trouble.
Well, there you go, and the confidence there as well. If he peeks again, he's absolutely crazy. He does. Oh, Sami, I mean, even though you got taken out, gotta say you got balls of steel for doing that. I would not have done it, especially realizing this is one of the biggest stage you can ever get to. And Exeli, they're just able to steamroll it through. Crazy finds a peak with like pretty much a pixel. It was hard for me to even see what just happened.
Yeah, and that's the strength of Sami, right? I think personally, having seen this kid grow up from where at the start of Valorant, he was still this crack, don't get me wrong, but it was much less confident, much less able to lead a team, to now how he's evolved so much in his regard, where he's not only the star player still, but he's able to contribute much more in terms of the intangibles that a team needs, in terms of that motivation. And that's where I think Sami really establishing himself as one of the best upcoming players in our entire region. But saying that and doing that in the Bangladesh qualifiers is one thing. Carrying it over to the actual main event is another. But look at this. Zolo indeed going crazy with this aggressive push. Spots them out, trying to back up, and he's going to take a couple shots in the back. But hey, that bunny hop, good enough, able to get right back, and now back to his job of anchoring the site.
Utilities inbound as well. He's ready for the push. So the push for now will be delayed for MNF. But still, Fancy's on the site. As you mentioned, that's his job as anchoring. But now he's available in Garage. 2 players available in Garage. I would say this is a pretty good read, but still, MNF taking things quite well. And I would say just trying to play a little bit of mind games with how much time they're able to buy off over here. Sami's available on the A long side, and he's just going to wait for them to walk in his crosshair. Also has the Blaze Storm available, but is he going to pop it? That's the question. Smokes inbound. Pretty sure calls will be given away. Look at the rotation goes back again.
Yeah, and look at the information Zolo is able to get for free. His position will be revealed in a second. Actually, no. The alarm bot not in range, I think, to get activated. Zolo able to just get on out there. The turret does eventually reveal, but for the side of Exeli, they're just happy to play this on the retake, considering the fact that they have that cosmic divide. Outlaw even finding another kill. Exeli are just in cruise control. Necro, Missile and Friends not able to make any impact.
Oh, they're just making it rain. Yeah, exactly. Missile and Friends not able to make any impact. And there you go. Another round on the board. Back-to-back domination coming through. And Exeli, intention's pretty clear, man. They have their sights locked in the Grand Finals playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. And Outlaw himself getting a 3K right there, proving that, hey, he might be arguably one of the best food vloggers in Bangladesh, but right now he's simply that Outlaw in Exeli, that killjoy player, not eating food on his videos anymore, eating people for breakfast in maps right now. So we'll see how they get it done, because right now Missile and friends are just not able to find any momentum. What I want to see is much more aggressiveness, like in terms of the fact that they have Missile and Kyojin, two players we've seen previously in the VCC really pop off. Use that flash and dash combo. You don't need to use it to commit onto site. They can just instead use it to play much faster, try to shut down Sami, and then look for mid-round rotations on the basis of that. Oh, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Missile waiting for the aggressiveness from Sami. Shuts him down. That's a huge first peak for MNF.
That's a great shot. Yep. Finally able to shut down Sami. The operator's out as well from his hands. A huge frag. Will be a huge side relief for this round at least. But still, 4 and 5 situation. Exeli, they're just able to make some solo plays happen. Because currently, how it looks like, Missile and friends are completely unparalleled to Exeli. They're giving it all they have, and well, there we go. Man advantage now equalized. That's all they needed, that one single pick. Recon darts inbound. Oh no, misses a couple of shots at the start. Got a little worried for Red there, not gonna lie. But still, Missile able to follow it up, and now it's all down to the one last man alive. The only man alive to hold the string down. Not gonna be able to do so. Hermione strikes in, and Missile has a little bit of smiles on his face as he does know this is just the start for the domination.
Yeah, and you can see that it missed almost towards there. We're like, guys, this is great. We just need to keep calm and do more of the same. So I love the mentality already coming in from Missile and friends, where just because they're 5 rounds down, they're not necessarily giving up, not necessarily, losing that mental edge, and making sure that they stay strong and keep persevering, because that's the important fact now. Once again, the setups from the side of Exeli changing, where they were not playing anybody in Garage, playing much deeper with the alarm bot now. Now instead, you can see Outlaw playing a narrow alarm bot. It gives a tiny bit of space to sneak in that garage area, so I wonder if MNF could exploit that. But the trend has been always to try and take a long and a short control and then decide mid-round where they want to rotate, and that's what they do once again. They've taken a long control, left Missile there. He's just going to be a nuisance while the rest of them rotate.
Look at what Missile's doing, just jiggle peeking, just trying to get the pre-fire in. Does know Sami's probably holding that angle, so it does not really want to fully commit. Sami as well, after the previous round, how he got picked. Yeah. Definitely you can see a little bit of sign of worry on his face. He's not really overextending as he did in the last round. He's going for some eagle picks for sure. But yeah, now MNF, they're able to get a read through over here on the defense of Exeli. They're able to breeze through it, at least in that previous round. But are they going to be able to do it again? That's the question. Zolo's crosshairs trained. He's ready for anyone to walk out of it. And Missile should be the one to walk out of it soon. The footsteps through the smoke, and he could have caught it. Yep.
Solo hears the footsteps. He should tell his teammates that, hey, they're going towards that A site. A bit of a glitch with the star right there. But now you can see Cosmic Device finally coming in, and Sami preparing for this execute. He's got his Blade Storm out, expecting that A-long push. Misses the right click, and that could be disaster.
Yep, that is indeed a disaster. Leads to a complete round demise for the side of Exeli.
Spike planted.
Lockdown available too. Right in the front. Oh, he lines him up though. Zola crazy. Indeed is a crazy man. 2 frags right there. 2 crazy headshots. But doesn't realize there's a flank coming in right from the back. But he's able to get away on either side. So that's going to mean quite a lot to him. But still breaching the front, which is Kyojin. His crosshairs training will shut him down instantly. Another counter lockdown coming through from the side of Exeli. It seems like their intentions are pretty clear.
The Outlaws got the lineups for A-long. Not that it matters much in this round, but I'm really appreciating the amount of work Outlaws put into this Killjoy. So that lockdown from the Killjoy for the retake, it leaves a tiny gap towards A-long where the players can stack up, as you can see on the map. And Outlaw, he had the lineups ready for that gap. So, hey, they lost the round, but as a Killjoy player and an Astra player myself, I'm a big fan of people who've got those extra lineups ready. And I do appreciate that. But right now, talking about appreciating stuff, what we do need to give props to is Missile and friends. Back-to-back rounds. What this ensures, Necro, is that Sami cannot get his hands on an operator. So already putting down Exeli a notch, that's the right way to go.
Yep, already putting him down a notch, as you mentioned. That's going to mean quite a huge. And while the opening frag comes through, Harmony shut down instantly as the Jet says bye-bye indeed. I would rather say goodnight after that frag. But yeah, Zola crazy. Inside the garage. Taking things quite slow. I like how Exeli, they're able to keep their presence known, okay, that there is someone inside the garage all the time. Do not try to take it for free. So that's why.
Garage.
Oh, there we go. Push coming through. Easy frag. Outlaw taken out.
Yeah, I think. Oh, hold on to a second for that touch. Sami's looking to shut them down on his lonesome.
Oh, there we go. 3 frags on the board for Sami.
One enemy remaining.
The huge 3K follows it up with a 4. Is he going to get the ace? He's looking to get the ace too.
Here.
8 bullets in the magazine. We'll need a fresh 1. He should go for 1 actually. But still has a lot of confidence. Maybe it seems like he has a lot of confidence in his aim for sure. Just moving in, just running through, trying to sweep his way in. He does know last man is right on the side, but a beautiful flash. And there you go. Red will be taken care of.
Yeah, and just like that, the round picked up for Exeli. You can see Sami himself like very proud, and he's like, you guys thought they knocked me down a notch? You don't know what my rifling skills are like. Let me show you exactly what I got. Finding a 4K himself to secure the round of Exeli. Actually, my bad. Finding an ace for himself to secure that round for Exeli. Really huge. But I was trying to make that point in the middle of the round that once that alarm bot is taken down by Red, I think Outlaw needs to back up and play more of that window angle. So that way his job as a killjoy is to stay as long as he can alive, making sure he gets information. Once that alarm bot is taken down, he effectively needs to replace himself with the alarm bot rather than play a narrow angle where he can get caught. We're talking about getting caught. Sami here getting caught by that drone and execute for it. Missile inference.
There we go, on the shot, on the site, dash comes through, Missile easily getting the side control in their hands, looking to get the 3rd round of the board. 6 rounds in the hand of Exeli. Trying their best to make it stop, but if he actually drops down, that would be absolutely crazy.
Oh, no.
Fancy taking out 1. 3 frags follow it up, but Red trying his best to stop the domination, but that's not going to be a case. Hermione left in the backside, Red in short. I did a lot of shot. I did a lot of pressure. There we go. Hermione shut down. Now Red's the only man left alive with 63 HP to hold the ground. It's pretty much done.
Necro, we forgot our primary job. If you remember VCC 1.0, you gotta give 10 points to Gryffindor every single time Hermione pulls off an insane play.
He did though.
I know. I'm just saying we forgot that as a primary part of our job. So till then, we'll give 10 points to Slytherin instead. Because unfortunately, Gryffindor does not seem to be on the right note today. I'll say though, if Hermione pulls off a nutty shot or 2 with his marshal now, definitely 10 points to Gryffindor.
Talking about nutty shots, do you like peanuts?
Yeah? Salted peanuts.
Salted, right? I kind of like spicy and salted.
I mean, yeah, spicy,
like
100%.
Yeah, spicy and salted peanuts are just so good. But yeah, Exeli. Oh my god, what is going on? He's just able to stroll on like a casual stroll on a summer's day. But a beautiful shot from Pyro, actually proving that he's a Pyro. Or Pro, my bad. 2 players alive, still a beautiful shot to follow it through. What's going on? Exeli, they're just proving MNF unparalleled right now. Oh.
It looks like Missile's gonna get caught off guard. He took a single shot that revealed his position, and Zolo capitalizing on that. And I want to take a second to just give props to Zolo himself. Like, from my experience watching him, like from way back in the day, the OG Exeli with Sami, Zolo, before they all left and tried their hands at different rosters, was with Zolo playing things like the Reyna. He was very much a duelist player with some cracked aim, but you can see how much he's transformed himself. Still has the cracked aim, but now playing a much more versatile agent in that Astra. Really functioning, I think, as the IGL of this team because of that, and enabling players like Sami that much more. So props to be given to Zolo. It's not an easy matter to change from duelist to something like Astra.
Blade Storm available. Sami taken down quite low. Can't really dash just yet. Yep, there we go. Nana Swarm runs out. Will instantly dash back to safety. Still, Exeli, even though they have a huge lead, I like they're not really overextending themselves, but the read coming through pretty clearly. Zolo always able to go or play proactively and give so many comms away. That's what really matters here. Zolo from the back is trying to make sure that he's pretty much sealing it. If anyone tries to rotate back, the calls will be given away. So Zolo is kind of like an insurance policy for them. Yeah. Intention's pretty clear. They just want to make it inside A. Exeli, they're going to let him
look at
funnel
Zolo
in.
though.
One
Yep.
enemy remaining.
Zola from the back can make a huge play happen for sure. But again, if his position's expected, that's going to be huge. Yep.
One enemy
Expected
remaining.
Zola from the back instantly shut down. Pro. 3K on the round, 3K on the board. And now it's a one-on-one. Outlaw versus Pyro. What do you think so is going to win?
30 seconds
I mean,
left.
Outlaw, for him, this has now become a test, right? As we were talking about in the VCC launch party, Sami explained that they've got themselves a stable core of 4 players, and they've continuously been experimenting with that 5th. And for VCC, they've gone with Outlaw, and so far so good from his regard. But against Pyro, it's going to be that much harder because look at this. Pyro does have that Cosmic Divide. I want to see him set it up for the long plan, but instead stay on site, try to fake it out. Not going to do any of that. Instead, just wait in this position. Now, it could work out. The only issue I have with the Log's position is that you have to watch 2 angles, and if Outlaw checks you, you're just down. I don't like that position in a 1v1 ever, Necro, because it's almost like you're giving away the agency you have in the fact that you plant it first. You have time to get into a post plant to the retaker. And Outlaw, you can see, well, he eats 1v1s like that for lunch, because I said breakfast already earlier. Next is going to be dinner.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much lunch. Yeah, lunchtime's done. Did you have your lunch, though?
Oh, no, I'm waiting for it to come by. So probably after the series.
I didn't even have my breakfast yet. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen,
Cornflakes for
pretty
the
hungry.
win.
Pretty hungry, ladies and gentlemen. And you guys are probably going to be hearing a lot of food jokes from me, so get your ears ready.
Hey, it
may
works
sound
out
lame.
well. You know,
Yeah,
because Outlaw is one of, I mean, I don't even know Bangla that well, but I watch a lot of his videos because he just makes funny content in general. So right now, though, definitely going to look at him more as the ex-former pro player that he was, the Diamond Immortal Valorant player. But look at this right now, Shubs fighting an easy one-tap. He's like, all right,
Oh my
enough,
God,
Sami.
he's
Let me
baiting
show
him
some.
out. He's baiting him out. Oh, but Sami still spotted. Beautiful spot coming through. Ultimate follows it up, and still the man peeks out. I don't exactly know what he's had for his breakfast, though. So much confidence over here. And Exeli, they're not even phasing away with what MNF are able to do here. Easily able to storm through, no matter what they're putting in front of them. But still, now here comes the problem. Both the players alive for Exeli, they're quite low. One is 245, the other's 20. Lockdown invested too, to stop the push onto the spike, because the spike control currently is in the hand of Exeli. Red moving in. He just keeps holding that. Oh no! Looked away in the nick of time, and unfortunately will also get detained. Where's the Soa? It's your time to defend your teammate, but no, they're not really going for the kill.
30
Yeah, because they have no idea he's right there. He was able to set up the Cloudburst behind the Cosmic Divide, so they didn't really see him running behind there or notice that he set up that Cloudburst to get back. Instead, looking to play on that time factor, going for the full rotate, but this simple recon is going to give them away, revealing one player towards the boxes. He should instantly know that the other is either in garage or long. Can set up the shock darts for the plant, but instead just waiting. Shows playing on time here, will get caught out instead. Why?
He went for the aim duel, a little too overconfident. Trusted in his aim a little bit too much. Alarm bot over here, Sami clearly spotting it out. And both these dudes are relying heavily on that alarm bot, so if he's able to sneak past through it, I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to sneak past through. He can outrange that. Yep, doing exactly so. Able to outrange the alarm bot, and oh, this is huge. He's going to be able to make a huge play happen over here. He's certainly able to close it out. Gravity low, though. Nice proactive move. Finds one, 5 HP in the hand. If he clutches this out, this indeed can be an insane play. Peeks out from the right, but Pyro is pretty good at playing mind games.
And nice try there from Sami. And this is what I mean, man. This player has got every bit of skill with regards to finding these insane moments, able to knows almost in the back of his head the exact range of the alarm bar. Like for us, of course, we can tell because we see it put, we can see the map, we see everything in the spectator point of view. So we have an idea of being able to tell. But for a player to be able to do that while in that 1v2 clutch moment, absolutely nuts. But Pyro, living up to his name very much. I think it's actually Rorep, because I've seen that before from other players in Europe, where
I've seen it too.
Twist their name around, and that's why they have that caps lock letter at the end of the name.
You remember Rolkis? Yeah. But his actual name is Skylar. So Skylar's opposite is Rolkis.
Relics, you're talking about, right?
No, Rolkis. Relics? Yeah, I think so. Relics or Rolka something. I think so. It's Relics. Yeah, Relics. Skylar. Oh yeah, Relics. Yeah.
Former C9 player, insane race player, most definitely Relics.
Relics. Yep. Relics. Indeed, you got it. Kind of messed his name up, but yeah, Relics. There you go. Flood comes through on the site. Missile doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. Easily taken care of. Shoes is just stacking up bodies like it's nothing. Able to get those 2 quick frags, and Recon darts inbound. Not really going to be able to scan anyone over here. Hermione heavily relied on that. But Recon dart now out the gate as well. 40 HP to work with for Hermione. 3 players all stacked up on the CT. And Exeli having a complete side control. They're playing it perfectly on the post plant. Also used the concussion, but I just don't understand. No one followed it through. Like, it's pretty much a waste of utility right there. Yeah, Exeli. There you go. They're just making it rain. There's just terror. It's just complete terror coming through. Hero is the only man I feel like who's able to give a fight over here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you can see Zolo pumping his team up in the chat while he gets some of that teabagging. No, it's not teabagging, I'm kidding. He's checking his crouch button, guys. Like, oh, let me just make sure it's working. Okay, crouch is working. Now let me go over to their body and check once again if it's working. Able to get that double-digit scoreline for his team, Exeli. And now you can see the key difference between what was missing in the MNF attack, where the proactivity with which Exeli make that push, the aggressiveness and the tempo with which they're able to get into sight. And Missile and friends were continuously slower, and I don't think that suits the Breach and Sova composition at all. I feel like if they wanted to play that Sova style, they should have gone for the Sova Sky instead.
Talking about this Sova Sky, also getting another thing in my head. I mean, this is nothing related like Sova Sky. I just wanted to ask you, what's your favorite fruit?
Yes, guys. So as we told you, Necro is quite hungry. So we're going to have a couple conversations here and there. But I think my favorite fruit has to be watermelon. Yeah, I really like me a watermelon.
Ooh, watermelon. Okay.
I do like Post Malone too. So it makes a lot of sense.
It's probably because he has Malone in his name.
Talking about things I like though, Necro, I really like this call from Missile and friends. A 4-stack towards that A side. It is their eco round and they're trying to catch Exeli by surprise, and they just might be successful because that's why Exeli is making their way.
There we go. Kyojin able to open things up, but it doesn't matter. Another one from Kyojin. How is he able to stack these bodies like that? Exeli, clearly they're not really showing any executions. It's just the same thing that we saw yesterday from
yeah, but look at
Exploit.
This round's still not very much over. Don't get me wrong. It should still go to MNF because they're able to grab at least a couple of weapons from that A-side deaths from the side of Exeli. But with Outlaw having such a brilliant flank and with the spike being planted, notice the way it's planted. It is a defender's side spawn plant. So they're looking to hold on to this area. Now Outlaw has all of his utility, but he's not showing any because he wants this to be a surprise. And a surprise it is, but...
Oh my god! Talk about surprises. That's a huge lineup. I can't believe Exeli are actually going for plays like that where they're completely relying on their aim and just trying to line the... Just trying to stack them up like that.
I don't think this is purely aim, right? Because look at the way they're positioning themselves on the map. Fancy playing on the contact of Outlaw, waiting for Outlaw to just get that initial peak so then he can mow them down, fully expecting them to run towards his side, like almost exploiting a key error that they expect MNF to make to try and get that fast rotation on, because we've seen this plenty of times, especially in eco rounds that you think you're going to start winning. Teams might get a little complacent, and Exeli punishing that perfectly, now going for that B-side execute in their anti-eco.
11 rounds on the board for Exeli. They're making it quick. Talk about marathon. This is a sprint, just like what we saw yesterday. And again, MNF clearly a sign of worry on their faces, even though they were about to win the previous round. But still, they got a decent amount of damage done. They got a decent amount of guns off of Exeli's hand. But the confidence that Exeli has to stop it, it's going to be really tough, because Exeli, they're gonna go ahead and go for straight up those aim duels. Look at these executions coming through, CA, as well. There's nothing special. Just some Astra smoke, some concussion, some gravity wells. Nothing special. Normal executions coming through, just like I'm watching a competitive game.
But look at this Valorant. Again, Zolo's lurks have been really strong with the way he's able to get information for his team, play on the contact of his teammates. Now, is gonna get taken down by Hermione, but the trade should instantly come in from Outlaw, and it's exactly that. They're playing for time on this long post plant, but Piror trying to just stick it all the way through. Pros don't fake, but that recon will make sure that he can't.
Oh, instantly shock dart followed up. Another one comes through. Taking a lot of damage indeed, but it doesn't matter. MNF, they're getting a lot of frags on their hands. One last man alive,
That's
Sami,
enough.
but they bought enough time.
Enough.
Did they? Did they?
Yeah, that's
No.
enough.
Yeah, they defenders won. There we go. MNF was not really able to buy enough time there. 50% was already done. They knew they just need to buy a little bit of more time.
I think you
There
meant
we go.
Exeli not able to buy enough time. The round going through for Missile and Friends. Doing very, very well there. Piror especially, I have to give him props. He's been one of the standout players for Missile and Friends consistently throughout. They stuck that half defuse through, knowing that even if he gets taken down, it will be good enough for his team to then later finish off the round.
Well, Exeli, previous round pretty close, but still. Do they have the guns? I'm expecting them to be forced on a complete eco. So that's what we can clearly do. See the flood coming through on the aim main. Missile pretty close. Position revealed. And oh no, Sami instantly being shut down. This is not what you really want. Confidence being punished this time. And Exeli, they will need to try and take things a little bit more cautiously and more competitively. This is a pro game in the end of the day. You cannot go for plays like that.
Small
Only thunders
interactions.
available.
Small interactions, Necro, they matter so much because you could see as soon as Missile fired that shot, Sami's look was on him, expecting to try and push him at the same time. But because of Kyojin firing shots from a long, his attention taken away towards Kyojin, allowed Missile to peek and take down Sami. So very small interactions between these players, but that little bit of synergy goes a long way.
Talk about synergy, man, over here. Exeli, they're going to need a lot of synergy inside this round. 3 players only alive. So man advantage clearly in the favor of Missile and Friends. Recon dart out. Oh, it does not get scanned. Solo. Man, he knows now someone will peek out. Kyojin does, but this time it's Kyojin who wins that aim duel. That's all they really needed. Again, looking to get another round of the board, trying to make it 12-4. I like the separation coming through, but again, Seaside is completely given away. But on the other hand, even it seems like they're just going for a save over here. They will have to go for a save. Exeli, they don't have any other choice, but they're still trying to commit. There's just no time over here. No time. Yep. There we go. A little too late to get the spike on the board.
Yeah, and really well done. I think, again, that interaction working out brilliantly because right here, because of those shots fired by Kyojin, Sami's attention taken away from Missile, and you can see the impact he's able to create when given the space. Not only does it take down Sami, but finding another frag right there means he only gets traded out after those two and denies that A-long control for the side of Exeli. Just because of that, they're able to then hold on to the sites, play for that time factor, pick up the round, and most importantly, put a little bit of doubt and fear into the minds of Exeli. Bringing out that timeout. Now you can see Zolo, the IGL, detailing out, guys, we've only got 2 rounds to pull off. We've got these key ultimates. I hope that's what he's saying. We've got the Rolling Thunder. We've got that lockdown. Let's try and focus on pulling off these rounds, just playing it simply. As you mentioned too, no need for that complicated stuff. All they got to do is play it simple and fundamental, and I think they've got it in the bag.
This is we exactly saw the same thing as well from yesterday from Exploit. They were not even using those technical, strats against them. They were just going for some classic strats. They were able to win it easily with a 3-0. So Exeli somewhere down the line, that's what they're exactly doing as well. They're not really going for some complicated execution. Instead, they're relying heavily on their aim, which is clearly visible. Look at Sami on 19 frags, then Zola crazy with 15. Outlaw pretty much on the bottom with 10, but it doesn't matter. Each and every single player has a double-digit frag on his name, and that's huge in itself. Kills are equally divided pretty much. On the other hand, MNF having a lot of pressure already because a lot of rounds are given away. 2 rounds only needed for Exeli, and garage presence being shown as well from the side of Exeli. Now, Blaze Storm through, and Sami will have to play an instrumental role. There we go. Instantly slapped off Sami.
He pulled the attention away, but a few shots missed from Zolo, put him down. And Kyojin, despite being flashed, I think he was flashed, still finding the frag onto Shiv Streaks will effectively ensure that this round goes comfortably in the hands of Missile and Friends.
Ooh, comfortably. Yeah, indeed, I would say. Missile and Friends still taking things quite cautiously, even though they do have a man advantage. Man being spotted. Keep this in mind, it was kind of like a broken buy, or pretty much an eco, I would say, for the side of
Enemy remaining.
Exeli. So they're taking their sweet little time. Beautiful. Ooh. Shots to follow it up with the classic, but Fancy Nine's position can be a little
30
nice.
seconds left.
From the back, has a checks crosser too. I don't know what he's going for exactly.
Knife
Trigger
him.
discipline
Knife
coming through.
him.
Is he going
Oh,
for the knife?
no.
He is. Oh no, just rubbing salt on their wounds. Exeli, you gotta do him dirty like that, huh? Why? Just focus on the win, please. Don't go for some troll plays over here. Fancy Nine's position compromise, moves out. Missile will shut him down.
I love the knife, Necro. I know that you think it's a little bit troll, and I do agree in that regard, that it is a little bit troll. But in that moment, 1v4, when you only got 10 or so seconds left, I especially appreciate the fact that he's like, well, I might not be able to win the round, but I'm gonna try to get some psychological warfare in.
Talk about psychological warfare. Beautiful frag, man. 11-6 rounds. Again, another round on the board. This should definitely give them a little bit of glimmer of hope to make a comeback happen. But again, it's just a little glimmer.
Out of charges.
The vision's not clear yet. So Exeli still... I finally feel like somewhere down the line now, Exeli, they're trying to take things a little serious inside this round because they do realize another slip up and they will be forced on an eco again. So they do not want this to happen.
Yeah, especially considering how good Missile has been on the operator. Exeli, they need to try and utilize the ultimates they have, but instead, Zolo getting caught out that early. We never want to see that key controller and Astra going down.
Talk about key controller and Astra going down. There you go. Random spam coming through to try and follow it up. Behind the default box. Oh, man. 50 seconds on the clock. Exeli still need to get a side control. No casualties found yet on either side. So Fancy Nine just walks up straight. Beautiful flash coming through. That'll help Sami out in making that push happen. Walks in. Rolling Thunder available too to try and stop the retake instantly. So now Exeli, they have confirmed this side for themselves. They can pretty much get a huge side relief. Outlaw's flank caught. Instantly being shut down by Kyoji, and Fancy's position is going to be quite huge. Rolling Thunder being used, but that's not going to catch Fancy in the back. But hey, guess what? It doesn't matter. Kyojin turns around and slaps him.
Yeah, just slaps him in the face. A bit of a whiff there from Fancy right after setting up that side execute with a really nice flick. So hit and a miss, you know, he hit on the first try, missed on the second, but that miss definitely potentially casting them that round. But as you said at the start of the round, Necro, with this round lost, now once again, Exeli forced onto an eco, and you have to start wondering if this little bit of miscoordination, for example, Sami did not need to go for that defender side spawn peek right there. Needed to have waited for the Rolling Thunder coming out from Fancy 9 to then find the peak, and that would have made sure that he stayed alive. And you can see his impact is felt throughout the rounds. Him staying alive is as key as with respect to how key it is for Missile with this operator for Missile and Friends. So right now, Exeli, they need to fix those small things in their game which are leading to their downfall. The bit of error with regards to the communication aspect, and this time, once again, going for that B execute's a little scary because they have their turret, but they have a star on that turret. It's almost like they want to block it off when they enter.
They're also stacking right outside. Yeah, as you mentioned, right outside the B site, completely a huge stack coming through. Exeli, they will try to open the floodgates. There we go. Instant smoke deployed on the top left too, and a quick plant coming through. We'll take a fair bit amount of damage, but it doesn't matter. She was able to just follow it up. There is another flank coming through from the back, but it doesn't matter. Trades happening back and forth. Now the man advantage pretty much equalized. Aldron's out to get the scan through. But yeah, Exeli, all they needed was to plant through, and now they can pretty much play on the post plants. Cosmic Divide used. This is huge. Exeli will have to go through this Cosmic Divide to try and stop the plant. But no, they're just denying it every single time. Played that beautifully.
Yeah, and these are the issues with that B plant, right? We talk about this a lot on the map of Haven. With respect to retakes, it's very much in the order that A is the hardest to retake, B is the easiest to retake, and C is somewhere in the middle. Depending on the post-plan capabilities of the team, you can or cannot retake. So B, one of the easiest sites to retake, because of the simple fact that all the defenders really need to do is ensure that they can play the window post-plan, which then, as you can see in this round, the Cosmic Divide functions beautifully for. Just shutting down that angle, not only with respect to the visual aspect, but also the audio aspect, making sure they have no idea when they're going for the defuse, to now get an 11-8 scoreline for Missile and Friends. And once again, that was the eco. Now on the buy, Sami though already alone pushing in, not something you want to see in a solo duelist composition. His team now going to suffer in the entry fragging aspect.
Yep, indeed, they're going to suffer. Exeli try to get the plant down. Yep, they will get the plant down. Hunter's Fury inbound to try and stop the plant. Oh, moves out in the nick of time. And now again, the pressure's on Exeli and Friends. 8 rounds on the board. Exeli somewhere down line, try to troll it out, but this is where they also got a huge glimmer of hope to try and make the comeback happen. So, Missile and Friends now, the intention's clear. They want to make this comeback happen.
But why? Like, Shivsreeks, I don't think he needed to have used his Hunter's Fury there. Could have saved it for the post plant. Now doesn't have it, has going to rely on his shock darts. And so far, they're working out really well. Shivsreeks able to take down one diffuser. But Missile, he's sticking it all the way
around. He's spinning around like a tornado. But Missile gets caught. Another man is trying to spin around. And Volt, they get the defuse through somehow. Yeah, the Hunter's Fury should have been hold on. I don't exactly know what's going on through Exeli's mind. Those are some rookie mistakes being made.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that the Cosmic Divide was already set up to try and delay their retake a little bit. I understand if you don't have the Cosmic Divide, you're using the Hunter's Fury to deny them the entry points for the retake, but once you use that Cosmic Divide, you've got to save that Hunter's Fury for the post plan. A key error being made from Exeli really puts that comeback on track for Missile and Friends. Now 11-9 with Exeli's economy once again not looking so great, because if they lose this round, they're not going to have the money going into the next, which will ensure an easy equalization for MNF. So Exeli, they really need to fix that in that regard. I want to see them going back to their initial place. What really worked for them was the aggressive nature with which Sami and Fancy were combining to create space for the team. Flash and dash for the win.
Ooh, flash and dash. That sounds kind of spicy. And maybe Exeli should try and do that again. We saw a couple of times that happen in the C site. Flash was inbound to the back site, and then the Sami was just able to dash in, able to get the opening frag. As the opening fragger, or as an entry fragger, even if you're able to create a lot of space, and even if you're not really able to get those kills in the start, it doesn't matter. As long as you're getting the space for the team and the info that you need. And if you're able to follow it up with the kill, then that's when it's really a lot. So even if you do get traded out, that's a fair bit of trade, because your team also has the side in the hand and also a little bit of kill. So that does mean quite a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree, Necro, especially considering the fact that the strength of Exeli has lied in that regard, and the little bit of coordination that we even mentioned earlier. But right now, Missile getting a lot of information, and he will use it to perfection.
Oh my god. Exeli has just like, I don't know, even though the game's slipping off from their hands, they still have a lot of confidence to peek out like that, walk the peak as well to an operator. Man's definitely got some nerves of steel. Another one to follow it through. Beautiful flash coming out. Instantly gets blinded too. Fancy 9 will be picked up. 2-on-3 situation. Exeli having a clear man disadvantage inside this round. 1 minute left on the clock. A lot of time left for sure to spend. So Exeli maybe can try and go for a little bit of mind games over here. They have a So on KJ, which are pretty good at post plants. All they need to do is get the plant down, and that's what they're going for. Concussion coming through. Man's quite low. So on the left will pretty much find Kyojin or not. Oh no, missed the initial bullets. It's a 1-on-2 situation. Shivsreeks is still going to be a little paranoid of where the men are present. There you go. Red comes through and follows it instantly.
Yeah, and that comeback is most definitely on now, with the economy of Exeli most likely being in tatters. Missile and Friends, even though the first half ended at that 9-3 mark, it's almost like the 9-3 curse very much alive, as they now start to push back into that 11-11 scoreline most likely after this round. You can see Exeli economy not looking so great. They're forced to go into that semi-buy situation where they're key player in Sami still able to get that full buy and get it the next time around, but the rest of them stuck on either light shields or specters with those light shields per missile. Being blocked, they're slowly walking up. C long, a bit of a spray there from Piror. They'll make sure missile's position is not yet given away. They have no idea where the operator is.
No idea, but the operator's in the backside, and it will strike. Skull cracked to opening 2. And there you go, able to follow it up another 2, and now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Man advantage pretty much being equalized. 10-11 is the scoreline, a huge comeback from the side of Missile and Friends. And now a sign of worry will clearly be seen from the side of Exeli. All that troll now should hurt them a lot. All the time they were trolling, not really showing a serious competition, and now it's getting really hard for them to get around on the board. This is why you should never be overconfident.
Yeah, overconfident has been the downfall of many teams that we've seen, but right now this round is not exactly over, Necro, because as you can see, Exeli, they're going to make their way onto a free A site. They have the lockdown to just ensure, not use it for taking the site itself, but rather use it much later to deny the retake in itself and make sure, like they're doing now, that they get free reign in terms of choosing their post plants. Now, if you notice with that plant, the Rolling Thunder has well been taken on. I hope they don't commit this, because they don't need to really, especially considering that Killjoy is in a great position, but they are going to nevertheless, with the Breach holding on for that Rolling Thunder. So,
Flank.
Exeli, feel like committing a bit too much for this round, but hey, a round win is a round win.
Yep. Just fought off a decent amount of time too, that Rolling Thunder. All they need. Another one to follow it through, but look at Hermione, he's just collecting the kills, he's just sweeping through. Nothing can stop his momentum that he's found in. And there you go. Decent amount of time being bought from Zola Crazy. Will now need to back off. I'm pretty sure, yep, he will be caught in the explosion. But it doesn't matter. Exeli finally able to get another round on the board. 12 rounds on the board. It's 12-10. Overconfidence, certainly. You can see all the smiles now. They have faded away from their faces.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Match point for Exeli Esports, and once again, you come back to how they won that round. It was that initial aggression shown towards C-Long, which forced all of the attention for MNF towards that side, allowing them to go for that slow rotate. So that's exactly what I want to see once again. In the early parts of the round, speed it up, take advantage of the fact that MNF like the game nice and slow, and then maybe they can punish them on the rotate. But once again, Sami going on his lonesome. No flash, no fault line, nothing, just completely exposed, trying to win 1v1 duels. That's not the way you want to go with the Breach composition.
12-10. 4 players still alive. 1 man's taken out, which is Sami, the duelist, as we mentioned. Now, Exeli are going to have a lot of trouble to make the execution happen in the site. I don't exactly know why Sami is just overextending himself all the time and getting caught. Maybe he should try and play off of his breach, because that's the main combination. As you mentioned, the flash and dash really does matter a lot and can be a key changing composition. Zola Crazy strikes in, moves in, and there you go. The running gun will shut him down. A headshot to follow it through. Zola Crazy with 2 huge frags, and now they do know the final man is alive in the backside.
Spike down, C.
Zola Crazy, the only man left alive, the only string of hope to try and save the day for Exeli. But there you go. Missile follows it through with another frag. 11 rounds on the board. 1 more round to tie it up.
One more round to tie it all up. Right now, Exeli just giving up their economy once again. And I think this is most definitely going to an overtime unless Sami pulls out some nutty shots or Zolo pulls off some nutty shots. Because look at the eco and then look at the ultimates available. Every single option in the book of Missile and Friends, every single potential way they could win the round available. So this round most definitely in the driver's seat for the side of Missile and Friends, but a simple read might change all of that. Sami realizing he's been getting shut down again and again in this garage push, this time gonna take his teammates to try and make the same thing happen. They've shut down the alarm bot, but really good discipline from Missile and Friends. They're like, guys, we literally have all the ultimates we need. Let's step back, let them have the site, we'll retake.
Look at how cautiously now both the teams are taking, huh? Exeli, it's just funny to me how they were started things off, how they were able to kick things off, and now look at where we have stopped. Missile and Friends able to make a huge comeback happen. Even though the scan comes through, Missile still isn't phased away. He lets himself get scanned. Crosses straight with the operator. Intention is pretty clear as well. He wants to find the opening frag, as they were able to do so. But this is a brilliant take coming in inside the site. Oh my god, Cosmic Divide used to block off both the entrances. And this is huge. Exeli having his side control. Hopefully they're able to play it off of pretty well in the post plans, because that's where they've been choking quite a lot.
Yeah, but they do have post-plant positions now. The Hunter's Fury being used quite early to try and find out those positions, but not a single tag so far will keep Exeli in a comfortable spot. Now, again, the Killjoy lockdown being used, but because of the Aftershock interaction with it, that's been shut down as well. And even though Missile and Friends had all the options, they're not able to find the retake so far. A 2-for-2 trade works out for Exeli, because now they have the Swarm Grenades to play for the post-plant. But the Spectre, Necro, the Spectre not so ideal. He's going to look to pick up a Vandal. Going in, Outlaw for the win. He finds it, and so does Exeli. Missile and Friends, they came so close. They had everything, but they couldn't pull it off.
Oh my god, indeed. They had everything, but in the end, just couldn't pull it off. Missile and Friends, wow. I don't exactly know what to say, man. I mean, the comeback was there. The comeback was definitely there. Exeli, they were getting punished a lot for the overconfidence. And Sami as well, somewhere down line later on, he just started inting. But finally able to get his emotions under control, and Exeli able to get the win on the first map. That's going to help them quite a lot to boost it up. But still, Missile and Friends' confidence will also be on top.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Missile and Friends are going to be feeling themselves. They're going to think, oh my god, we made a crucial error in that last round, but that's all right. We can move forward to the rest of the best of 5 series because we've got plenty of opportunities to pull it back. But the same could be said for Exeli, Necro. They're going to be thinking, guys, we were in the driver's seat. We just made a few key errors by getting perhaps a little complacent in that second half. We just need to keep our heads focused, and then we can take that big a lead and finish it off quick. So we'll have to see.
I mean, Exeli are still making it look pretty easy. I don't know what just happened there. Overconfidence was being punished clearly a lot. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and continue the conversation. So clearly we saw a lot of players inting from the side of Exeli, and that should be stopped to moving in inside the next map. Even though you do have a huge lead, that doesn't mean you start showing off a lot of overconfidence. You start going for some some cocky plays. Just try to play your systematic game, try to be competitive, and try to close out things if you're able to close them out pretty well. Because if you're able to close out things on a huge gap or on a huge distance in the scoreline, that's just going to increase your team's what do you say, like overall strength in general.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for the side of Exeli, this is a bit of a wake-up call because they don't want to be put in this position once again. But you can see the difference between these teams being the fact that it came down to just those small plays. And when it comes down to those tiny factors, it can go either way, Necro. So I think what we know for sure is that we're in for a thriller of the series.
Oh, man. And look at the headshot percentage for Missile and Friends, though, just skyrocketing up. 21.4% on lead from Exeli, but then Missile and Friends started hitting some nutty shots in the end. Frag wins clearly over here, but yeah, it's a close matchup without a doubt. 13-11 was the score line, so things are looking pretty well. I do want to see how things are really going to be looking like in the future rounds, though. Soon we're going to be getting the MVP comparison, and I do want to see in what round which player started popping off.
Yeah, and for me, I think not just is it about players popping off, it's these small things, right? Because even towards the end in that last round, I do feel like there was a bit of miscoordination in the regard to what they knew about Exeli's post plan, which is the fact that as soon as the Hunter's Fury comes out and doesn't tag anyone in those positions, they got to understand that Exeli is most likely playing on site because the positions the Hunter's Fury was trying to clear out were towards that C-long cubby, C-long areas, and they got no information in that regard. So that little bit of coordination could have gone a long way for them getting the round, even if, for example, with that Aftershock Killjoy lockdown interaction, as soon as you realize that the Aftershock came from site, you got to know that that breach is playing on that default plant area. These small bits and pieces of information, I feel Missile and Friends, they really got to make sure they convey to each other in the next maps.
I mean, Missile and Friends overall, I don't know what to say, man. I mean, we have seen them play in the past. They are experienced players for sure. But again, when you talk about communication and all that stuff at the start, it did seem like lacking quite a lot. The rotations weren't really on point. The utility usage weren't triggered on point. On the other hand, same thing looked like Exeli. Both the teams were making a lot of rookie mistakes, but I feel like at the start, Exeli were just able to steamroll it through. They were able to get easy side control. They were able to, just overall roll on them. But then later on, this is when Missile and Friends just started realizing that, okay, these guys are just getting really overconfident. And also Exeli started making a lot of insane amount of just rookie mistakes, and this is where they started capitalizing. But take a look at the viewer rewards, exclusive merchandise for you all. Every single day we're giving these rewards away, and all you guys need to do to apply for the giveaway is make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel. Go ahead on your social medias, make a post, type hashtag VCC, and also tag NODWIN Gaming in it. But with that being said, first map out the gate, we're probably going to be moving inside the second map, but before that we'll have to head towards a short little break.
It's a bad man signal, give a sign. And we are gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting up. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and they buy your cuts in the middle. When the flames catch higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Pull up. And pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN Gaming's Valorant Conquerors Championship. This is the road to VCT for the South Asia region. Now, first map out the gate, comeback was pretty much there for Missile and Friends as well, but I feel like it was more kind of like Exeli was making a lot of mistakes and making a lot of rookie mistakes. They knew that they were making these mistakes, but they were still doing it over and over again. But hopefully moving inside the second map, they're not going to do that because, again, as I talked about, this is a play for your respect. Even though the enemy team is not really parallel to you, even though they're not as good as you still need to have that huge difference in the scoreline. If you're able to have that moving on forward in the grand finals playoff, there are going to be a couple of teams that will start respecting you.
I think it's especially important to think about the way those mistakes happen, right? I feel like Sami almost overthinking, or perhaps even if the instruction was from the IGL, overthinking in the sense that they're like, if we keep flashing and dashing, maybe it won't work. So maybe we need to start walking in and trying to catch them by surprise. No, that's not necessary at all. When you've already demolished your opponents in that first half, I think they need to stick to their fundamentals. And if the other team starts actually outplaying them, starts thinking about ways to break their defaults, then they can start doing these sneaky strats. So rather than go from the start and be proactive with the change in the strats, I feel like Exeli need to instead just focus on what they know best, which is the core of their composition, and really the best part about these players, their ability to pull off these fundamental plays with such ease.
Ability to pull off these plays, but again, Exeli, as I mentioned, they're just trying to play the same games as we saw, like exploited. Nothing really kind of exposed, not really like crucial strategies exposed. We still don't know when you talk about technicality from this team, how they're going to be looking like in an actual competition. Because at the start, I do understand somewhere down line, they just started like steamrolling through. Even in the attacking side, they were able to steamroll. But then later on, because of rookie mistakes, they started like able to get the comeback. But I still feel like that's not a lot of info to work off of with how our Exeli going to be playing and moving on in the map of Ascent. Now, Ascent is a map where I'm still going to be rooting for Exeli personally because, of course, an OG map out there. Each and every single team has a decent amount of experience on Ascent. And talk about experience, the same thing is going to be even on the side of MNF. So MNF has picked up Ascent, but it doesn't matter. As I said, Ascent is an OG map, so I'm expecting a tough competition even from the side of Exeli.
I mean, they're just going to pick up where they left off, most likely. I doubt the compositions are going to change whatsoever. That Breach combo that much more stronger. Actually, I guess I am wrong in that regard. The Breach being dropped for the Sky, and I feel like this might just suit the side of Missile and Friends a little bit more, because we saw on their attack, they prefer to be much slower, much more based on those rotations. So I want to see how Exeli is able to come out with this composition, because even in terms of the agents playing it, for Exeli, it's not changing. Fancy just switching from the Breach to the Sky, but for the side of Missile and Friends, Kyojin, who was on the Breach, now shifting on to that Killjoy, Mr. Red picking up that Sky. So a slight change in roles in that regard.
Interesting. I do want to see how things are going to be working out, but again, talk about team synergy. Missile and Friends clearly lacking that. Same thing looked like for Exeli in the later phases. It just seemed like things were slipping off for them. So Ascent map is going to be kind of like a decider where we'll get a clear vision of what's going to be the outcome or the result in the third game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see which team has learned the most from that Haven map, which team is able to adapt the best and persevere as they look to move their team forward into that Grand Finals playoffs. And for me, I think not only is this become a big test for these teams, it's also a big showcase of what the Bangladeshi region is capable of. They need to make sure that they show up without the errors, but rather in regards to the fact that these are teams that other teams in the Grand Finals playoffs will very much look to with fear. And I think that's the best case scenario for us neutral players, because when it comes to that later stage, when it comes to even the wild card, we want teams to be at their very, very best. So if you are going to make errors, the best place to get rid of them is right here, right now.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Because I feel like if a team loses over here and moves over to the wild card is pretty much kind of like the... Okay, so there's like some professional fights where they're actually like professional fights. And then there's a place where you move down to the underground fights. This is where all the illegal fights happen. And this is what wildcard is. Everyone's going to be wild over there. There's going to be no rules, man. It's going to be crazy. But yeah, moving it forward. Pistol round, as always, to kick things off. First round, let's see who's able to get it on the board. Dash comes through. Sami again, kind of hinting over there. There was no one to follow it. There was no one to follow it up. Sami, I don't know why you're doing this. Just straight up dashing in Kyojin's face, even without having no info. We didn't see any guiding light coming through that actually delivering that. Okay, there is someone present there. So Sami just straight up dashed in the market.
Now look at this. Actually, they're trying to use presence of Fancy to create a mid to be execute, and it works out well because with that Killjoy being shut down, the B site should be much easier to take, but the backup is already here. The Trailblazer does spot them out, and now with that they can isolate Hermione, but 10 points to Gryffindor because Hermione doesn't give up.
Hermione doesn't give up indeed, but Missile able to follow it through with 2 huge frags, and now it's a 1-on-2. Outlaw going to be having a lot of eyes on him. Certainly need to eat these men alive. Able to find one. Second man's right on the right side. Is he going to be expecting that? That's the question. If he gets to read through. Beautiful play coming through. Drops inside log. First cleared that out. Took a little bit of shots in the wall bank, but it doesn't matter. Still has a decent bit of HP to make a comeback. He will still need 2 bullets from a Sheriff to be taken out. And that's huge. And now Outlaw has a little glimmer, but it doesn't matter. Missile quick with the shot. I feel like he should have just went to backside instantly as soon as he got the plant.
Yeah, I think he might be worrying about the fact that he'll get caught off guard in that dead area between the boxes and the backside. So it did come down to those small reads, a bit of timing as well. But at the end of the day, Missile, so damn good. I think right here, though, is where the crucial error was made. They had to have known that one player was probably in sight or in boat house. So rather than both checking different angles together, I would have preferred they double peeked him and taken him down because Hermione was just at 10 HP. Him finding that frag as they entered gave more than enough time for players like Missile from Missile and Friends to then come through and push for the retake.
Oh my god, close. Another one falling through, but nothing really found just yet. Clear full eco from the side of Exeli. Confident somewhere down line, beautifully shut down.
Oh.
A nice shot coming through from Missile, follows it up with 2. Third time misses it. Sami will take him out. That's one gun off. 2 players alive. They can try to deal a little bit more damage. Fantasy 9 can try and connect some insane headshots, but no, Pyro is just denying that. Fantasy 9 quite low.
One enemy remaining.
Need that back.
And just as easily, Missile and Friends able to pick up that anti-eco and now going on to the buy for Exeli. The bonus for Missile and Friends with having just lost 1 weapon. Missed a few shots there, Missile, at the start of the round, but more than compensated with those 2 kills being picked up in that A3 entrance, the A catwalk area. And just like that, Missile now 5-1. He can go for the full eco because he has his Blade Storm ready. This guarantees him an operator coming through in the next round, which is going to be the true buy for Missile and Friends.
This round's going to matter a lot for Missile and Friends, yeah. Similarly goes for Exeli, but the confidence that Exeli are able to show, even though competition got pretty close in the previous time, it seems like it's not phasing away, and Sami is just always getting shut down. Sami, you got to stop being so aggressive. Work with your team. I do understand you're a Jet player, but this is not a normal competitive game. You need to get your heads in. Missile with that cracked up shot will have all the eyes locked on the prize now. He wants to get this round on the board too for his team. That's a huge shutdown, man. Jewel is taken out. Kyojin able to follow with another one. He should be able to get third one, but no. Shoots cross restraint. He will shut him down instantly. 3-on-4.
I wish Hermione had picked up the Ares. Could have done that spam much better with it, but it's not going to matter right now because Zolo just walking in blindly into sight gets caught at the butt end of a crossfire. Pyro taking him down, and this is starting to become disastrous for the side of Exeli because not only are they in a position where they might lose the round, but they've already lost a significant amount of weaponry in the bonus for Missile and Friends. The round as well now gone. Missile and Friends starting to get rampant on Ascend, run away with this map.
Talk about rampant. Take a look at this replay, man. This follow from Kyojin was absolutely huge, and I don't understand how Zola does not check on his right side. I mean, it's one of those angles that you're supposed to pretty much check and clear out. You're supposed to, even if you're the only man trying to clear it out. I personally, when I try to enter this A site, I try to jiggle peek through corners, and when I jiggle peek through left side, I instantly try to flick back and try to look at the right side. If there's someone in the right side, as I'm jiggle peeking, he will probably try to shoot my shoulder. He will get a couple of shots back, but still, at least I'll have a fair bit of chance to fight back.
Trying to take mid control here. Exeli playing this really, really slow. But the way they've left the spike, once again, trying to go for a mid to be execute. Hermione doing well to take down that turret. Personally, I love that turret because it gives you information on A catwalk as well as that mid area. So taking that down could be huge for Missile and Friends themselves. But the discipline is what I really appreciate. Look at the way they're playing on site, right? Looking for the pop flashes. Mr. Red, he finds the perfect pop flash, shuts down the A entry, and now he's got the backup with which he can just hold on to that A3 area for as long as he wants.
There we go. Hermione. Shock dart comes through. Nana swarms inbound too. He has a recon dart available, but he exactly knows what's going on in the short. Everyone falls away. He has heard the sound cues. 4-on-4 situation. No one has the man advantage just yet, but talk about HP advantage. Missile and Friends clearly leading that. Trailblazer spots out the operator. Now they know it's on the back, pretty much on the back over here in the CT. On the defender side of the site. Hunter's Fury inbound to try and shut down the operator, but instead it's the Astra taken care of, and that's huge because now as the controller's not really in the game, this retake's going to be pretty much next to impossible.
What started off as a simple trade by Shivs in the A3 area is now turning into a thrifty for Exeli Esports. Shivs freaks, most definitely a freak with that Sheriff, Necro. Brilliant shots, all 4 of them with that Sheriff. Hats off, pulling back momentum for Exeli Esports.
And this Hunter's Fury is pretty key too, man. Even though he didn't really... This Hunter's Fury is pretty key. As soon as you shut down the controller, the chances of retake are pretty much less because you do need those smokes and those gravity wells when it comes to the Astra to try and flush enemies out of the position, or at least to try and block the enemy vision. So, controller taken out, retake possibility is pretty much next to 0. That's what they exactly realized. 3-1 is the score line, and finally Exeli able to get around on the board. Missile and friends, they're making it close.
They most certainly are, Necro. But look at this now. Missile and friends, they've got that key ultimate in that lockdown ready. I would have preferred to see Killjoy playing in completely defensive anchor setup because of that lockdown, but instead they're stacking on this A catwalk area. They've got their read that, hey, Exeli keep coming back to this catwalk area to try and make a push happen, but it's a bit weird the way they're stacking because you can see they threw a nanoswarm to deny entry. Usually when you see that crossfire, they play it very slow without giving any information to bait the opposition, but because that nanoswarm was thrown, Exeli is like, we don't want to commit so much, let's go somewhere else, and suddenly that crossfire completely useless.
Crossfire certainly useless, but again, as you can see clearly, a couple of players available in the defender spawn. And Missile, I do like the proactive move from him. He's still making sure that he's watching the flank. But until then, he has given away a lot of side control. But Sami, as always, just overextending, getting punished. I don't know why Sami is doing this. He needs to stop doing that. He needs to try and play with his team. I do understand he's got a lot of control, but doesn't mean you can try and make some heroic plays happen all by yourself. He needs to stay with your team. Guy moves in. Beautiful shutdown comes through, and Fancy able to follow it up with 2. That's huge. 5 seconds left on the clock. They're going for a plant. They will have more than enough time. Spike planted. And now the time's ticking. The defenders will have pressure.
Now look at this with the heal coming through as well. Exeli in a great position to finish off this round. 3v2 because of the Seekers. They know exactly where the retake is coming from. But still Kyojin managed to win one duel. A trade coming through will mean now all they need to do is double peek. Don't let him isolate the duels. And they do exactly that. Wasn't a double peek, but the trade was there immediately as soon as one player went down. And just like that, Exeli, they pull back another round, and I 100% agree, Necro. This right here, Sami keeps making these hero plays. He doesn't need to because look at how these rounds are turning out. Last round, it was Shiv's Freaks really stepping up to help his team pick it up. This round, Fancy 9. Both of the initiators stepping up when their team needs it, and that's exactly what Sami needs to rely on. He's like, wait a second, I've got 2 initiators for me. They can give me a lot of information. Needs to make that push on the basis of that information, not on the basis of the fact that he's the star player.
Look at that. Oh, quick frag. The gravity wells just creating so much problems. Sami finally able to do something as an opening fragger. Getting 2 frags on this board. 3-2 being the scoreline. It's just shock dart trades coming through.
And I love this because finally we get to see a bit of a combo play that Gravity Well, Zolo and Sami combining rather than Sami just trying to push and find dry peaks himself. But a key shot from Piror has made this a 3v3 Necro. Now Piror, I don't think I don't think he's been able to retrieve that weapon, Piror, so still an advantage for Exeli considering the fact that this is an eco round for Missile and Friends.
Just crosser, interesting. Okay. B site, right on the gates. We're trying to hold him off the gates too, but Crazy's already followed up to the logs. Shu was about right behind him, and no one's being spotted just yet. Hermione maybe spotted a little glimpse. And the peek comes through, and will they line up? That's collateral right there. That's collateral damage right there.
30 seconds left.
Hermione will single-handedly shut down this push. Should realize, yep, there will be a push coming from the back. Another attack comes through. Oh no, Fancy is just in so much trouble. And a thrifty round coming through from Exeli and friends. Oh no! Oh my God, Missile and friends.
It's just like, again, overthinking it, Exeli. They have a 3v3 advantage in terms of the fact that the weaponry is in their favor. They don't need to be that sneaky or line up that much. You can see both of them looking different angles. They just give a free collat over. Leave Fancy completely stranded, and a Thrifty picked up for Missile and Friends. Overthinking this completely, Exeli. They just need to play it simple. In that situation, they could have, as soon as, yeah, I understand being sneaky through B main. I understand sneakily walking into site, but as soon as you've got site control, just flash off that defender site spawn area and try to either push them or just go into site and play on the post line. Don't need to wait for them to peek out and give them an opportunity to find double kills like that.
Scout destroyed.
4-2 is the scoreline. And yeah, Missile finally gets the operator on the board. That's going to be a huge threat again for something to deal with. Sami again with the aggression, able to find one. Sami throughout the day, I mean, at the start of the previous game, it did seem like he had activated himself, but then later on he started shutting himself down because over-aggression was the reason. And now moving inside this round, Missile's got the operator and he has something to really worry about. Hermione left on the only man left on the site. Sami clearly opens the floodgates of the market. Beautiful attack coming through for Hermione, and Sami now problems will be there, but it doesn't matter. Sami's too quick to react. A little peek, and that'll be enough. The Gloomer will be shut down.
I'm just very glad that he waited for the guiding light to come through before going for the peak. The small things he wanted change, but hold on, talking about change. Piror able to win back-to-back 1v1 duos, make this a 1v1 in this stage. He's got the Cosmic Divide, but instead just going for the dry peak here, Necro. Oh, trying to push in. Piror gives away a lot of information on his footsteps and playing Ringa Roses. Fancy 9 is gonna catch him completely off. Before people start losing their mind about why he was turned against the wall, I think the reason he's trying to do that is because he wants to stick to the wall, completely expecting the post line to come through from the first lane. And if you stick to the wall and defuse it, that first lane cannot spot you on that post line. So I can understand the intentions of Piror, but that's where the sneaky plays could have helped.
Oh no, just Fancy just completely outplayed him, man. Around the boxes, the Ringa Roses, as you like to call it. Indeed, played a lot Ringa Roses there. And yeah, outplaying him out the game. 4-3, Exeli, somewhere down line, able to close the lead over here. Compared to the previous round, these rounds are being way too slower. And now finally, I feel like Exeli, somewhere down line, they're giving the respect to that Missile and Friends deserve.
Yeah, most definitely. But a number of key utilities used by the side of Exeli right there. I think trying to make sure that they're able to push in all the way through. Now, look at this from Missile and Friends, but their setup not going to work out for them because they've left mid completely uncontested. Sami able to just waltz on in there, shut down Hermione, and he's just being a nuisance right now because for the side of Exeli, they've got plenty of time. They don't need to commit to a site just yet.
You should run.
Talk about not committing to a fight just yet. Fancy just runs and guns through with the Phantom. That's what it's known for, isn't it? Phantom, running gun. And now Spike being planted with the lockdown. Missile and Friends have no other choice rather than to get this plant through. Keep in mind, Missile and Friends still have Trailblazers available. And I was going to say Cosmic Divide, but both of them now being shut down. Exeli, they're able to make the bodies rain, and what? Fancy! Are you kidding me? Walks out in the open just like that. That's quite questionable, even though no one checked the defender's side.
Yeah. And again, like setups issues coming in from the side of Missile and Friends. In my opinion, when you've got that Killjoy lockdown, you can play her on B side just completely defensive in that boathouse area with the idea that as soon as her alarm bot or her turret gives her some information, she can use that lockdown to shut down site. But instead, they're playing much more split up, allowing Exeli to isolate them and pick them up one by one. And now a 4-4 scoreline, and this has started to become a bit of a trend, where last match it was Exeli getting off to a strong start before fumbling and falling down. this map, even though it was a huge lead for Missile and Friends at the start, it's become equalized with Exeli starting to push back, and now with the Seekers online for Fancy, they're going for a fast execute.
Well, for a fast execute, Fancy able to find one. Hero taken out, 4-on-5 situation. Exeli, for now, will have man advantage. 4-4 is the scoreline. They're a little bit equal as it out. And finally, I'm really happy to see Sami put a little bit of halt to his aggression. He's just taking things a little slow. He wants to play with his teammates. Zola crazy, the man in B main. He has an instrumental position again if he shuts down this jet, but no. Missile denies that instantly. Hopes and dreams he crashed of crazy to make some crazy plays happen. Sami over here just jiggle peeking that angle, and White looks away in the wrong nick of time with Outlaw. It's fine, he's there. He's available, but Harmony is able to connect those clean shots. Another follows through, and Exeli will shut down Harmony.
Just like that, Harmony shut down, and again, it seems like Exeli are back to those fundamental plays where they are taking mid control repeatedly, but in the rounds where they've aggressed mid very aggressively, they're able to go to the next round, play it slower. This round, as you could see, rather the round right before this, as you could see, Outlaw coming on the late wrap while they hard executed that B side, making sure that when all of the attention of Missile and Friends is in one direction, Outlaw can pull off the lurk. And we talked about this, right, Necro? We wanted to see much more simpler, fundamental play from Exeli, and while it wasn't there at the start of this map, I am glad that now it is back online. Now, aggressive with that Sky utility to take that ult-up control. They have that Hunter's Fury to play for the post-plant, but this triple stack from Missile, it could be the right read they want, because finally, they're relying on that Killjoy to play heavy anchor on that B side on the basis of a lockdown.
Look at this. Things being taken so slow by Exeli finally, and giving Missile and Friends the respect they deserve. I like this now. Missile and Friends pretty much earning their spot in the Exeli's hearts. And now they will have to give them respect. Sami is still posted up in Winery. So I'm pretty sure Sami's going to be having that itch of taking the early engagements and going for those duels. But for now, Sami's taking things pretty cautiously and slow. Nothing exactly yet, but the Spike's presence outside A main. The intention somewhere down line might just be clear, but no, the last second rotation comes through. And so the Spike as well now be rotated all the way on the B site. I do want to see how things are going to be looking like now.
They've once again left Outlaw on the late wrap from mid, but this time I do think Sami's going to join in, but already with Missile shutting down Shivs, they've not got enough time to make that slow push happen. They got to pick it up.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Missile able to line him up. And the Hunter's Fury comes out as well to try and stop the aggression or try and deny the plant through. Spike being planted, it's a 2-on-3, but still the advantage should be in the hands of Exeli because now the retake for the side of Missile and Friends will be a little tough. They have the Cosmic Divide available, and I feel like this is the right time to use it. Try and block off the back site. Still, it's a 2-on-2. Pretty much a doable clutch. Looks away in the nick of time, and oh no, that's not really a good thing. And Piro will just easily able to clean it through.
Again, small synergistic errors. Sami is not the one who needs to be breaking that recon right there. That's Fancy's job. So Sami turning around. I'm not sure if the comm was not given, hey, break the recon, or if Sami just, you know, taking the burden of everything upon himself. That 2v2 postman could have most definitely be pulled off, but well played by the side of Missile and Friends to ensure that a round that looked like it was going in their favor, with Missile finding those initial frags as Exeli tried to rush it in the last second. It did end up going in their favor. But now, for the side of both of these teams in that 5-5 scoreline, what's really important, Necro, is the momentum. We saw it yesterday in the Pakistan qualifiers, where once Exploit got a taste of that momentum, they did not stop. I think for both of these teams, they've been unable to do that so far on the map of Ascent. So finding that momentum can be huge, but this is the interaction I'm talking about. Missile not worried about the recon because he has his teammate to take it down. What? He was flashed.
Yep. Flash and still hits that shot. Missile shuts down the opposing jet. Duel has now been taken care of. That's a huge threat out the gate too. And now they don't even have a duelist to make the entry inside the site, so this is going to be a little tough. How are Exeli going to be able to pull it off? Question. of the year.
They are using that drone proactively towards
Oh
that
my
mid area to
God,
get
no.
info
Mid.
No,
on a
stop.
short. As you said, Missile is just running away with it. They're not able to shut him down, and he is making them feel the pain. Former Exeli player really putting down the pain on the current Exeli roster. Make that 3 Missile. He is unstoppable.
Yep, Missile indeed unstoppable. A huge 3K. Exeli, at this point, you gotta wonder what's going on. And the only thing that's going wrong is that they're giving a lot of dry peaks, man.
Yeah.
Insane amount of dry peaks. Like, they're not even able to follow it through. Where are their trades? If one man goes down, you should be there to trade it out. But no, there are just no trades. Exeli, these are rookie mistakes, and you're a professional organization. You can't do these.
100% agree. They're getting caught off guard by Missile's peaks again and again. Like, I'll give it to Sami in that. Okay, in that situation, yeah, he is expecting Missile to be flash, and that's why he's peeking.
Yeah.
But the 2 peaks, especially the one on Fancy, that's not something that should be happening whatsoever. If not going for the double peek in itself, they have enough utility in that double initiator or even the Astra stuns to make sure that Missile doesn't get those dry fights. But time and time again, they're giving that. This time, though, Fancy's taking it upon himself to make sure that Missile does not get to have fun in this round. There's a lot of utility invested to keep Missile's attention there, while Exeli pushes on forward to the A side.
I've got your trail.
I honestly just don't understand how he's able to isolate these duels. But yeah, this time, hopefully, that's not the case. The spike plan comes through. Exeli finally getting the site control in their hands. Sami as well having a pretty bold position. He's looking to connect the skulls, but again, don't exactly know if that's going to be the case or not. On top of the gen, counter lockdown coming through from the side of defender side as well. Hunter's Fury instantly destroyed, so that's a good play. Lockdown taken care of. Sami will still have a lot of angles to worry. Yep, position he's found himself in, not personally a fan of it. Oh no, oh no. There we go.
Player standing.
It's just a
One
complete
enemy
bloodbath on the
remaining.
site. It's a one-on-one situation now.
I don't think Pedro knows that Outlaw has managed to sneak himself into that door area, and Outlaw just out-reading him. He's like, I know you're not sticking him, man. I know that first one is a fake. Taking him down, and that's such a huge round for the side of Exeli. Makes it 6-6 on the board. Not a big fan of this Cosmic Divide, because as you can see, it left a little bit of space after A main, allowing the Sova in Freaks and the Killjoy in Outlaw to sneak into sight, and then later in that stage, allowing Outlaw to get into that doors area, catching Missile and friends completely off guard. But a 6-6 scoreline, I think it works well for both of these teams, because on one hand, Missile's operator not as big a factor anymore on that attacking side, but on the other hand, a much better scoreline for MNF as compared to the first half in Haven. If they could come back from that scoreline, well, they're going to do wonders with this.
And I feel like the main goal over here for Exeli should be to get the operator in the hands of Sami.
Oh yeah,
that should be the main goal. Like, there should be nothing else, but then they should just give calls to Sami that, okay, try and save as much as money as possible, try and save, get as much as credits as possible, and get the operator in the hands as quick as possible. If you do, in the map of Ascent, the operator player can be just an absolute menace.
One enemy
But
remaining.
Exeli, good frags coming through. 3 players still alive. Hermione, the only man left. On top of the mid, finds one. Try to go for a switch on the pistol, but will be caught by Zolo.
Yeah, getting caught off guard right there by Zolo. Exeli able to pick up that pistol, and Necro, we have to start talking about, once again, the defaults that these teams are adopting, because you can see a clear difference in the way Outlaw likes to play his KJ and in the way Kyojin was playing his KJ. Where that turret, you can see over in that A site, it's all of it to just deny complete entry into site. So I immediately like the fact that they're playing around each other more than just playing to play on their individual defaults. What this ensures is that even if they give up site, they buy enough time in that post plan to get an easy retake on. But for now, this is what I'm talking about. Sami looking for that aggressive peek, has the Marshall. Already a bunch of damage taken by Missile and friends, and the collapse just set up in perfection with that. Streaks and Sami combining for that triple.
There we go. The Marshall into play. Sami finally showing a glimpse of what he's capable of.
Spike down.
Zolo able to follow it up again. Hermione, the only man left alive. Poor man, and a flawless round.
Sami be like, let me just make that, you know, a clip for Insta real quick. get a jump peek in,
Clip.
and whap them in the face. But hey, this is what I'm talking about. You see the low health bars? I think that's because of a gravity well and shock dart combo in the initial part of the round towards that beam in area. They're able to get them down low, and Sami just able to finish it up.
Talk about kills, man. Not kills, I mean clips. Do you have any of your like insane gamer moment clips?
I have like a 40 GB or 45 GB folder. I just never feel like posting because in general they're so inconsistent. Once I start doing it on a consistent basis, maybe I'll post it. But talking about a consistent basis, Missile has been an insane performer for Exeli so far, especially on... Sorry, I got that wrong. He was a performer for Exeli in VCC1. Now for Missile and friends.
It's confusing. It's confusing. That's like in the past as well. I called them like Exeli and friends. So it's like
I mean, they are
it's
friends.
confusing. Yeah, they are kind of friends. I'm not gonna lie. So, but yeah, flashes out from both the sides. Will force Fancy back on backside. Exeli now, they will have to make the rotation happen pretty quickly. This round's going to mean quite a lot to them. Again, Exeli has the bonus in this round, so nothing to sweat about. Even if they do lose, they're still going to get the guns down on the other round. But the recon's quite huge. Still a lot of attacks coming through, but nothing to follow it up. And gotta worry, man. What's going on wrong? What's going wrong with Exeli?
This was just their bonus, but I feel like at least a little bit of damage needed to be done, and so far they haven't been able to achieve any of that. Now barely spotting out Kyojin, but that recent nerf to the Spectre ensuring that that mid-range battle between a rifle and a Spectre, well, it just completely stacked in the favor of that rifle. MNF now having spotted out Zolo. I really hope they don't give him 1v1s and let him do any damage to their eco.
43 HP only, dude. And a flawless round from Missile and Friends. Even though it was a bonus round, at least you're supposed to make something happen. Now the bonus round completely wasted. I don't know what to say.
One enemy remaining.
We'll have to see if they can make up for it with this next buy round coming up for Exeli. The operator should be online for SS Sami, and that's exactly what it is. Full buy for Exeli Esports, and as you said, in a bonus, you at least want to take away a couple weapons so the attacking team can build up their eco, because look at the economy situation of Missile and Friends. Now, even if they do lose this round, they should be able to easily afford a buy coming up in the next, and it puts that much pressure on Exeli, because just like how Missile and Friends didn't lose a single weapon on their buy, Exeli cannot afford to lose many weapons on their own buy. They need to be careful.
Trailblazers out, spotted quite a lot of men. Exeli now well known. What exactly is going on? A headshot to follow through. Outlaw also being kind of concussed in the backside. Nanoswarm's out of force him out of his comfort zone. A jet quick updraft comes through, and Outlaw is going to line him up. Two quick frags, looking to get the third one, but Hermione finally putting a stop.
Now, in a 2v2, only an operator with shift streak, so he's got to give the information for Sami to make it happen. Sami barely missing that shot. Does Leisure Streak know where they are?
Oh my god.
What was that helicopter flick? Sami finding an insane shot, but Piro shuts him down. It's alright though, because Sami with the trade able to shut him down. But again, the economical damage is done. You can see the smiles on Exeli's face. I feel like a win-win for both of these teams. But this is what I'm most impressed by. Outlaw finding the tiniest of gaps to stay between both of the nano swarms that came through. He's like, hey, you think you're a Killjoy main? I know the nooks and crannies with which I'm able to exploit you. Able to shut down Missile, because without that, I feel like Exeli might have just lost that round. So Outlaw doing brilliantly, but this is what I'm talking about. The economical damage done by Missile and Friends. Now is their true moment to strike.
Indeed, the true moment to strike. Straight up stroll. Again, Exeli looking to find an opening. As I mentioned, he has the operator in the hand now.
Oh, look at B-Man.
In control, yeah, it's taking quite huge. Man gets spotted, it's Shuv. He's so up, but now they probably think that B-Man should be cleared, right? Or are they?
Oh, they're still gonna
Yep,
check.
they do. They hard clear that still. Fancy now taking out the gate as well. But no, Sami still has the operator. The star player Sami can make some star plays happen to stop this push. And only star plays are going to be able to like stop these push. If Sami's not able to pop up, it's pretty much going to be it. And I think so the call's being made to save.
Spike planted.
I really hope they don't save Spectres, because I do believe that's what the other two players have in Zolo and Outlaw. Besides Sami, I understand saving the Operator, but a Spectre, not so ideal. But I guess they made the call on the basis of the fact that, hey, we're going to have to eco this next round, so might as well hold on to your Spectres so you can play with those. And I do think, yeah, as you can see on Zolo, and I believe Outlaw as well, they've got full shields. So more than the Spectres is that extra shield factor, in the sense that if you're just saving the Spectre, it's just plus 600 credits, because you get a minus 1000 credit penalty when you save on losing rounds. But since you're saving the full shields as well, it's effectively 1600 credits that you're saving because of those full shields. So does end up being worth for Exeli, but Missile and friends, they won't care. Again, a buy round that goes through flawlessly for them. They're really able to build up their economy, and this is going to really start hurting Exeli in future rounds. Even if they manage to win them, they're not going to be able to put Missile and friends in a position where they can look to exploit that round win, rather than just keep them in that position where they can keep coming back with this full buy and forcing the issue wherever they want.
8-9 is the scoreline. Still, it's pretty close. Exeli having a clear lead of 1 round. Not gonna matter a lot, man. Exeli, this round's gonna mean quite a lot to them. Posted up in the mid. And Sami will need to find the opening frag. Hermione might just be the one to fall prey.
Oh, he needs someone to break this recon. For too late on that Zolo will force Sami to back off from that position. Will mean that now with this information, all Missile and friends really have to do is back up and go for a hard A execute. But you can see the read is there from Exeli. They're expecting the hard A execute, so they've instead responded with a 3-stack of their own. I wonder if this read might just work out, because once again, remember, this is effectively an eco. The Spectre was saved from Outlaw, the Vandal from Zolo saved from that last round, so not much investment from Exeli in this round. If they do end up winning it, it's going to be a big blow to Missile and friends.
98 is the scoreline, as I mentioned. All 4 players stacked out. Actually, scratch that. All 5 of them stacked outside 8. Missile makes the dash in the side. Zolo follows up with 2. A Missile in the front will finally shut it down. 3 on 4. Missile with 2 as well. Missile is able to make some star plays happen for sure. Sami somewhere down line. Will need to start activating himself a little bit more. Shorty in the hand in the close range. He should try and utilize the operator over here in these situations. Recon's available now. Fancy can pretty much try. I mean, pretty much they can try and go for the recon, and well, this is where Sami will start getting the visual info, and he can start striking in with the operator. Both the players are posted up.
He's gonna defuse.
Under health. Is he? Well, that's the question. No, he's not. And there we go. Sami connects the shot, and Shiv follows it up.
Really nice tap there from Sami. I thought he was just going to stick it, but instead, the call made between him and Shiv Streaks, like, hey, I'm going to stick it, and then look at the right side, you drop, and look at your natural angle, which is the left side, and they both win their individual duels. Could have been dicey if they lost it, but hey, like we talked about, not much investment done from the side of Exeli in this round, so the fact that they win it nevertheless, it's going to give them a big boost in terms of their economical situation, while making sure that that stacked economy that Missile and friends had, well, it ends right here, right now, because as you can see, with these full buys, not much creds left, so if they lose this round here, their economy is going to be broken and effectively hand over match point to Exeli Esports now. Having said that, what they do have is that Cosmic Divide to make a push happen, but we said this before, the hips don't lie, and when those guys' hip shows, it's just an easy pick for that operator.
Talk about hip showing. Missile showing its full body this time, but Fancy still gets 2. Oh, he's a man unfaced. He's a man in demon time, and Sami will get a 3K. Finally, Sami showing some star plays, or some star shots. And this is what Sami's known for, able to activate himself. Look at the posture, too. Now it seems like he realizes how he's found the gamer posture. He's activated it.
I still feel like he's taking a little too much pressure right here, Sami. I would like to see him just relax a little bit, you know? But I do like that posture, 100% agree. Straight back, gonna make sure that not only is his aim on point, but he's also able to, you know, keep his back alive. He is young though, so not gonna have as many back problems as
you do.
the people. Astra says, bye-bye, Boomer Duper Hermione. 10 points to Gryffindor. A beautiful peak shuts down Sami.
When he is talking about Boomer, he's talking about himself, chat.
What?
But yeah.
I don't have back pain. What?
Moving on.
I'm talking about Brimstone.
Covering it.
2 players already off the board. It's equal trade from both the sides.
What?
And Solo taking a lot of shots. 64 HP.
Need
But okay.
attack.
Still,
I think-
4 players alive on both sides.
I get that he is trying to recover the operator, but I'm confused as to why he would do a fake smoke. He was trying to recover the operator. Could have just as easily done this exact smoke and recovered the operator like he's doing now. Oh, actually not going to do that now. Instead,
Oh my God.
pushing in, he's going to catch them off guard. A guiding
God.
light perfectly
Spike down
timed,
mid.
and Zola will drop the spike.
Solo drops the spike,
player
but
standing.
talk about dropping skulls. That's what
Bot coming back.
Missile and friends are doing currently. It's a 3-on-1 just within a blink of an eye. And talk about throwing some rounds off. This is a prime example of that. Having all the
30
stars aligned in
seconds
this
left.
round and still able to screw it up
grenade
somewhere
out.
down the line. Exeli will need to start questioning themselves over here. Because that's an eco. And if they win that, that can be a thrifty round for them. Look at the plant coming through. Plant will also be
planted.
there on the board.
His
And now-
position now given away.
Yep, position given away. They exactly know where he's posted. All 3 players can just play off of some contact plays, but still is able to isolate the fight against Red.
Enemy
Now he'll find
No.
second one too, and now pretty much he knows where the last man is. He could have used the turret if he wanted.
Yeah, I really wish, especially after beating that second player, winning that second duel, I wish he'd gone for the turret and then used that turret peak to play on the contact where he was in a 1v1, but that turret could have given him the position to play effectively a 1v2 right there. And maybe even put the turret right in front of him in those 2 boxes on the site, but instead not doing that. And you can see the fact that even in the rounds Exeli have won, it goes down to the wire. Most of their players end up dying, means they're not able to stack up their economy. And now, even though they just lost 1 round, one of their players not able to afford a full buy, one of their players stuck on the light shield, so Sami, he's really going to have to pull something off, but Hermione's got his number. Back-to-back rounds, instant 1-taps.
Back-to-back rounds
You
indeed.
should run.
10 more
Cosmic
points for
Divide.
Gryffindor.
Cosmic Divide used too, man. Look at that. Lockdown's available. Hunter's Fury is available. She was able to find Hermione. That's a huge. And now again, 4-on-4 situation. Both the teams have an equal man number. Backing off from that.
But look at B-side.
B-side completely given away from
Spike
them.
planted.
B-side control taken. Spikes being planted. A wrong read coming through from the side of Exeli. And there we go. Beautifully played from the side of Missile and Friends. A huge fake coming through. And Exeli just falling for that. 4-on-4 situation, as I mentioned, and again, retake is certainly possible. They do have the controller available. Skies as well alive. KJ is too there. So the retake can definitely be possible, but as they should stop falling for the missile. There you go, finally a frag through on the missile. Fancy is able to bury him down. But a flash coming through from the side of defenders. Oh my god, even though he's blind, he's still able to follow it up with the frag, and now it's all down to Kyoji, the only man left alive. Finds a skull, finds another one. And a clutch coming through.
Oh boy, oh boy. A very, very close round in that. But Kyojin making sure that despite his teammates getting caught, which was a little weird because they used both of the guiding lights, but I thought they would peek off at least one, but they were just not peeking. And in retrospect, I understand why, because I guess the call given as the Boathouse players, they just wanted to buy the time. They knew Kyojin would come on the late trap from B main and be able to play on the post-plant diffuse situation entirely and able to clutch out the round. With that, the eco broken for Exeli. Let's see if Hermione has Sami's number once again, because Sami, he's going for that aggressive peek. Pulls out his Blade Storm.
Pulls out the Blade Storm, looking for some connections. Nothing found yet. Missile, on the other hand, finds one. But with cost of a lot of HP. Only down to 2 HP now. Sami has the daggers in the hand. Will be instantly shut down. The Phantom's on the board. Sami was the man that they were heavily relying on, and now Sami's shut down. That Blade Storm's out the gate. Now the Sheriffs are the only thing they will have to rely on, and the Marshal. But again, B-side execution, clearly seen. The vision's getting a little clearer over here. Trailblazer out to clear out the B main, and now they're just going to start opening the floodgates.
Really nice shot from Shrift Freaks there, but that's all it'll be. because the trade ensures that they're able to take side. But look at this, Zolo still in boat house. He might catch them off guard entirely. Drops the spike carrier, but again, a trade will ensure that Missile and friends very much happy with that situation. Able to close out that round, equalize the scoreline at 11-11. They find themselves at a very similar position to that last map, Necro. But last time around, they weren't able to close it out. I'm sure they want to change that.
Yeah, man. Exeli, I don't know what's going on. They need to start questioning themselves. They can't just start giving rounds like these. 11-11 is the scoreline again, and I feel like Exeli are probably going to win this again. Like, this is where they'll just activate themselves, and they're just going to, like, win 2 rounds back-to-back. They're not going to let them get any more.
I'm kind of worried about the fact that Missiles picked up the operator. Don't get me wrong, he was amazing on it in that defensive half, but this will unnecessarily slow down the attack, so he's got to make sure that he has his reads on point and is able to find the picks, because otherwise that slowdown could help make your prediction come through, which is Exeli's win. But hold on for a second here, because the last 2 times he saw Sami on the operator, Hermione slapped him in the face with clean headshots, so we'll see if he's able to do that again.
There we go. Zola crazy to crosshairs trained. Already utilities being placed on the board from the Astra. 11-11, pretty much tied up scoreline. And I'm expecting Exeli to pretty much close this one out too. If Exeli are able to do so, 2-0 will be the scoreline, and Missile and friends will feel all the pressure in the world. Still though, don't exactly know. I feel like they're still being really indecisive.
Oh, it's a fake.
And Missile of friends, yeah, there we go. A fake coming through, a fake lockdown as well, possibly. Follows it up. Hermione with the Hunter's Fury follows it up too. He's able to find one, looking to find the second one, gets the tag onto the second man.
Oh no, but this entire Killjoy setup to deny this first lane. Missile gonna certainly take a lot of damage, but still able to get his way onto site. Now Fancy does shut down the switch position. Oh, what? A bit of
Outlaw.
a whiff there from Outlaw.
You're supposed to connect the skull right there, Outlaw. You're not supposed to miss the shot like that. And Missile, there we go. Look at this man, he's so pumped. 12 rounds on the board. And Exeli and Fred, it feels like even he himself does not believe that they're almost about to win a map against Exeli.
I think he's in disbelief about the fact that he didn't die to Outlaw right there and was able to kill him. So right here you can see the insane quick scope from Missile. I mean, we were talking about Outlaw whiffing, so we have to give props to Missile too for being able to get that quick scope on and find that shot, because now Exeli, they're in a very, very poor position, Necro. Sami with no shields, the rest of his team with light shields, and one of their players with just the Spectre and the light shields. Exeli did manage to pull off a round against all odds, against 5 ultimates on the map of Haven to win the map for here. They've got to do it without the economy, without the shield, so even take it to overtime. We'll have to see, do they have the caliber, do they have the metal to be able to do this, and more than that, do they have the mental strength? Because that's the biggest test.
Mental strength. I mean, Exeli for now, their mental should be definitely broken. Because how they looked in the first round, I mean, I really feel like they were being quite disrespectful, not gonna lie. So yeah. Now, Missile and friends, they're able to earn their spot back up. Exeli, they have no other choice left rather than to respect what they're doing. Respect clearly being shown, but Exeli as well taking things really slow on the other hand. Missile and friends just showing that competitive nature in here. Blade Storm's activated. There we go. Cosmic Divide inbound as well. The scan comes through though. That's the problem. Scan gives his position away and the follow-up comes through instantly. Opening frag being found. The side control as well given away. And now Exeli, they're going to start to feel a lot of pressure.
In this 4v5 situation, this 1v1 might just decide it all. The wall gonna go down right about now. And Sami, he does manage to win that, but does he know that there's a player in B main looking for a late wrap? Cleared off the boxes, but did not go deep enough. Instead, electing to go full on the retake now. Exeli, they need to play on the trades, and that's exactly what they're doing. Piro taken down, Cosmic Device set up. Sami trying to push through with Swift Streaks, but he gets caught out. Just taking the defuse though.
Oh. Both of the players locked. As I mentioned, he's not really going for the stick anymore. Was blinded. Crazy finds that one, but misses.
Wait, what?
Spray transfer. He misses that. Did they have the time? Did they have the time? He's getting too close.
It's enough. It's enough. They have time.
0.24.
I'm just so confused with regards to the fact that Zolo, I mean, I get the fact that he held on to his trigger, but why did they not check that angle? Because Zolo just held his trigger and he was standing right here. Like, what? Mr. Red, you gotta just look to your right and he doesn't spot Zolo. Zolo able to take him down. Outlaw coming through for the clutch backup on the defuse because Zolo could not have left the spike defuse there. There was only 24 milliseconds left. So without that, that round would have gone away. But again, at the brink of the finish, against all odds, they push it to overtime. They call for a timeout, and you can see this timeout is not for strats. This timeout is just to get everyone back on a calm note and just tell them, guys, that was a little too close for comfort. I don't care how we win this map. We got to make sure we get that win. They're just getting the water through, getting themselves dehydrated, making sure, you know, their hands and feet are warmed up, though I'm not sure why you need the feet warmed up. Hands are the important part.
Well, you said they're getting themselves dehydrated.
Oh, hydrated. Oh my god. Honestly, after the way the last round in that first half went and the last round in this half went, like my brain's dehydrated. Like how?
Yeah.
How is Missile and Friends not able to finish this off? That round should have gone to them. They played it very well. Like Boathouse, even though they got separated by the cosmic divide, they used the pop flash very well. You just missed the red. If he checked Zolo, it could have all been different.
Now this is what you call scripted CA. You didn't get the script again, huh? You forgot.
Yeah, why don't I keep getting these scripts, man?
You forget. You just forget to collect them, man. I don't know what to say.
But I come to office first.
You did, but you just don't know the right place to go. You don't know where to go. I know. But anyways, moving on. 12 to 12. Scoreline tied up.
Oh no.
Sami finds the kill.
Oh!
What's going on? Sami. Sixth sense activated indeed. The spidey senses are tingling.
Yo.
And spamming through the smokes all over the place.
You gotta check that water bottle, man. What was in that water bottle?
What water bottle?
Scout destroyed.
The water bottle Sami drank from before he started hitting those nutty shots. We're talking about nutty shots. Piror himself able to get one for his
raw
team.
fuel. That's what was in the water bottle.
So you're saying he drank diesel? Or petrol?
Yep. That's what I get. He's not a man. He's a machine. He's a kill machine.
Nice recovery.
There we go.
But hey,
3 to 4, man. Exeli still having a man advantage. They can try and close it off. Decent amount of utility available. I like the recon dart. Gives his position away. Now they know exactly what's going on. But no, this is where things will start falling apart. And how does he not win that engagement? Even though he's being spotted by the Aldro, somehow loses that. And now it's all down to Mr. Red. With 77 HP on the board. Doesn't really have any armor available, too. Take a lot of damage from the turret. Just spamming through. We'll peek out into it. 11 HP left, but yeah, no time. One bullet will seal the deal, and that's what exactly happens. Another round, all day is all Exeli needs, and another map will be in their hands.
I feel like if this map goes into the hands of Exeli, the only way they lose this series is if they hand it to the side of Missile and Friends, because the morale for Missile and Friends has to be at an all-time low when you push forward to those 24, in this case 26 round maps, where you're ready to win it all, where you're ready to push forward for the victory, and you fumble in that last moment. That gotta demoralize you completely. Talking about being demoralized, Sami's still opting for the operator, even though Hermione shut him down again and again. This time though, without any shields. We'll have to see if Sami is able to shut them down. Now Missile, like a bird on top of this A main area, gonna use the drone to go for an instant peek. Catches out Shufreak and Sami, but they're able to barely get on out there with their lives. Shufreak's gonna be like, hey co-initiator, heal please, heal please.
There you go. Heals there too. And now Exeli. Look at that. 13 to 12. Just moving in forward slowly and steadily. Exeli, they're just anchoring down a sight. And on the other hand, the indecisive nature of Missile and Friends kicking in. Don't exactly know where to go. But again, it seems like a little fallback is coming through. That's a fake flash. That's literally a fake bird on the A main, thinking that maybe if the bird does get spotted, They will think that, okay, they're probably trying to make an entry on the A site. But again, falling back over here onto
30
the
seconds
B
left.
entrance. There are 3 players available. The Astro as well as slowly and steadily closing in. So Fancy 9 will need to make some pop-off plays happen. Outlaws available. 3 players in the front. Still finds a frag. We'll need to find another one, but no, instead. I feel like at that positioning, they should have just smoked through this. They should have just pushed through the smokes, realizing Outlaw spotted everyone just cross over.
Spike planted.
Shows.
The position for Missile is really key. He's playing just on the edge of that stairs. It's a double-edged sword because if he gets caught, the retake is just easy peasy for Exeli. But if he can find a kill, then maybe they hold on, but never the mind. It's over.
Yep. One last man alive for Moini with 14 HP. Still, anything can happen. A little bit of glimmer of hope is alive. Gotta have some hopiums in the chat, and there you go. The final man shut down. Exeli, another map on the board, 2-0. And now talk about pressure, emotional damage. That's what Missile and friends are gonna start facing.
Emotional damage indeed, Necro. And just some motivation being shared across the team, reminding Sami, hey, very well done. Despite the few key errors, the fact that they're able to claw out the win, that's what matters at the end of the day. 2-0 now on the series scoreline. Exceeli Esports on the right track to get themselves into that grand finals playoffs. But boy, oh boy, by the skin of their teeth, literally
Yeah.
by the skin of their teeth.
Got pretty close in the end, not gonna lie. Yep, by the skin of the teeth. And yeah, now moving on forward, 2 maps out the gate. As I said, you just didn't get the script, so I knew Exeli are going to be able to close it out in the end of the day. Even though you got tied up, I saw you getting kind of worried. Okay, maybe what's gonna happen? Even though I said I still believed. I said Exeli,
You got the script.
got this. I got the script. Yeah, easy. I said Exeli 3-0 is probably going to be the scoreline in the end of the day. But yeah, 2 maps out the gate. Now pressure is definitely going to be felt quite a lot from Missile and friends. So I do want to see moving inside the 3rd map how their mentality is going to be looking like. But without wasting any time, I'm pretty sure we're going to be taking a look at the scoreboards, and this is where we'll find out who was actually able to pop off. We saw some operators plays coming out. We saw Sami at the starting just inting all over the place. So I want to see how things are going to be looking like. There you go. Take a look at the scoreboard. Missile with 26 frags on the board. Sami as well able to show himself up.
Yeah, even though, I have to say though, even though Fancy's ACS is the lowest out of all of them, I have to give it to Fancy because not just in one half, but in both halves, he pulled out some insane rounds, insane on the retakes to be able to help Exeli get that momentum going, feel the motivation, because I really do notice that for both of these teams, the morale is going up and down like a roller coaster. So those plays, we know how much of a difference they can make for that entire team. And for the side of Exeli, I feel like they were extremely impactful. But again, in terms of headshot percentages, Missile and Friends just far ahead.
Yep, Missile and Friends just way ahead, man. 19.9k, it's pretty much like 20k damage. And 32.6%. Again, I mean, just proving that they're way much more cracked aimers than Exeli. But over the edge, you can clearly see the communication and all that stuff just coming through really well for the side of Exeli. But still, the matchups are being a little bit too close to comfort.
Yeah, a little too close for comfort, 100%. And at that point, it does become a factor of what's going wrong for both of these teams. Where, like, in the sense for Missile and Friends, in Map 1, they had all these ultimates, but they just weren't coordinated enough on the retake. In Map 2, they had the match point, they had the post plant, they just didn't check one key angle. And it ended up coming down to just 24 milliseconds, because of which they lost. So they're going to be thinking, guys, we most definitely deserve to get a win, but so far we're 2-0, so what's gone wrong? And if they can't find an answer in time for map 3, well, they're gonna have to go to wildcard.
Look at this consistency all across the board for Missile too, and same thing goes with Sami. So pretty much a equal performance being shown from both the lads. Neck and neck competition was there. Pretty much the duels of the operator. We saw them take out each other a lot of times. But yeah, scoreboard we saw clearly. We saw that Exeli, they're able to exceed quite a lot of their limits. But again, headshot percentages where Missile and Friends are able to show themselves up quite a lot, able to rely heavily on that aim duel and still able to get the score line so close. I'm still going to say that maybe moving inside the 3rd map, there can be a huge chance that maybe Missile and Friends will seal it. But again, moving inside the 3rd map, it's going to be the pick of Exeli, so I don't know what to say.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I don't know what to expect either because both of these teams, they're so well matched. They both have some amazing players and anything can happen. But 2-0 down in this series, I think Exeli will look to finish it off in this next map.
Exactly. With that being said, 2 maps out the gate now. Third map will be started right after this short break.
Now let me see you go off like a bomb.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. And well, 2 maps out the gate now, CA. Things are looking pretty heated up over here. Both the maps are getting pretty close. What are your speculations? Moving inside the 3rd map again in close competition, or pretty much a steamroll from Exeli?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can predict that easily. You say steamroll, but if you look at the first 2 maps, it's not that simple. Like the scoreline, yes, 2-0 in terms of the series very much justifies the steamroll aspect, but the maps themselves, they're going down to the wire, Necro. And I feel like Missile and friends, they just need that extra teensy bit of motivation to try and push it all the way through. But so far that hasn't come through. They haven't been able to get them through the finish line. It's every single time Exeli finding the victory. So you have to start worrying if that's now become a trend, where even if it ends up being close, Exeli being like, yo, guys, we got this. We just got to close it out.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're just letting it getting way too close, and they're scaring each and every single viewer in the chat. Of course, Exeli has a huge amount of fan base over here. They're just getting everyone, and then they're like, all right, don't worry. We got this. We're Exeli for a reason over here. Easily able to shut it down. And 2-0 already is the scoreline on the maps. As I mentioned, moving inside the 3rd map, it's going to be Bind. Now, Bind is where Exeli, we've seen them play in the last time, and they were pretty good. They were pretty good, not going to lie, on the map of Bind. But moving inside, again, as we have some former players of Exeli in the other composition, so I don't know how things are gonna be looking like over here, man.
Yeah, I'm more curious what composition they end up going for, because I'm not sure if anyone besides Zolo right now can play the Raze on the side of Exeli. So most likely just a single duelist, but it's Missile picking up that Raze, so already a key difference. Now, I am not exactly sure, like, again, don't get me wrong, because Raze is amazing on this map, but the reason I'm not sure if that Raze is good for Missile and friends is because it limits his opping potential, and the op is where we've seen Missile really start to pop off. On the other side, Exeli going for a very defensive composition, picking up that Sage on Fancy 9. No flashes on them, but they are starting off on their defense. So if they can make their first half count, maybe they can play slow on the attacking. Oh, and I just saw the chamber. This map is full of surprises.
Well, talk about. I honestly feel like Chamber is something that any of these teams should heavily rely on, because we saw. I mean, they're relying on aim duels quite a lot, and Chamber is feel like if you are a person with an insane aim, Chamber can like be a huge thing that you're adding, and it can also be upgrade your performance.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if that, as you said, that chamber factor can come into play. It won't be Missile still though on that operator, so that's what I'm really worried about, because even on the attack we saw him popping off with that operator. I still remember that quick scope on Outlaw. I'm sure he remembers it as well. And without the operator, I'm curious to see if Missile can have that same level of impact. But having said that, last time around in VCC1, I do remember Kyojin had picked up the Reyna for himself, so very much has some of that duelist tendency, and that's exactly what you need, combined with his current agents in VCC2, which has been Sentinel. The Chamber, a perfect combination of both, where you can play a little bit more aggressive, but as a Sentinel.
Yep, 0-0 is over here as the scoreline, and 1 minute 30 seconds in the clock. I mean, round just started. And Exeli on the defense, looking pretty well. I mean, pretty much OG composition coming in from the side of Exeli, man. Nothing really stylish, just sticking to their basics. On the other hand, Chamber being pulled out. I want to see how things are going to be looking like for Chamber there, because we've been seeing some cracked up headshot percentage, and that headhunter can be really useful if you're just going to connect those heads.
Now look at this. Trying to go for an instant execute, but they use the nade instead to clear out backside. They have not managed to clear out U-Haul, and that's where Outlaw is hanging around. He's going to shut down Missile. They're going to find the spike carrier as well. And everything collapsing for Missile and friends.
That's all they needed. The spike planner being shut down, that's all they needed. Now they got the spike in their hands too. They've got the control of the spike to get the control back. This is where Missile and friends will start to sweat. Outlaw peeks out from the U-Haul. Chamber being shut down instantly. Looking to follow it up. Red will try to get the follow through. Beautiful flash. Fancy being flashed over here. Harmony able to find shoes. Oh no, they should not give this solo peeks away like that. 2-on-2 situation. Exeli had a clear advantage, and now look at this. Things are falling apart even for Exeli. Spike planted. Fancy should realize the man's just being isolated over there. Finally able to play off of each other. Sami peeks out. Exeli as well, somewhere downline, they're getting really hyped up when they're winning these rounds.
Yeah, Exeli, they are feeling the motivation, you know, and I really like that they're still keeping it strong. I think it's a key component of, you know, making sure they're able to even pull off those really close maps that go down to the wire. But what I really want to know, if you notice on those cams, they're passing this water bottle around. Sus water bottle. I gotta know what's in that water bottle.
Oh, I mean,
a force buy.
You can go ahead and ask them later on. You know, I wish we were the one taking the interview, so we could have asked.
That's okay. I'm gonna slide into their DMs.
Okay. All right, slide into the DMs like you're Neon. Ooh. But anyways,
this is a force buy from Missile and friends.
Pretty much broken buy coming in from the side of Missile and friends. They were able to get the spike plant through, and this was expected. But again, a bonus round for Exeli. Fancy 9. Yep, they should not overextend this. They should just hold their grounds, and that's what they're exactly doing, letting the Boombot slide through. Boombot spotted. Now, with that being said, look at this. Exeli Nothing. It's going to be so hard for Missile and Friends to actually get the side control, because on the A side you can clearly see the Killjoy utilities are just all over the place, so that's going to be a little tough. And moving inside, there's a huge crossfire coming through from off the Soa and Sage, so it's going to be tough on either side. But Piro with shots like that, maybe he will just level down the toughness a little bit. And what's going on? Somehow they're able to line these frags up. Zola crazy from the back with a quick TP will find a quick frag too. Soa Sky pretty much low, but Red trying his best to heal Hermione up. So now Hermione is back on full HP, but a fadeaway shot.
Spike down B.
2v2 situation now, and remember, Exeli don't care about damage in this round because it was a forced buy from Missile and Friends, so it might come down to the small differences, which is that light versus heavy shield. Now the turret revealing that they're coming through showers. Outlaw doing his best to play for time and deny the plant, but he gets pushed from multiple angles and taken down. 6 seconds left. Zolo needs to try to push and isolate the Sova right here. He's not going to be able to do that. Pulls out his Sheriff. Doesn't have any stars left, so in this 1v1, he can just stick it, but wait. The Dissipate coming out. Piro trying to play mind game. Zolo, he can just stick it.
There we go. Doing exactly as you wanted him to do. You have a lot of footsteps ahead in close range up. Sheriff's not going to be able to win that unless you're just an absolute nuts aimer. But yeah, Exeli, another round of the board, but got a little too close for comfort again.
2-0 for the side of Exeli, but this is where a little close to comfort is something that they will take. I think getting caught off guard with the fact that Missile and Friends did go for that forced buy, but Zolo able to make sure that not only did he drop that spike carrier in the first round, but once again dropping that spike carrier towards B long gave enough time to Outlaw to just delay and delay and delay, allowing Zolo to once again come through, clutch that round for the side of Exeli, and now force Missile and Friends onto an eco. Considering the fact that Exeli's biggest strength of this composition is that defensive half, if they lost that round, it could have been disastrous. But since they're able to clutch it on out, they're going to get a lot of momentum.
3 on 5. And Cosmic Divide available to CA. Exeli indeed looking really strong inside this one. Bonus round going clearly in their favor. No, do not challenge the aim duel. Being a little too overconfident. 24 seconds for the heal. Shoes go for it though. Play off of each other, and beautiful shot coming through from Shoes. A flawless round. No guns taken off of their hands, and Exeli able to get another round on the board. 3 rounds. They're looking pretty good.
Oh, and you can see Zolo, he's like, guys, how long do I have to carry you guys? I got to now get some stretches in because, you know, I'm feeling the burden of the carry.
3-0, man. 3-0. Exeli, pretty much. I mean, for now at the start, they're looking pretty good. But the second round, again, as I mentioned, got too close for comfort.
Oh, and an interesting turret here. While, yes, that turret does provide vision over both Shower as well as a short, it is quite a greedy turret in the sense that it can be quite easily taken down. So I want to see if Missile and Friends are able to punish that. Before now playing the heavy anchor setup is Exeli on that A side, using the wall to shut down Hookah, allowing them to play a 3-2 setup here. Now Sami, waiting for the flash, playing on a flash dodge angle. It's going to be key to how Missile and Friends approach this, because once again, remember, for Exeli, this is a bit of a bonus. Only Shiv Streaks invested in his weapon, the rest of them just carrying on. So for Missile and Friends, not only is winning this round key with their full buy, but also while winning, making sure they don't give away a weapon too much.
Trailblazers out. And there you go. The floodgates open as well. Everyone trying to flood inside the site. You hold position revealed too, so Outlaw to play things a little safe. Trailblazers out too. Now it's definitely confirmed. A beautiful flash to follow it up. Missile will connect the shots. And now Exeli somewhere down line. Their chances of them winning this round, they're fading away. Exeli, 3 men only left to work with. Oh no, enters in the smoke. Hero doing really well. And they're just able to easily sweep it through. Look at that. Not a lot of HP damage done either, CA. Like a flawless round and a strong showing from Missile and Friends.
Yeah, and exactly what they needed after that forced buy loss. Now they're going to be able to build up their economy and make sure that for Exeli gets that much harder to shut them down. Because Exeli themselves, not in a great situation. Shows Freaks, the only player who did invest in that last round, left in a situation where he has to go for a Guardian and Light Shields. And Fancy, on the other hand, stuck on Spectre and Heavy Shields. So the advantage now weaponry-wise in the favor of Missile and Friends. But again, what Exeli have is their defensive utility. Once again, the wall being invested quite early to shut down Hookah. I understand the idea because against the Raze especially, who finds it quite easy to take that Hookah, they want to invest it early, but I wonder if they can change it up once in a while, because as you can see now, it's quite easy for Missile to just break a portion of the wall and then use the Boombot to clear out Hookah, and they have to give it up anyways.
Ooh, the tag coming through, getting tagged out.
Oh, Missile.
Look at Kyojin. Oh, beautiful frag on the Fancy 9. Shields follows it up with 2. Make that 3. Sami as well on the board now. 2 on 4. It's just a complete battle of aims, man. That's what I tell you. That's what I told you. Just an aim duel. Try to use their drone with a shock dart to shut him down. Sami only left to 10 HP. Cannot really go for aim duels anymore because the HP factor not really supporting him. Harmony, the only man left alive in the close, holding an off angle, but this time he will be caught. 30 HP to work with. Harmony is still able to do a lot of damage.
30 seconds left.
I know 1v2 situation. Hermione does have that Hunter's Fury to play post-plant, but he doesn't have the time or any information about where his opponents are. Backing up, the call made to save here. A little questionable for me because he had the recon. Could have at least tried to find out Outlaw's position before he decided that. Because given the position of Outlaw and Zolo, very much possible to isolate the duos in that regard. But hey, making the prudent decision to go for the save. And we'll see if it does end up working out, because now Exeli's eco is just going to end up stacking up. The rounds as well stacking up in their favor. I would say that for the side of Missile and Friends, even an 8-4 is a good scoreline because of Exeli's Sage KJ combination. But if they're not able to get past that 8-4, if they get a 9-3 or 10-2, it becomes quite simple for Exeli to focus on the pistols to finish off this map.
Timeout taken from the side of Missile and Friends. And now clearly do need this timeout, because currently, at least at this stage in the game, 4 rounds on the board and only 1 round for Missile and Friends. Really do need this, and to get their heads back in the game too. Viewer rewards, ladies and gentlemen, again, just to get you guys on the page. Every single person that is watching in the chat, all you guys need to do is just go ahead on your social medias and make a post saying hashtag VCC. And also tag at NODWIN Gaming in your post. And make sure you guys are subscribed to the YouTube channel as well, and you guys are active in the chat. And you guys will be eligible for the giveaway. That's a beautiful exclusive merchandise, and why would you want to miss your chance on it? But over here, Missile and Friends, nothing really heavy discussions, like just some chill talks here and there. I'm pretty sure they're not really calling out some heavy strats. Do not really overwhelm themselves.
Yeah. Still though, you can see Exeli, given the fact that their rounds are going down to the wire, still not able to get a full buy on. One of their players, I believe Shreeks, or actually, I think it's Outlaw, left onto a Spectre and Light Shield still, so opportunity here for Missile and Friends to push through, especially with the Cosmic Divide. They can try and use that to enter onto site. Now Missile clearing off Yuho, now trying to get in there so he can shut them down, but Exeli with a smart call. They're giving up U-Haul, they're holding on to showers, but Sami is on his lonesome in a 1v2. He shuts them down though. Sami is like, oh, I get a fight, I take fight, I don't care. 1v2, 1v3, 1v4.
Oh, there we go. And now it's a 5v3. Exeli again having clear advantage, and the intents are pretty clear. They just want to steamroll it through in the final map. Makes a lot of sense, right? First 2 close, and then the final one just absolute steamroll, because mental pressure also available on the Missile and Friends. And Exeli, they're just able to punish them over and over again on the same factor, on the same note. One flash is still in the hands. Kyojin with a chamber has everything available.
Turret out.
Slowly and steadily moving in on the short area.
30 seconds left.
Mr. Red finds one. Sami being shut down. 4-on-2 situation. Still, Missile and Friends, they have something left in them, and they just want to make this comeback happen. With this, there will be 5 rounds on the board for Exeli.
10 seconds left.
Oh, Red shutting them down is key, but again, this is the third round where Zolo's been able to find the spike carrier, delay them, and effectively win Exeli the round. Zolo's frag so damn impactful. He's being so sneaky. And he really seems to have pulled up the sleeves, and look at this. Maybe even feeling a bit of that. I was going to say a bit of that heat, but it's actually the opposite. He put on the hoodie, so he must be feeling quite cold.
10 seconds left. One enemy.
I'll tell you what, though. He might be feeling cold, but in this particular map, he's turning up the heat.
Ooh, I like how you put it that. But yeah, 5-1. And clearly Exeli having a dominating lead up till now, but I don't trust Exeli at this point.
Let's play.
Because in the first map, what happened, I don't trust, even though they have the lead, they are pretty much well known to make some throws happen. And some inting will be seen soon.
Look at this. A very slow approach here from Exeli, and this is actually going to work out heavily for the side. Sorry, from the side of Missile and Friends, and this is going to work out for Exeli because this late drone gives them information that tour they force from Chamber is playing B-Long. Normally with their setups and with the drone coming out from Missile and Friends, they know that there's at least 2 players in hookah, and this allows Fancy to get a lot more aggressive. But some sort of spidey sense telling him to back off, and he does exactly that. Zolo on the other side winning that duel, allowing Sami to continue his vertical angle, and Exeli just shutting them down and dropping them like flies.
No.
Shoofs! That shot was nuts, or was it just me?
That was a pretty quick shot. And now Pero, the last man alive. What's going on? Exeli just proving them in parallel, just like how they did on the map of heaven. But after these kind of plays, this is where the mental pressure will start building up on Exeli, and you do not want to let these kind of things happen over here. We'll also get the spike planted with only 85 HP and no armor on the board. Oh my god, this play might just be huge if he's able to find this initial frag over here on the Shove. Things might not work out, but if Shuv takes him down, then of course another round in the pockets of Exeli. I'm pretty sure he's spotted. They should have worked. They should have peeked out together. I don't know. The team synergy, man, lacking quite a lot. The communication's not on point over there, but finally Shuv with a quick frag. That's a quick headshot too. Exeli, see, don't you think so? Like, there's a lot of plays that can be made without taking so much risk.
One enemy remaining.
To answer your question, Nakro, I think you really have to start thinking about the way Exeli have played the first 2 maps, right? Like, yes, I 100% agree with you, but I feel like it's starting to become a bit of a pattern or a bit of an identity for Exeli in the fact that once they get themselves feeling comfortable, they become a little complacent inherently. And I hope if they watch our cast later in the WOD review, they acknowledge this. Maybe we're wrong entirely and they're not actually becoming complacent, just getting caught off guard, and they're actually just a very aggressive team. But either ways, these sort of small errors, if they make it to the grand final playoffs, will result in potentially even a map loss against teams who are able to punish it more comprehensively. But talking about comprehensive, the Hunter now with his Hunter's Fury, all he found was a tag on Missile though. That should give room now to Missile and Friends to find and execute onto B side.
Blade Storm is available too. So you can try to go for some pop-off plays. Sami will have eyes locked on himself. Of course, a superstar over here in the star lineup. So go for some insane plays. Oh no, we'll be flushed out because the... Oh my god, another thing to follow it up. Concussion came through, but Sami is able to make it rain. Another shock dart comes through, and Sami will be shut down. Spike controls in the hand of Exeli, and that's all they need, and they're just going to go for it. They're holding it. You don't even need anything else. Oh my god, the resurrection is huge. This is huge. Quite huge, but still connects. Shows what's going on. Inside the map of Bind, he's able to connect some insane shots, some inhuman shots indeed. Shoes has to be like a huge success, has to be like a huge man behind the success of Exeli, or such a huge dominating lead they're able to build over the team of Missile and friends.
Spike down B. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Again, I actually really like that revive because I feel like it gives Exeli a lot of economical advantages. As you can see now, their eco is all stacked up. Sami is not even electing to go for an op just yet because he's been able to save that rifle consistently. But the minute he dies, I feel like he's just going to end up electing for that op. We're talking about economical advantages. Look at Missile. I am always concerned when I see a Raze without her boombot. Like, they're best buddies. They got to be together.
Got to be together, indeed. Floodgates pretty much now looking to be open. Oh no, it's the judge. And instantly out as well, but Zola crazy. He's just crazy. He's not going to think twice. He's lining up bodies. 3K. But Kyojin as well follows it up with another 3K of himself. It's a 3-on-2. It's a 2-on-1 situation now. Kyojin left in a bit of a pickle over here. But he doesn't realize there's a flag coming through from the side of Sage. Is Zola going to expect it? Yashuv expects it, but a little too late to react. Kyojin might just clutch it out. A 4K on the board. Confidence definitely leveled up, and instantly we also do see the Sage realizing the same thing. So now Fancy 9 will need to start making the rotation happen because still 45 seconds left in the clock, nothing really happening on the A side. Fancy 9 will need to go back to B side, and yep, that's what he's going to do.
In this 1v1, I think for Kyojin it's really important to make sure that he's able to set up his teleports, but I guess not electing to do that so that he doesn't give away any noise. Instead, going towards long. The plant is for defender side spawn, Necro. If Fancy just goes on towards the spike and sticks it, it's just going to be an easy defuse.
Oh,
but
no,
he's fully expecting Kyojin to come out from back. He's not going to look above him, and Kyojin coming in from the air.
Oh my God,
we'll find the ace that shut him down.
Brilliant.
Big brain price.
Yep. Outplayed. That's all I can say. Outplayed. Round of the board, and after that ace, the mental should be broken of Exeli, and this is where we'll see just rounds after rounds after rounds. This is where I'm expecting
One enemy remaining.
Missile and Fred to get momentum started for themselves after that ace. Because that's what we saw with God Particles and GE, right? Kappa made that clutch happen with that insane 3K.
Let's play.
And when there's like some huge solo plays happening, it's like usually the morale and the mental kind of breaks down of a team. 44's inbound too, and up there we go. Judge will follow it up with a beautiful frag onto his enemy. Another one to follow it through. 4 bullets left on the Tour de Force. He cannot waste any more.
Found them.
Huge lead though still for Exeli. They have a little comfort. They have a little safety cushion, but they should not just rely on it yet.
You are divided.
Oh my God.
Oh, the Cosmic Divide is going to give them enough space to get the plant down, especially with that trademark trap set up. But look at the U-Haul push. Oh, that was key. Missile winning that duel will make sure that now this retake is next to impossible. But Exeli, they've committed utility too much. The lockdown going down as well. Could have been taken down with the nade, but did not happen now. With one player detained, Streaks will try to pull off the impossible, but it's not going to happen. The Kyojin ace giving Missile and friends the momentum they very much needed.
That's what I said. This is going to happen. Mental will start to break down now for that ace in itself, and Exeli, mental will start to shake, and that ace should not have been given in the first place. Some mistakes being made, timeout being called instantly from Exeli, Zola crazy. That's a really good move. A really good move. Good job over there from the side of Exeli. They really need that timeout to get their mentals off of what just happened in the previous round.
Yeah, they really do need to get their mental back on track. And you can see, again, none of the players really talking as much. Outlaw giving probably a bit of motivation to all the players, making sure that they're on track. And this timeout, as you mentioned, it's not about the strats. It's not about the tendencies or even trying to use some information that they might not have been communicating properly. It's once again to calm them down. And this is a bit of a worrying trend, Necro, because this has been the case with Exeli across all maps. Most of their timeouts are just to calm themselves down. So you have to wonder, do they really need that extra minute to calm themselves down? They are supposed to be the super team from Bangladesh. They are supposed to be some of the best players grouped into one team from Bangladesh. So in the particular round itself, they need to be able to rally themselves back, because maybe it will not affect them now. If you look at the way map 1 and 2 went, it will certainly affect them when they go to the grand final playoffs or even the wild card, depending on how the series goes.
Judge being ripped out there from the side of Zola Crazy. Where is he playing? He's playing on the U-Haul. U-Haul, yep. That's where it will be most effective. I don't like this. Nope. Nope, Sami, nope. Realizing you have the most pressure, you should play things a little safe. Not go for some star plays and find an opening. Another mistake comes through. And Exeli now will clearly feel the pressure through as well. The recon dart spots him out. Fancy's position given away. Trailblazers out too. Or actually Seekers out to give their position away. 7-3 is the scoreline, and slowly and steadily, I'm pretty sure Missile and Friends are going to get their grip back around the game. And Exeli, they are starting to lose it. Spike planted, man advantage in the favor of Missile and Friends. Exeli left with a decent amount of utilities to work with. Also have a recon dart available on the Sova. Exactly know where the Sky's present. Also have the recon dart, as I mentioned. So the judge can be an instrumental play for sure in this. But again, it's going to be quite risky, and I feel like they should probably just go for a save.
Yeah, but Shufstreak is stuck, and he's the one with the better weapon. The judge is not what they want to save. It's that Vandal on Shufstreaks.
There you go.
Oh, smoke coming out to make sure that he's able to get out. But wait a second, why? Okay, I guess they're going to save that judge too. Fair enough. Electing to just go on that judge once again in that next round, but 7-4 already on that scoreline. We talked about this Necro, and 8-4 itself would be more than enough for the side of Missile and Friends, and you're starting to see some of those mistakes Exeli made throughout those maps once again start to pop up as soon as their momentum is broken. Sami going for insanely aggressive pushes. Normally it would be like he needs to wait for his teammates' utility, but they don't even have that this time, and that's going to really hurt them on the attack. They don't have that extra initiator. They don't have that co-duelist that the Jet could have, like a Jet Race combo to entry together. Sami's going to be feeling that much more pressure, but
I like this.
So sneaky.
I like this. Yep, beautiful frag. A pick and instantly backs off. They're not even going to be able to follow it through because, of course, they're scared to judge. So, yeah, a beautiful thingy chamber at the gate now. That's the person less you have to worry about now. Blaze Storm's available in the hands of Sami, so he can again go for some pop-up moments.
His position is revealed, and considering the fact that Exeli have never changed their setup throughout this half, only the players, right? Like, they've always had 3B, they've always had 2A, with the Killjoy playing A. Missile and Friends needs to start reading into this and enforce A this time instead of B, and I think that's exactly what they want to do, because look at Paydor. He's got the spike there towards that A side, but they're trying to walk into a Killjoy protected site. That's never going to work. It gives him a ton of information, and Outlaw, again, happy to hold on. Bring us back, Observer. Thank you very much, because Outlaw has shut down Missile.
There we go. Talk about shut down. He's pretty much slapped him out.
30 seconds.
And now, again, man advantage heavily favoring Exeli. And somewhere down line, this round's really working out well.
Down A.
That timeout, though, necessarily needed. And after the timeout, doing really good, too. Zola crazy, too, man. Just realizing they've got a decent amount of the rounds on the board. But again, it's the 9-3 curse, CA. No, it's the 8-4. Okay, it's not the 9-3.
I mean, yeah. I was going to say, maybe Bangladesh has a new 8-4 curse after this map if Missile and Friends pull back. But I think the curse is more along the line that Missile and Friends will come back and then they will lose. Because that's what happened in map 1 and map 2.
That's what I'm expecting, too. But again, are they going to be able to come back? Are they going to be able to come back?
What do you think?
No, I don't think so. In this map, no.
I think it's really going to come down to these pistols, because if Missile and Friends actually win these pistols, give Kyojin a chance to get his own operator, or even Missile find his own operator, it will become a simple fact. Because again, if you look at the composition that Exeli Esports have, in my opinion, their best route of success is playing slow for the first 30 to 40 seconds of the round, hoping and praying to dear God that somehow and somewhere Missile and Friends give them a peak that they can win, and then using that numbers advantage to execute onto site. Because if they don't get a peak, if it's just a normal 5-5 execute, they're going to have to pull off some insane shots to make it work, because they've not got any flashes. They haven't even got the basic utility that the idea of something like a double duelist provides, to have someone entry with Sami. Nope. They only got that Jet Sage combo. The
Oh my
only
God.
extra factor that Wall can make it through, but the Headhunter looking for Sami's head.
Oh no. I
even
was
need
literally
ADS.
about to say Kyojin is going to be the instrumental player over here for the side of him. And oh my God, able to follow it up with another one. The problem's the slow, man. They're not even able to follow it up with another frag onto his head. Finally out of bullets, and now he'll have the classic burst. Oh, they're just able to line them up. They're just able to line them up. We might just see another comeback happen.
Remaining.
It's pretty much looking possible.
30 seconds left.
Oh, that nice wall. We'll give him enough time to actually go back to safety. That's all he needed. Spike is well in his hands, but he doesn't expect him in the sight. Missile will drop the final man. 8-5 is the score line, and I'm expecting another round as well to go in the favor of Missile and friends. So that should be 6.
I have them.
Yeah. This is the first time, though, across all of these qualifiers that I'm seeing the Headhunter truly being the Headhunter.
Yeah.
So, hey, props to Kyojin. That was some clean shots right there. It's always nice to see a chamber player able to use the Headhunter well, because it is quite a rare sight, not just in our region, but even internationally. Like, rarely have I seen the Headhunter being used to its fullest potential. Wardell does do it from time to time, but then again, TSM is not what you expect it to be altogether. They're not even in the VCT Challengers. But enough of NA and enough of EU. We're back to Bangladesh.
Alright, dude.
Mr. Red helping. Sorry, shutting down Sami as soon as he tried to rush in, and that's exactly
Oh
the
my
case for all
God,
of
what
Exeli.
was that?
Yeah, that was so
Anyways,
quick
though,
there.
I like how you were taking a little dig on the TSM there. Okay. Yeah, man. Wardle, I freaking love that man. He's like content himself.
Yeah. Wardell is... I have this hoodie too that is very similar to Wardle's like sleeveless gray hoodie. And I try to wear it every time. I used to try to wear it every time to try and inspire me to play like him. But recently I'm just like, nah,
But-
you're useless now, hoodie. Because that's what TSM is too.
There.
Oh my God. Oh my God. CA just taking a dig on the TSM. Doesn't matter.
Bomb buddy out.
He's not going to be stopped right now. CA, what's going on?
Hey, very similar to Missile and Friends themselves. Denying that shower control. A lot of utility invested though in Exeli, making them pay for that because they walked into a shot, they win the duels, and now this is what I was talking about. As soon as they win the duels, getting into sight so much easier.
Exactly, and now Pero able to shut down the owl drone. And clearly a vision as well being seen. They've got the side control, but the problem is Killjoy is all the way in the back
Spike planted.
looking for any lurkers available. Spike being planted, you hold control as well in the hand. And this is one of the problems. We'll start knocking their door, even though that was a solo peak, they're still able to find the kills. And the judge in the long ranges won't really work out. It's a 2-on-2 situation. And Exeli having a clear advantage in this one. Harmony able to switch out the judge for Phantom. Oh, this position can be instrumental. Sami peeks out. Harmony shut down.
Remaining.
But oh no, the solo peeks again, making it happen. Sami, you should have waited for your teammate and played off of it.
Oh, he's sticking
But
it.
exactly
Outlaws.
still doesn't know. Yep.
He's not
Oh my God, is he gonna peek? Is he gonna peek? Yep, he peeks out. Oh, Outlaw shuts him down finally. Not really able to get the defuse off the board, and you can clearly see the smiles on the faces of Exeli as well because they knew this round was really important.
I mean, at this
By the way,
point...
CA, you said you have the hoodie just like Wardle, right?
Yeah.
The sleeveless hoodie. But I mean, Wardle has muscles to show off. What do you have? You don't have muscles.
I used to back in the day, and maybe by the end
That's
of this
cap.
year. Hey, I'm not telling you to believe me right now, but you'll see.
End of the year, okay. You going to gym?
Not right now, but right after VCC. Yeah, that's the plan. One of my resolutions for this year, along with the content. So the content part, I have started to fulfill. Now it's just the second one that I've got to do.
Okay. When you start hitting the gym, let me know.
Oh yeah.
I'll join you too, man. I wanna slim down.
I want to stack up.
I mean, you're already stacked up, right? Decently, I would say. You're not that skinny.
Not in no. I'm not trying to become ripped. I just mean like in terms of that Wardell stuff, you know. Or I'd rather. I'm not thinking about Wardell really when I think muscles. Like coming from a League of Legends background, I instantly think of Tyler 1. He's ripped.
Ooh, okay. You saw the recent Twitch raffle that was happening,
Oh
and
yeah.
there was a tug of war
yeah.
competition. Tyler one carried hard.
Oh yeah.
All the freaking people, he carried them hard. But yeah, moving on inside the round, finally getting our heads back in the game here. 96 is the scoreline. Not really a huge lead for Exeli. Comeback is possible for Missile and Friends. But again, how are they going to be able to do so? Because Exeli, they're able to stop the momentum over and over again that Missile and Friends are able to pull off.
Now look at this. The way they're setting themselves up, I think they're going to look to go for a late push from the side of B, hoping that that turret gets some information. Outlaw just playing on that pure lurk, but he's so defensive. And so far, all they've done is give information over to Missile and Friends. Missile and Friends very much aware that there's a presence in showers, very much aware there's a presence in short. So this is what I'm talking about. As soon as they realize that there's no push coming in on that B side, they go for that mid-round rotate towards this B side. But will they be expecting that Sky to just be sitting in that narrow angle? Pop goes the flash, and pop goes the head of Outlaw. I was just making sure Red didn't miss. Biff.
What? Ooh, just trying to show off some moves, right? Throwing the gun in the house. Sky catching it instantly. Kyojin on the site. Looking to shut down the push, and he is going to be able to do so. The flood on the site not really there anymore. Beautiful shock dart from Shuvs to follow it up as well to try and his best to equalize the man advantage. But Kyojin is over here, and he can cause a lot of menace. On the site, anchoring it down, 3 players right on the board. And look at this, A-Stack flush there, but Fancy with the key positioning was only able to get one, and you can clearly do see the frustration building up. Fancy not really happy with just the frag.
Whoa, but hold on. Despite the heroics that started off this round, all of that chaos allowed them to go for this A plant, and now with Shivstreaks finding that kill, they're separated on the plant, which will mean all of the attention towards the Showers angle, nobody checking the Astra, who's the 2 plant diffusal denier. This round is crucial, Necro.
Indeed, a crucial round. Exeli, no, they're missing a lot of shots. Another shot missed too, and, well, they'll get the round on the board. Missile and Friends really needed this to keep themselves in the game, but still the pressure is going to be felt by Missile and Friends quite a lot. Because Exeli just needs one more map in the hands to seal the deal.
Yeah, that round could have been huge in that regard because it would have hurt the economy of Missile and Friends to a large extent while helping build their own, because as you can see, several of the players of Exeli were stuck on either on light shields or on specters, so now they're gonna have to go for that full eco without that round. And even though Zolo's been playing crazy throughout this map, I have to question why he revealed his position there, because at least the call needs to come from Shivstreaks that, hey, I've already revealed my position by winning that duel early. I'm going to try my best to distract everyone away from you. He had the recon too, could have used it to make sure that, to find out if it was a actual diffuse or a fake diffuse, and that would have ensured that Zolo could play slowly. But without that little bit of coordination, Zolo is never going to know that Shivstreaks has that recon. What is this? Outlaw maybe showing some special stress to Zolo on that phone?
I don't know, but timeout being called for sure. A technical timeout, because all the mental damage that has been done inside this game.
You gotta say it.
You just said it. I don't think so. I need to say it anymore.
Nah, I can't say it in the truly cringe, funny way that you say it.
Emotional damage. There we go. But yeah, technical timeouts on the board. I don't exactly know what's going on with Exeli Esports, but I'm pretty sure we should be able to catch up inside the game again. But yeah, somewhere down the line, pretty much I'm getting flashbacks of the first game. This is where Exeli just started dominating on the first couple of rounds, and now somewhere down the line we're seeing vision also getting clearer and clearer for Missile and Friends. 9-7 is the scoreline, 2 more rounds on the board, and the scoreline will pretty much be equalized.
Yeah, this is a technical break from Exeli. I think it is Fancy right here who's having some issues with his PC. You can see him being a little, what's the right word? Frightened. Like, hey, game, start working. I gotta win this map real quick. But talking about winning this map, I think what we've not seen from Exeli so far is trying to exploit the fact that Missile and friends don't have that killjoy really. Normally, what we saw in the first half was that it's very hard to execute into a site that killjoy is playing because of the fact that the nano swarms will delay you, the turret will delay you, and you can't just try to W into that site. But without that killjoy, the chamber trap, it's something that activates, very similar to an alarm board. So as long as your team is going together, the first person activates it, the second person takes it down, and the third person is focused on making sure that they trade for the first person's death. Now, the strength of this is that stage wall, because if you rush a short, just wall off half the site, be like, hey, we don't want the entire site, we just want a small portion of it to plant, then all you need to do is take U-Haul and hold on to it and you win the round.
A lot of education being given by CA, but again, inside today, I mean, I do understand you're giving a lot of strats away, but over here, we're just seeing a lot of aim duels, CA.
Yeah.
And not a lot of strats being used from both sides, and I don't exactly know what's the reason for it. Maybe I just feel like there can be so many key factors, not just when it comes to site executions, strats. I just feel like we're not seeing any trades happen over here, and no one's playing off of each other. We haven't seen a double peak even once throughout this whole best of 5 series.
Yeah, and you have to start wondering, is Exeli saving these strats, or is it that they don't have any?
I mean, I feel like they just don't have any at this point, because these games are just being really close for comfort, and you need to agree with that too. Like, some of them are barely slipping by, and you cannot hide the strategy at this rate. No, you cannot. There's no way.
Maybe they're just really strong at the gamble, and they're like, we don't care how close it goes. We will save it. Highly unlikely, I will say. I do agree on that regard, but talking about things that are highly unlikely, you're rarely going to win against that Tour de Force. Shuv's Freaks being shut down. As soon as you hear that voice line when he pulls out that ultimate at the start of the round, you got to make sure you don't dry peek. But then again, such is the weakness in the composition of Exeli. All they can do is dry peek.
So yeah, give me your best solo impression.
No, I can't. No, I can't. I tried. I can't just pull it out of nowhere.
Okay, here's mine, okay? I am the hunter.
No.
That's
no.
No? Okay.
You sound like
That's
a meme version of Sova.
Okay, they can make me a meme of me, sure. Shock dart.
That was better. I'll give you that. But it's more shock dart.
Shock dart.
I sound like a weird Indian American version of Sova.
Okay.
You know what? Maybe we need some. Okay, hold on. Back to this round, because in the matter of a few lines in our conversation, Missile and friends just shut them down for a flawless. Well done.
What just happened?
I
did not even realize. Yeah, it was just tap, 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 tap. I felt like I was just watching someone play aim trainer.
Yeah, shocked.
Yeah, indeed, shocked. After looking at the scoreline, yeah, 9-8, man. Interesting.
But hey, that was the eco for Exeli, I believe. So now on to the full buy. Again, playing completely on defaults. Like, I feel like there's so much RNG involved in the fact that, as you kept saying too, it's just purely on aim deals that they're relying on to pull off this round, just winning dry peaks, and that's not something we want to see from a team that is supposed to be the best. I want to see a couple of strats come out, and hey, maybe it is one of those strats. 2 key ultimates being invested, finds the tag onto P-Roar, but not the kill. Still, they got themselves onto site, and now trying to get the plant down.
We also see the opposing Hunter's Fury coming through to try and stop the plant, and that's what will exactly happen. Fancy 9 shut down. Sami instantly on the board to get the plant down. Missile's presence being spotted in U-Haul. That's not going to stop him. Missile still satchels on top of the truck and will shut down Sami. Now it's a 3-on-4. Missile and friends having a clear man advantage over here, but still 3 men from Exeli can play it off pretty well if they try to play it off of trades or either just play off of contact play. But that's not the case over here. Missile is just single-handedly able to collect these frags. And there we go. Missile with a 3K. He's just single-handedly able to shut him down. And Showstopper being used too by him. Look at that. Clearly you can see.
Flex.
That's going to just like float in the air.
Wait, did you? Okay, I thought for a second they might just overflex and not defuse, but we talked about this, Necro. I'm feeling the deja vu. Missile and friends come back 9-9 on the score line from 8-4 down. But the question mark still remains, because they did this in map 1, they did this in map 2, but they were not able to close it out. Now Kyojin's got his operator. Exeli are on an eco. Surely Missile and friends will not only take the lead, but get into the driver's seat to finish off this map and take us to map 4. But I say surely, and then I remember map 1 and map 2, and I'm like, wait a second.
9-9 as well on the board, man. Also have a little nade in the end. Exeli, look at this. Zola crazy moves in forward. Koji able to find a kill. 2 frags already on the board. Exeli now will need to start to wonder. I feel like they need another timeout. Honestly, I feel like they just need another timeout to get the mental back in the game, because even though they were able to find the stop, imagine if he landed that jump shot. That would have been absolutely insane. They're still moving around.
That's when you just instantly message your editor, be like, yo, clip that right now. We're talking about clips. Missile shutting down Outlaw. I'm not sure if it was a clip-worthy shot because we didn't see it, but we do see this. The Hunter shutting down his co-Hunter. And just like that, Exeli, they've crumbled, Necro. They've fumbled and they've fallen.
Crumbled and they've fallen. Exeli, Fancy 9, the only man left alive. All-Stars lineup. Certainly looking pretty shaky right now, not gonna lie.
30 seconds left.
And they will have to start to get some strats on the board. They will have to show some serious gameplay, because, again, before moving into the grand final playoffs, this is where you're probably going to get your best chance against the best of the best players in your region. Still a drive-by comes through from Fancy, able to find 2.
Yeah. Easy claps on the drive-by. But I'm still terrified, Necro. I'm terrified for Missile and friends. It feels like the more success they get, the more scared I'm going to get. Because of map 1 and map 2. But hey, talking about success, right now, the monies is flowing.
I'm telling you?
Oh, no.
I'm telling you right now, Exeli are going to win this round.
Are you sure? Because look, they've got that double operator set up for Missile and friends.
Watch. Just watch.
Okay.
They're going to win this round. That's what's written in the script. If this doesn't happen, the players are moving out of script.
Oh, that might just be the case, because Zolo is shut down. And the drone is not getting much information. The revive does come through, and Mr. Red is isolated. He's going to have to give up elbow control, and just like that, side 2. But the spike is actually all the way A, so Exeli, are they miscoordinated, or are they just... Oh, no. Talking about miscoordinated. Oh, I feel you, Missile. I've done that myself plenty of times.
There we go. Pira, I'm pretty sure, is not going to be expected over here. Peeks out. Lines up 1, lines up 2nd. Certainly off the script. Kyojin with the 2nd operator in the hand. Still will be found by Fancy. Peeks out of the Pira's crosser. Just the proactive nature right now coming in from Missile and friends. Is catching Exeli off guard. 1-on-3 clutches needed to get the round in their hands. 2 players already pretty much present on the site. I don't like the position Zola's found himself in. 71 HP to work with, not really have a lot of HP too. So Zola pretty much now will have a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Hermione spots him out. The defense is being stuck. And so we're down line. The players are moving off the script. Okay. I don't know, man.
Well, you were wrong in that regard, and maybe we're going to be wrong about the fact that Exeli will come back, because it looks like Missile and friends are hella comfortable. The double operator, normally not a great setup, but against this particular Exeli composition, where they don't have any flashes, they always have to drive peak. That double op can be devastating, and you can see already Missile and Kyojin both finding picks in that round. Exeli, their economy broken. Surely they can't come back from this. Surely they can't, but look at this now. Sami peeks out. If he finds this insane headshot, I would actually be a huge fan of him. Here we go, just following it through with the operator. Destroyed at all. A quick flick on Fancy will shut him down, and now another man's right there. This is what I'm saying. They're just not getting the trades, CA. They're just letting these solo fights happen, and they're relying heavily on their aim, and this is what I don't like personally. But there you go, Exeli finally getting the side control in their hands. Cosmic Divide coming down will give them enough space to finally get the plant down and recover the weapons. The latter being the key, because it's the weapons that's going to be able to help them close out this round. And I feel like I've almost cast the curse. Missile and friends, I thought surely the comeback can't happen from Exeli, but it looks like they might just make it happen.
They might just make it happen because lockdowns are down too. Missile will
What?
soon be detained. Yep, not able to satchel himself over. Detained. Exeli now has a lot of time to work off.
Look at Solo.
Even though they don't have the guns, Solo has a really instrumental position. And if he's able to make something happen with this little pixel that he's found himself in, oh no, he should not have spammed through the smoke. Spams in, but Defender still won. They just stick the defuse. 12 rounds on the board. And what? Missile and friends. Oh my god.
I don't blame Outlaw in that position at all. I'm not sure if I saw a single ping on the spike. Come on, guys. These are basic. Oh, this shot, by the way. Ooh. Imagine if Sami does not peek there and Missile does get detained and then Exeli win the round. Some key errors being made by Exeli Esports. Despite getting themselves into a winning position, they lose that round. And boy, oh boy, is it gonna hurt.
Look at Sami, man. With only 9 frags on the board, I mean, he's a duelist. He's supposed to do something over here. Sami needs to activate himself. If the end of the game, Sami's not able to pop off, a lot of questions will be raised on him and also the roster that they have.
Oh no, Zolo.
You said this is a mixture of all the 5 best players in this region, right? 4, 5.
So they haven't been able to find a stable 5th. Maybe Outlaw is that stable 5th, but to really prove that, they need to come back in this map, secure their spot in the grand final playoffs, but that's easier said than done, Necro, because right now, especially with the Tour de Force online, it looks like Missile and Friends in prime position, but the stun comes in, they shut him down, and Sami, you wanted him activated, well, you certainly got it.
Yup, write it down, just terror, man. This is what I needed, Sami. Seems like he definitely heard me, and he's like, alright, Necro. Here you go, this is what you really wanted. And imagine if Exeli are able to make a comeback happen, like a 12-12, this would be insane. Talk about mental being broke down, this can be one of the most prime examples of that. They're definitely able to get this another round on the board. I mean, even though Harmony finds one on the shivs, that shouldn't really affect them quite a lot. A beautiful double peek coming through from the side of Exeli. Finally, we're seeing a well-coordinated Exeli over here.
Yeah. We did see Sami
Sign
yawning.
Of worry, man. Look at this.
I did remember Sami yawning a little bit at the start of this map. Maybe now his teammates are like, yo, they're at match point, bro. Can we not right now? Can we get it done, please? But again, like I have to point out, it's so weird that Fancy is in showers with the wall when Sami is taking U-Haul so easily. If that wall was towards that A plant area, it would give them so much more room. Now it doesn't get punished in that previous round, but it could just easily. But talking about getting punished, look at the economy situation of Missile and Friends. Hermione is stuck on a judge. They don't have as much money to buy full next round. If Exeli actually win this round right here, right now, that overtime looks so much more plausible, so much more likely. So Missile and Friends are going to have to be hella careful because all they have is that showstopper to deny the plant. But for Exeli, if that plant goes down, if they're able to pop the Hunter's Fury, man, I don't know what else can be more demoralizing for Missile and Friends.
Something really stupid came up to my mind. As you said, Exeli doesn't really have a stable 5th. Now, this matchup's going on. Imagine you're the team owner. You're like, oh man, Missile's just popping off. We also need a 5th. Why not let's just buy Missile right now, and in the next game, Missile will join our side, and there will be only 4 men to play with for Missile and Friends. Actually, it'll just be and Friends, because Missile is not present.
Yep. And his friends won't be so happy, but talking about being happy, Missile and Friends certainly look feeling it right now. The showstopper is well coming out. A bit of trauma, perhaps, because in the first half, Solo did shut him down. So you're like, okay, I'm not going to go into aggressively.
Zola doing the same thing, just giving it sweet little time, but he also does have the Blaze Storm available, so
left.
instant TP coming through. All the rotates as well are happening. I feel like this is where they're going to try and go for some, some mind games.
One enemy remaining.
Missile will find the opening. Oh no, Sami, what are you doing?
Let's go next.
What are you doing? Just go for a default plant. Just go for a default plant. Yep, let's go next. Another map is probably going to be on the board. And Exeli being shut down. Oh my god, what? What? How does that happen? C8. Now, I don't think so. There are any strats being hitting. This is just Exeli with their raw gameplay, and I clearly feel like these are not the 5 best player in the region because clearly, Missile and Friends, even though pretty much having a casual name, nothing really serious going on with just 5 friends playing together, if they're able to do this much damage to a all-star lineup, then is it really an all-star lineup?
Yeah, exactly. And for the side of Exeli, like, you can't be making these silly mistakes. Like, even in that last round, I'm not sure why Sami just doesn't go for the shower plant. Like, set it up for Zolo to try and pull off the round. Because if you notice, Zolo even had 2 stars. So can use one of those stars for the gravity well to deny the defuse. Can then try to set up a stun or something like that to enable his duels in that post plant. But Sami just maybe underestimating Missile and Friends to a large extent, not expecting that instant rotation, but I feel like that's a bit of an excuse. You can't be making those mistakes. You have to try and always assume that the other team, they've covered all exits.
Yeah. I mean, certainly he knew that the last man was outside hookah as well, so
Yeah.
I mean, he should not have went for that plan. I feel like default plan should have just been what he should have went for, and still, it should not have been the duelist Sami. It should have been the other guy who was left alive going for the plant. Instead, Sami was the one who went for the plant there. This is what I just feel like a lot of mistakes are being made, and not just mistakes. These are rookie mistakes, as if like it's some new team with some new players that just started playing Valorant. But yeah, Zola crazy over here getting himself on the board with 22 kills, 15 deaths, and 2 assists. And on the other hand, Missile with 19 kills, 14 deaths and 3 assists on the board. Of course, Zola crazy as well popping up. And as I said, Sami, inconsistency factor hitting him in that previous game, and Missile is just able to stay consistent in all these games.
Yeah. Missile has been the consistent factor. Makes a lot of sense considering their name, yeah? Missile and Friends indeed. And now I'm starting to think. And realize what that logo is. Killjoy, Astra, Missile, Sova, Sky. I think the person in the middle is Missile. Because look, even his photo, his t-shirt's completely black. And hairstyle kind of matches. So it would make sense. Missile and Friends, yeah. Maybe that middle person is Missile indeed.
Yeah, middle person has to be Missile, kind of like just holding everyone together. But yeah, scoreboards in front of you guys and damage numbers as well. Just Missile and Friends proving Exeli unparalleled in all the different stats. 29, that's a lot of damage, CA. Even though the rounds weren't that, but still that's a lot of damage to, like, you know, have it off. 15.9k, and then you have a shot percentage coming in through with 29.21%, and then frag wins of 8, objective wins of 5. Interesting. Missile and Friends doing really good. I do want to see if we're going all 5 maps or not. What do you think so?
Oh, I think it's most definitely possible considering the way the first 2 maps went. This map is going to give a lot of motivation to Missile and Friends to remember that, hey, we might have made some crucial errors in the last stages of those first 2 maps, but it does not matter. As long as we're able to stay focused and push back, it's most definitely plausible here. But given the fact that Sami had a very bad map in this map rebind, and adding on to that, the fact that their composition itself, it felt like they were never ready to play bind. I feel like Exeli this might just be the knock they need to whack Missile and Friends to the wild card.
Exeli indeed needs to start exceeding limits, man. If they don't, then yeah, a lot of questions are gonna be raised on the lineups because Missile and Friends are able to do so much damage. But with that being said, let's take a look at the viewer rewards, because this is something that we have to give back to the community that we've built over the years. Viewer rewards for all of you guys from the NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship, exclusive merchandise for all of you, and all you guys need to do to claim this is go on your social medias, make a post, type hashtag VCC, and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in that post. And well, be creative with it. You know, you guys can also tag us. Our socials are right over here. You guys can go ahead and tag us too on the social media, and that will help you guys to pretty much get the merchandise in your hand, or at least eligible for the giveaway. With that being said, 3 maps out the gate now. 4th map is going to be on board. Is it going to be a clean sweep for Exeli? Not a clean sweep anymore, but is it going to be a 3-1 clean sweep, or is it going to be all 5 maps? Let's find out after this break.
Cause I wanna do it stupid. Got my music and I lose it to another tune to do. If I don't get to move it. Even real can do it when I'm cooking, and you know I'm cooking bacon. You don't wanna check under the apron. Vacuum the whole room naked, facing windows so people who out getting the greatness. Telling me better to hate this, really though it ain't shit when you cook compared to what the other people facing. So what I am drinking, still half full is true when comparing to the nation. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. Slow down, I'll party on my own. Party on my own. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Told me that. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back. Told me that. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. Zone down. Slow down. I'll party on my own. Party on my own. I'll party on my own. Yeah, that's tight. Max Watson, Tony Romero. Party on my own.
One enemy remaining.
So high on life, without you I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high, without you keep on being high. Without you keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Fame is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. Dangerous how we breathe vapors. We got us bleeding in streets like cheap image your city hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to you.
Great is the army that bands against bands of death. Prison bands determine the life of man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. Now, 3 maps out the gate. Finally, Missile and Friends as well, one another map on the board. So I do want to see movement inside the map of Icebox CA. Any speculations?
Oh, no whatsoever, because I took a look at the veto in our break, and it said Exeli pick bind. Huh? Like, why? I'm so confused, because why would you willingly go play a Jet Sage KJ Astra combination? It almost feels like they were not prepared whatsoever for that map, but they picked it. Now the next map is Icebox. We've seen how good Missile is with that operator. We've seen how good Kyojin is with that chamber too. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he just continues that chamber onto Icebox.
Man, moving inside the 4th map, I did not even expect we're going to be seeing the 4th map coming. I mean, you said they have an all-star lineup. Just saying, man.
That's what they said in the launch party, and I mean, to a certain extent, it's easy to agree, but like the look of confusion on your face.
Yeah, no,
yeah, I'm feeling the same.
It's hard to believe, man. At this point, I would rather just go ahead and ask this question to Sami and just DM him asking, "Are you sure it's our star lineup?" Because Missile and Friends clearly have some star players in their lineup as well.
Oh, yeah.
So if they actually did have an all-star lineup, it should be a clean sweep, 3-0. You know, no struggle should be seen. But Asian pick right in front of you guys.
Yeah. As you can see, Icebox, one of the most one-dimensional maps. Actually, some good news on that regard. There have been some recent talks, rumors really, about Icebox being reworked. I'm very curious to see it happen, because I hate maps that, you know, you have more than 3 agents that are just 100% pick rate. Like, I'm not sure, again, why Jet is not 100%, but like 110% both of these teams are going to have that Jet. I don't know. I will do some nutty dare if one of these teams does not pick up Jet. There's no way.
I honestly just want to see a steamroll inside this map of Icebox. I just want to see one of the teams just go an absolute ham. I just want to see like a huge scoreline difference too. I don't want to see a closed map again, because again, a lot of maps have been closed over and over again, and we're just seeing some aim duels happen. Even though they're just buying off a lot of times, in the end of the day, it's just like, okay, they're able to open the floodgates inside the site. They're able to get the site control, and then they're just able to close things out on the aim battle. I don't want to see that again. I want to see either Exeli. I want to see Exeli step up. I want to see that all-star lineup come into play.
Yeah, and it's so weird, right? Like, for Exeli themselves, they not a single round on their attack did they go for their hard A-shot execute, wall up. It's the most basic execute that any Valorant player knows. Just wall off half of the site near truck and plant right there, play on the post plant from A-short. I thought that it was an Exeli's map. During the map itself, I was like, yeah, surely they didn't pick this. They're just uncomfortable. Good map for Missile and Friends. But then I checked the veto and I'm like, huh? Oh, wait, Exeli, what was this? Because it's certainly making some questions and doubts come up for me. But as you said, I want to see some team really grab this horse by the reins and just go on all the way through.
Just go on all ham and just try to punish all the mistakes that are being made by all the other teams. But yeah, without wasting any more time, let's just straight up head inside the agent select and let's find out how the composition is going to be looking like on the map of Icebox. Expecting some pretty normal stuff, but Kyojin might just go for Reina over here.
Yeah, like I said, last time on Exceeli, he was playing that Reina, and yes, feeling himself. I talked about the chamber continuing on through, but you know what? I actually prefer this because he was one of the most significant factors with respect to the win coming through for Missile and Friends. Now, really with an agent that can completely go ham. And you know what? You said a lot of individual duels coming through in these maps between both of these teams. Ain't no better agent than Reina to make sure those duels result in her favor. Kyojin trying to laugh his way through to that 5th map. I'm just excited to see it happen.
Oh man, that's what I'm excited to see happen as well, because you have Exeli up over here, and now again, Exeli after that previous loss, you can clearly see a sign of worry, a huge sign of worry, not just small, it's a huge sign of worry. So I do want to see what Exeli has got in their back inside this round, inside this map, especially that double duel is coming out. I'm expecting a lot of aggression from their side because we've already seen both these teams relying heavily on their aim. So maybe might as well the double duel is just be a pop-off moment for them.
Yeah, it might just be. But then again, it might just be their downfall too, because we've seen how instrumental that Killjoy can be to a team's success with respect to plant denial and post-plant utility. But, oh, Missile already getting quite aggressive, and talking about that utility being instrumental, it's that turret that shuts him down, forced to now invest that tailwind to back up. He's going to have to play a lot more safer for the rest of the round.
Exeli, on the other hand, going for a way much more composed composition. Standard stuff is always Exeli not really trying to overextend themselves, just going for some natural stuff. But yeah, able to find the opening frag. That's one duelist being shut down, and it's Missile as well. It's a big man who was the difference maker for the side of
look at the
Missile
pings,
and friends. Yeah.
They've pinged over that kitchen area. They want to get in, but it's Arena anchoring it down. She can, as long as she finds one, she can dismiss out. But Fancy, spot on with the headshot, gonna take her down and set up the wall to go for. I hope they go for the nest plant, because Fancy can just play from kitchen on the post then, and that's exactly what they're gonna. No, they're not.
Well, that's a huge spot coming through as well. Viper being spotted from the back, but it doesn't matter. That's not gonna stop Pyro from just putting a relentless amount of pressure. But there we go. Fancy 9 strikes in. 3 huge frags, and Exeli now have a huge man advantage as well. The Viper's down quite low. Mr. Red can make something happen. Switches over to the Ghost. Also has the precise pistol in the hand. There we go. Just moving it forward. Pretty much sticking the defuse, and there you go. Red will shut him down.
Yeah, that's 100% clip worthy. You know, when you turn it out, you're like, oh no, oh no, oh. You just turn it out, you're like, oh no, he's right there. But hey, Fancy picking up the 3K. He's gonna be like, well, you know what? All right, guys, I'm gonna do this myself. Picks up the Phantom with the light shields, and I'm already scared. This is either going to be an easy peasy round with Fancy getting multiple more frags, resulting in his Viper's Pit coming online that much sooner and helping them continue on the momentum, or he's going to hand over the Phantom to someone like P-Roar or Missile, and it's going to be GGWP.
Talk about GGWP. Zola Crazy is able to find one, and then instantly the follow-up comes through. 54, only left the 54 HP to work with. So Sami still has everything in his favor, though. Look at this. This is quite huge. Exeli moving in, closing in the distance, also getting the kitchen control. Quite huge.
Oh, look at Kyojin. Stuck in this 1v1. Outlaw needs to get himself out of there. If he loses this.
And there we go. Outlaw able to follow it up with through 2 massive frags and Exeli. Okay. They're just able to stack up these bodies. What's going on? Exeli, something's going on with them right now after that.
I think
huge loss.
Outlaw got mad. He's like, see, how dare you say I gotta get myself out of there? Let me show you how to 1v3. Okay, with just Ghost, by the way. And his turret. You gotta include the turret.
Always, man. We've seen in India Q1 how many kills the Sirs was able to rack up. Like, turret at this point has to be, especially in those pistol rounds, though, like, all jokes aside, turret has to be kind of like the 6th man coming in. It can cause a lot of distraction.
Yeah, 100%. And to, like, add on to your point, as you said, especially in the pistol round, because the turret has a specific HP. That you can shut down with just 2 rifle shots, but on the pistol, it takes about 5 to 6 shots, so much harder. And considering that a turret is going to return damage to you for doing that, so much more difficult in that regard. But I've never seen the skin, Necro. Killjoy Spectre, I kind of like it. I might want to get it myself. Can someone gift it to me?
After saying that, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of people sliding in your DM saying that, okay, if the skin's in your inventory, just make sure that you're streaming that day on your channel, and we'll just donate you a lot of money.
Oh, that works. That definitely works. But talking about what works, Hermione, once again, being the downfall of Exeli, shutting down Fancy nice and early. Well, I mean, not Fancy, my bad. I believe it was Zolo. Ensuring that now Exeli are in a tough spot, because look at Kyojin. Once again, very aggressive in that A side. He's got a huge flank on. Now the turret will reveal his position real quick, but till then, Exeli are crumbling.
Indeed, Exeli are crumbling down. And look at that. Fancy 9 as well finds another one out of Pyro. And Exeli. Only 3 men left to work with. Missile and friends have all 4 players alive, and Exeli, they also have the side control. At least I would like to safely say that they have the side control right now. Missile can play instrumental play. He can just spoil this one out, and he does. Flicks onto Sami's head. Sami instantly being shut down, and now only 2 players left alive. still going for the plant.
10
That's quite
seconds
bold,
left.
even though the last man is not even
Spike
anywhere
planted.
close to him.
One
Got the
enemy
spike
remaining.
plant through, and now it's all down to the Killjoy Outlaw. It's a 1-on-3. It's a 1-on-4 actually. Next to impossible. We'll need to make something miraculous, but again, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, and again, Missile and Friends, we've seen this trend across all of the maps, right? Where when it comes to their buy, they are so damn close to flawless every single time. They rarely ever get damaged with respect to their economy, and it does add up. It certainly does add up because it ensures that their economy is in a protected spot, helps Missile get his operator online that much sooner. But hey, that was the bonus round for the side of Exeli. Now onto the buy. We'll see if they're actually able to influence some sort of push in this round. Did hurt the economy of Missile and Friends a little bit. Piror going to be stuck on a Spectre. Not ideal since he's going to be playing that sole anchor in that B side. Limits his angles quite a bit. He can't really take those long range fights.
Oh my god. That's a quick click on the Sami. Then Zola follows it up without the missile.
Oh, he has a revive, Zolo.
Definitely has to revive. He can try and go for it. But again, the problem is, as soon as he tries to go for the res, I'm pretty sure there will be some kind of casual, or at least follow-up coming through to try and stop it. One round advantage is in the hands of Exeli, but at this point, even if Exeli has like 10-0 scoreline, I'm still not going to opt out for them. I'm still not going to go with them.
Necro traumatized by Exeli Esports.
I just don't trust him anymore. I just don't.
Yeah.
I'm
They
done.
have betrayed Necro's trust. We're talking about trust right now. Mr. Red relying on his aim to hold it down. He'll find one. No trade either coming up, but the revive will make sure that the man advantage is not there. Mr. Red going for a peek too many, and he'll get punished just like that. The tables have turned. And Exeli Esports now with the man advantage and the plant down in a very comfortable
Oh my god, that was
spot
not
to close it out.
necessary. That was honestly not
No.
necessary.
I will say it is necessary, Necro, because I feel like they've betrayed their own trust. They're just like, yeah, no, we don't want to risk it.
But honestly, I mean, all jokes aside though, honestly, the Viper's Pit was really not necessary. They could have used it in the next round. But again, Exeli, they're second guessing themselves. And with these kind of frags given away, with challenging the fight single-handedly, it's pretty understandable why they did it too. Moini left all by himself, and Exeli will get another round on the board. And yeah, it's all because the ults. That's it. If they didn't have the ults, the round wouldn't have been in their way.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, I think for the side of Exeli Esports, what's really important is the fact that they maintain this momentum, because we've joked about it, but it's kind of true. Like even in that round, you saw unnecessary frags given away in the Viper's Pit. They were able to close it out without much damage, which is huge because it delays that operator from missile that much longer. But at the same time, it's a bit of a weird situation for Exeli. The turret did half his health. Like, what?
Yeah, again, I mean, at the start, Exeli again able to kick things off, but as I mentioned, there's going to be comebacks soon, guys. Don't worry. There's going to be
Guys,
comeback.
we need some therapist recommendations in the chat for next.
I'm honestly depressed watching what's going on. Like, I had so many
One enemy
expectations.
remaining.
I came in as a fanboy of Exeli, and now I'm pretty much turning into a fanboy
Spike
of
planted.
Missile and Friends because I'm just really impressed.
If we're talking about being impressed right now, maybe a flawless round here set up for Exeli. They might just win you back. Yeah, Necro. It is that flawless coming through. Exeli with that 4-1 lead, and hey, they might not have that Viper Spit anymore, but they certainly do have that Killjoy lockdown. Especially now, I want to see if Piror from the side of Missile and Friends commits his Viper Spit proactively. Because you shouldn't do that as soon as you notice that Killjoy lockdown available for the other side, because it's very easy then for the other side to use that lockdown to just cut you off from the Viper Spit and trade it the way you would trade a Killjoy and a Sova ult. So I think he might be doing that if he spots someone, because look at Exeli, they're 4-man stacking towards his A side. The drone likely to come out early to help Sami get in, and it's exactly that. They've taken garage control, now mostly looking to set that drone up.
Yep. 4 rounds on the board for Exeli. Not surprised. 1 round on the board for Missile and Friends. Not surprised. And yeah, getting spotted by Recon. The out drone as well.
Oh no.
Missile with the aggressive angle. He's going to pop off here. I'm telling you, but no, beautiful shoulder peek. Okay. Did not expect such proactive nature coming through from the side of Exeli.
Exeli doing their best to win Necro back.
Oh, beautiful shot. Sami followed it up. Again, these are just the opening phases, CA. I'm not gonna like go ahead and be like. I'm pretty sure Exeli are gonna get like 5 rounds in their hands, and then instantly the other round will be won by, again, Missile and friends, and that's when things will just start turning.
Hey, what I will say though is objectively, I really like the fact that this time they've left Sami because they're almost conveying information from Outlaw that, hey, this Reina always pushes in from the flank, guys, whenever we try to push B. So can someone shut down her rotations? And if she doesn't push this time, go for the late wrap yourself, because that's exactly what Sami is doing now. Now Kyojin most likely will check this angle, but the turret is that KJ's best friend, revealing his position and making sure she doesn't get taken down.
Ooh, taken down.
Look at Sami.
Yep, Sami with the flank will pretty much should be able to shut down. At least 2 fake fracks should be taken, but it doesn't matter, man. His teammates got him, but Sami with a huge 3K, finally. I want to see this momentum carried on. I want to see this momentum. I want to see this stomp coming throughout the game, because now, again, after that round, Exeli should also have their morals boosted up a little bit high. It's 5-1 again, and I have a little nightmare from 5-1.
I will say, it looks like the Exeli players themselves have received a talking to of sorts. You know, they're like, in the first 2 maps, every time after they won a round, we'd at least see a smile or 2. This time, it's all just game faces. Full serious mode, Exeli looking to finish this off right here, right now. Maybe they had a special date planned for 7:30, and now they're mad they couldn't make that date.
I mean, they should not have messed around in the first place. Or
No,
maybe...
you don't shoot at legs with knives.
Oh, look at the damage, dude. Wasted.
It's not an operator missile. the blades they don't one-shot. It only one-shots heads. We're talking about one-shot. Sami gets one, but a really nice trade from Kyojin. We'll keep him alive for now, but not for long. I feel like he should have dismissed on out of there instead of healing. So maybe he could have helped his team on the retake, but it doesn't matter. It is just an eco. And hey, at least that 5-1 trauma that you have might be taken away with this round.
I mean, still, it doesn't matter, man. Doesn't matter.
Metro
like,
doesn't believe.
I don't believe until it's 11 rounds on the board for Exeli, and they have a huge lead. I will not believe.
So it has to be 11, and they have to have a huge lead?
Then only I'll believe. If they don't, then it's pretty much done deal for me. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Are you serious? Giving it away like that. Finally, yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. One last man left alive. He's still challenging the fight. Just go ahead and push him.
Hey, I don't see that coach cam
for
Exeli. So maybe
I need to be the coach.
Yeah, exactly.
Please make me the coach.
Give them like the Alex Ferguson treatment, you know, like scream at them like until they win your championships.
Or maybe I can just be calm and composed like YB.
Oh, that definitely works. We've seen the results already.
Should be like calm, the meditation tone as well, you know, just like pretty much calm and composed. But yeah, Recon darts in bout and fancy's position not caught, but I'm pretty sure Missile is going to be catching someone over here. They should realize if they're able to catch it. Oh, connects that shot. It was pretty close. Missile is not going to let him get away with that. Operators inbound. Operator's position also given away, and there we go, CA. Told you. Told you. Got anything to say after that?
Here.
I mean, still a 2v4 Necro. The round is on. The wall available too. Solo trying to make that lurk work.
There we go.
Pyro will shut them down. And you can see why, guys. You can see why Necro just doesn't believe, because just when Exeli get comfortable, it seems like there is an unstoppable force in their mind that shuts them down. Again, I don't want to just harp on the mistakes of Exeli, because I do want to give props to Missile and friends too.
Yeah,
the mentality they've had is something to admire. They haven't really given up despite those 2 close losses, because honestly, if I was in their position, I mean, that's why I'm not a pro player, to demonstrate, but if I was in their position and I lost those 2 close maps, I'd be like, yeah, guys, let's just go wild card. Like, I can't be bothered anymore.
Yeah, I would have cracked under the pressure as well, man. That's I do not want to be in Missile and friends position, because coming inside, there's all odds stacked against them, and especially Exeli as well, just showing off their lineup.
Yo, I just noticed in Missile's camera right above his bed, and this is what I'm talking about. These guys have got that champion mentality right above his bed. He has one of those show checks, you know, that you get in LANs. I do believe BD recently, a few months back, had a LAN, and you can see that champion check right above his bed. Like, clearly something to remind him that he was a champion in that tournament, and he can be that champion once again. So again, I love this mentality. Kyojin getting caught out because of the recon, but he just don't care. This is why I love the Reyna for him. Finds that duel, wins that duel, and he's back to, you know, he's not back to full HP, but he's back to safe rounds.
Back to safe rounds indeed. 6-2 is the score line. Reyna ultimates inbound as well. And now, there we go. Another round of the, as I mentioned, for Missile and Friends. Exeli just needs one more map in their hands to close out the entire best-of-5 series, but the opening frag again, another given to the Missile and Friends side, and now Mr. Red looking to catch this man off guard, and he does. Beautiful flick coming through. Crisp, clean flick to shut him down. The headshot connects, and the stars align. And now it's a 3-on-2 situation. Exeli having the man disadvantage. Pull out your gun. Kyojin's right here. Pull out your gun. Does not expect. Oh no.
Spike down A.
Gotta expect.
Hold on. Fancy's position is unknown, but not for long.
Was it though? I don't think so. He was, because he already got a frag in the mid. So yeah, the position was definitely not unknown. His position was known there. But yeah, again, there you go, CA.
Imposter
The reason I was saying it's unknown was with regards to that push coming in from Hermione, right? Like, logically, if that Sova is running with his knives out, you have to assume that that Viper is already on site and telling him the site is clear. So maybe that's why I hope that they did not know Fancy's position. But clearly, logic is not the run of the mill here. It's simply just chaotic comms, because again, I feel like the reason we're being so critical is because we expect so much more from not just Exeli, from Missile too, Missile and Friends. I don't want to just say Missile. From Exeli and MNF, when they make these key errors, we know them to be these great players. Because, for example, from the side of Missile and Friends, we've seen them last year representing Exeli, at least 3 of them. This year, we know Exeli mentioned that they had upgraded their roster to a super team in the VCC launch party. But that's why I feel like we have the right to be extra critical, because especially coming into VCC2, every single other region that you look at that we've seen so far in India and Pakistan, it does feel like the teams have upgraded to a certain extent.
It does seem like that. And yeah, and as you mentioned, they were just showing off so much, saying that, oh, they have upgraded their roster, they have like all-star lineup. So I feel like everyone over here, not just us, even in chat, people can be critical about their opinions, because you saw how the map of heaven started. There was a lot of BM going around. There were a lot of teabags. There were a lot of knives, as if like it was a complete disrespect against Missile and Friends. And now moving inside, look at this. Each and every single map has been really close. We're on 4th map of Icebox.
I 100% agree, but I will still say that as a math person, it's all about peaking at the right time. So, you know what? If Exeli's like story ends up being or even Missile and Friends, their story ends up being that they messed up in the Bangladesh qualifier just to correct everything, come back stronger in the wild card and the grand finals playoffs for whichever team makes it to the respective part of the tournament, then I'll take it. I think it's completely all right to make mistakes early on, as long as you're able to understand and move on from them. Because that's what I always say. Like, I don't judge a team or a player by the mistakes they make. I judge them by how they respond to it. And for these players, I think it's not just about those wildcard and grand final playoffs. It's also about these next 2 maps, because surely Missile and Friends have that in the back of their mind that they came so close and lost. And surely Exeli realizing that even though they picked up Bind, they just did not play it like as if it was their comfortable map. So let's see which team can adapt faster.
Indeed. Exeli, Sami, present over here, all the way moved in the backside. Quite huge, but Sami not over here. There's a man right on top of him, and he will fall. R3D,
He's
man.
dancing around.
Yep, dancing around. Sami finally spots him out, but finally able to connect a few shots, so at least did some damage. It's not like he went away with nothing. But yeah, spike being planted now, looking to get the 7th round on the board. They also have a resurrection available, which they can go
Use
for.
that as a really nice bait.
Yeah, they can definitely. Yep, that's what they're exactly going for. Resurrection coming through, using it as a bait. Both of them peek out. One man being taken care of, and now within a blink of an eye, man advantage shifting over.
I'm curious because I saw Outlaw scam in that moment. And you know, you have these moments where you're playing like race car games and stuff, and you're trying to turn to the left, and you inherently just turn your body to the left, even though you know that your body is not going to influence how your car actually turns. In that moment, I think while trying to correct his crosshair, Outlaw is like, move, move. They're trying to, you know, use the force. It did not work out. And in this game face moment, you can see how Necro's prediction not even prediction, Necro's trauma.
I'm disappointed.
Most definitely justified.
I'm disappointed.
As from 6-1 down. Comeback is on, Necro.
You already know who I'm disappointed by and impressed by. So yeah, don't really need to speak much about it.
Hey, talking about being impressed, Missile now on the operator. He very much impressed us with the operator in several maps. Let's see if he can do it again.
Let's see if he can do it again. Yeah, the consistency factor has been there for Missile, so I'm pretty sure he can pull it off again. Shouldn't really be that tough. It should be a piece of cake for this man. There you go. Oh my god, Pero is just being such a pain right now.
It's just that, like, every single round we've seen this Viper play B anchor, yet they still run into B long, not expecting him to be there. Now he's able to set up his Viper split and wait in for them, but Zolo's already run past. Fancy trying to catch him out, and Pero getting caught off guard. And this allows Fancy to set up his own Viper split and try to go for the plant, but the Hunter's Fury tags two players but finds no kills. It's so back and forth like a roller coaster here now.
Not even a back and forth, I'm just telling you, it's just complete fourth. Yeah, for now it's back, but yeah, in the front it'll be fourth for Missile and Friends. Oh! I told you.
Okay.
I told you it's gonna be fourth. Just keep watching, man.
That was one shot.
Yep, that was literally just one shot. One bullet needed to be connected, and it will connect it. From the back, Hyojin will just keep on lighting things up. Now 3 players alive. The Viper spotted in front of him. What was that? You cannot make rookie mistakes like that, Exeli. How and why are these mistakes happening? Shoes being shut down too. But still the attackers win because did not really have a lot of time left. And look at Outlaw, he's already raging. I can see the tilt coming in.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. He started running towards B long. I can't remember a single round where P-Roar on the Viper has not stayed disciplined and stayed on that side. He's never rotated super early. So there's no reason to assume that he's going to rotate super early. You have to either double peek him if you're going to run towards him, or just don't run towards him and let him know. But hey, it doesn't matter right now because Exeli, they picked up the round, they still have the lead, and that's what is important at the end of the day because despite losing that last map, Exeli are 2-1 up in the series. All they need is one map to close it out. But on the other half, Missile and Friends with their stacked up economy still able to afford full buys now. Shuv Speaks trying to hunt down Missile. He doesn't find him, but he will find his co-duelist.
There you go. Kojin found and Missile striking him with 2. Oh no. It's like you find one, you give 2 away. Trades are happening back and forth. Now the man advantage pretty much equalized. Zola Crazy is the man who falls back. He also doesn't really have the HP factor to work with. Boy, oh boy. Missile in the front. And look at this. Zola Crazy just slowly, steadily sneaking up. Peeks out, shuts him down instantly.
Why?
2 on 3 now on the board. Missile. Yep, that's what I'm wondering. Solo peaks, solo duels, not playing it off of teams, and there you go. Another man falls down. It's just like a bowling ball, man, and there's just like pins. One pin falls down, the other one will fall because of the impact. And yeah,
Outlaw does. That sage Viper. Yeah, I 100% agree. I would understand maybe why Fancy pushed that. Zolo pushed that far if he did not know that Missile was around. But we saw Missile opping early on that A site. Like, where are you expecting him to go? He's surely either playing screens or playing rafters. And considering the fact that they already cleared off rafters, the only position left is screens. Considering the fact that the plant had not gone down, Zolo's job in that position is to help Shuv Speaks get onto site, help him get the plant. Just getting a step two ahead of himself, the same way we've seen Sami do in several maps, the same way we've seen multiple players from Exeli, even Missile and Friends for that matter, do in several maps. The players just thinking a step two ahead. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm all for mind games, I'm all for reads, I'm all for staying a step ahead of your opponent. But if it starts damaging you, then I'm not so sure.
Yeah. There you go. Half inbound, and this half is going to mean quite a lot for Exeli. And Missile and Frame. Either of the teams, this is going to mean quite a lot. A little bit too early with the snake bite there, but should have held on to it for a little more longer because, of course, they're not going to go for the plant void suit that quickly, even if they don't just have the side control. The wall comes in through. Fancy 9 does spot out a little arm. Tried to connect the shots, but no connections being found. Easy plant, easily able to get back. And now Exeli, the pressure will start to build. It comes through. Recon dart being shut down as well. That's a beautiful recon dart to just get him distracted for a bit. Red follows up with Sami. Fancy now trying to take another man down. Fancy follows up with 2.
One enemy
And
remaining.
trades are happening back and forth, and Exeli is still able to close it out. Beautiful stick coming through.
Yeah, that wasn't even the perfect wall because you needed slightly more towards the spike to make sure that the Viper's snakebite bounces off the wall like we've seen in, say, the Pakistan qualifier yesterday, right? But if you notice, towards the middle, Zolo couldn't even get in. It's Shuf's Freak who had to defuse. And right here, if you see, the Viper's snakebite actually falls in the right place, but simply late by the side of Piror. Couldn't get it there on time. The defuse came through, and this is something that whenever I play Icebox, I always tell my teammates, like when I'm playing Sage on Icebox, they're like, yo, please wall kitchen. I'm like, no, at least not in the pistol. I'm never walling kitchen, man. Like you can see how strong that wall can be in post plant. So, hey, something for you guys in compete. Like let your Sage save her walls. It can be useful.
Indeed, you can go for the you can go for the defuse if you're on defender. But yeah, over here
Oh,
now.
look at this. The drone combined with Zolo Spectre going in for a very aggressive push. He's going to drop the spike.
Spike
There we go.
down. Attackers
Spike
marked.
carrier drop, follows it up with 2, but it's fine. It's just the eco round, so I'm
Oh,
not okay, buddy. All right, Zolo. And why is Shuf so late to get the trade? Okay. Still Harmony trying to get the trade back. Harmony down quite low. 1 bullet should seal the deal. But still, I feel like Shuf should have been there to get the trade pretty quickly.
remaining.
Another frac being found. Fancy trying his best to line it up. 2 fracs from Fancy, and now it's a 3-on-1. If Red is even able to find 1, that's gonna be quite huge because again the bonus will pretty much be denied.
It's also the fact that Missile and Red opted to go for the Sheriffs, I think.
30
Or maybe
seconds
even
left.
if it's just Missile, it is a little bit of investment. So 1 more would go a long way to making sure they have it in the bag. But nope, Sami does secure it, and just like that, Exceeli taking a significant lead. But this is where Necro starts to get worried, right, guys? Because
Spike
when Exceeli has a big lead, Necro's
enemy
trauma comes
remaining.
back. A PTSD at this point.
I'm actually getting anxious. Like, jokes aside, I am actually getting anxious. Like I want something to happen over here. Okay, 5-9 is the scoreline, and Exeli have always just given rounds away when they have usually a technical break coming through from the side of Exeli. This is just gonna stop their own momentum.
If I'm not mistaken, that's actually like I forgot what the name for it. It's this thing that checks below a certain point in the ground for information about the composition of the earth. So like it will make a lot of sense for it to be there on Icebox. Basically checking the water level of the ice, seeing if it breaks. Because fun fact for you guys, this map is where like one of the first few meteors, the Radianite meteors, landed in the world of Valorant. And that's why it's so important, because it was for a long time a classified area for KNG. This is where they did all the shady stuff. And they made it work. But since then it's been known, Yoru exposed their secrets, took out his ancestor's mask, and the rest is history. So is Yoru. He's definitely history. Nobody plays him.
Who is Yoru? I don't know. Moving on.
He's that blue dude with the weird, like the cool, not weird. Like I say weird in a nice way. Like weird.
I know who Yoru is, but I'm just saying like no one plays him, so who is he?
No, Oh, look at this. Fancy's sitting here because he's full. I think he's fully expecting them to wall up. and then he could be on top of the wall and surprise them all together. I wonder if this does work out, because you can see even Zolo baiting for him. They're only going to expect one player so close to the plant spot. So if Zolo does this successfully without dying, Fancy can pull off this round.
Indeed, they can pull off this round. There we go. Reyna's layer is out as well. Easy flood through on the site, and looking to tap on the skulls. No taps been found just yet, but the recon dart also gets a scan off. So the players in the close now will have a lot of things to worry about. Harmonium would follow it up with a huge frag, and there you go. In the rifle rounds, this is where Exeli start to fall down. They need to start being a little aggressive, man. Start using your utilities. You got your Viper on the board too. Make her use that utility over there. Make her play on the B site. Go for the retake wall. There's just so many things, man. Exeli just making a lot of mistakes, and there you go. Terror as well finds Outlaw. Exeli shoves over there. No. I honestly am so concerned for Exeli in the wild card if they just keep playing like this.
So you're saying Exeli's gonna lose the series? Because you said wild card.
That's what I said. That's what you didn't hear me. I said if they keep playing like this.
Necro predicting that Missile and Friends come back, not just in this map, because in the maps we've seen it in every single map. It's not much of a prediction at this point, but in the entire series, I would love to see that personally, because again, I love the mentality with which Missile and Friends have come into this best of 5 series. Nothing to lose and everything to gain, never giving up. They are the definition of a champion, but they need to win 2 more to actually turn that definition into the reality and make themselves champions, because still, Exeli, they have the round lead, they have the series lead, and as long as they stay calm and composed, they should be able to close it out. But Sami getting blinded by that Leer. He's got himself in a very bad position, because now he has no backup from his teammates with respect to the fact that he's going to have to take the initial fight and make sure he tailwinds on out, especially with that shock dart taking out both the that Alarm Bot as well as Nano Swarm. But instead, Missile and Friends opting for a mid-round rotation, trying to go over to the B side. And that's quite concerning, because look at the way the setup has been done for Fancy in that B side. Unlike the usual setup where we see the Poison Cloud being used on B long, he's used that Poison Cloud in the plant area, completely committing to playing with the Snake Bites to deny that plant, playing for the retake on B. Let's see if he can get it done.
Exactly, Snake Bite comes through.
30 seconds
And oh my god. Just putting a lot of pressure on that man. Already going for the plant. Kyojin follows it up.
Spike planted.
And it's the Reyna making it rain. But look at this. Exeli and Fancy 9 now. Just over here trying to rain things down. Exeli pretty much having the round lead, as you mentioned, but which is going to be taken away from their hands soon. 4 players to work around with only, and there is a man in the mid too. Beautiful flank from Sami to clutch, to catch the man from the flank. It's a 3-on-3. Flicks on one, looking to flick on another one, but that's not going to be the case. This is the problem. Why are solo men pushing? Exeli, start wondering, please. The 2 players are in mid. There's solo man in yellow containers. Pretty much not in yellow, out in the open. Just trying to get those duels in. Where are the team comms?
Yeah. Definitely chaotic team comms that we're seeing, but goes a long way to helping these players shine at their very best. That if that flick from Streaks himself had landed, it could have made all of the difference. But
again, that's like relying on luck. Much. But again, that's like relying on luck. That's not. I feel like as soon as the Viper got taken out, the Sova should have at least fell back a little bit. He should have played a passive-aggressive angle. He just kept on aggressing forward.
Oh boy. Oh, look at this, aggressing forward is Fancy. We can see signs of desperation from Exeli as they're just making the panic plays happen. Granted, this is an economy. I mean, this is an eco round. They can afford to do that, but it's not good for the morale at all, Necro, when you get picked off like this, when you get dropped like flies.
Yeah. If they honestly lose this, they lose this whole best of 5 series against Missile and Friends, this is going to be really embarrassing. And I hate to be this critical. I do not want to be a hater. But coming inside the series, man, I had high expectations. Like, I was honestly expecting a complete different Exeli. But what I'm seeing right now over here is not what I had imagined from compared to what they were saying. They were saying Their lineup is this. Their lineup is really good. Now coming inside, my whole hopes and dreams have been shattered.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Yeah, Necro is shattered. So is the.
Now I actually have emotional damage. Now this is now I actually have emotional damage.
I think so might Exeli just now because their lead has evaporated. 8-9 on the scoreline, and Exeli on their bye now. Sami's got that operator. He needs to be the difference maker. He needs to rise up to that expectation of a star player. He needs to be the one leading from the front to make this push happen, and he's gonna find the first blood to do exactly that.
Really needed to find that too. Viper's pitting down on the side. Gain a lot of side. Oh my god, there we go, Sami. This is what I'm talking about. Pop-off king. You really need these pop-off moments. You're a duelist. You're supposed to do that, Sami. Already 3 frags on the board, if I'm not wrong, from Sami. Quite huge plays coming out. He also has the Blade Storm available, so. Okay, 2 frags. Looking to get the 3rd one, though. It's not really that far behind him. Look at KJ. She can try to extend. Try to go ahead and try to get in there. There you go. Shoes finds it, and now maybe another flawless round from the side of Exeli this time.
Hey, Outlaw, what?
There you go. Outlaw just completely the presence of mind lacking clearly, but it's fine. Fancy's got his back, and so we'll save the day for his team.
You heard Pirot, right? He started running and
yeah,
he jumped, and there was a clear audio cue of him getting onto. I'm kind of confused over there about why Outlaw turned left, but hey, I'll tell you what, this is what I wanted from SS Sami, with some sexy shots living up to his name indeed. Did you know that? That's what the SS stands for, sexy Sami.
Oh yeah, you told me this last year. But you know why I feel like Exeli are newly able to activate themselves? Why? Guess why? Guess. Make a guess.
Because they're not excelling? I don't know. It's gonna be something stupid.
You're wrong. You're wrong. They're not able to activate themselves because they haven't used the Gillette razor. They haven't gotten the game face on.
True,
they need to start using the Gillette razor. They need to start shaving themselves up. And when they get their game face on, an actual game face on, well, that's when they'll start popping off.
Is that why Sami's popping off? Because like he can't really shave himself because he's still a kid, kind of. He doesn't really have much facial hair. But enough of the conversation.
Actually,
we've got the giga head strats right here. Look at this once again. Sami with that first blood, looking for another. Missile will not peek though. I like that about Missile. He is disciplined.
Indeed, disciplined, but aggressive. He is aggressive, but at the same time, if he knows that okay, maybe it's time to stop, he stops. He plays with the team, and that's what I like about Missile. He does not try to make any solo plays, but on the other hand, Exeli, each and every single player just wants to make solo plays happen. But it's fine if you're going to be able to hit shots like that. Then solo plays, I'm down to work with solo plays all day if you're that correct.
Look at Kyojin though, he's sneaking in through that mid area. It's going to come down to timing because Outlaw and Sami just don't expect it, but thank the Lord for Exeli is what they say. Fancy able to find the trade and
what?
Oh no,
Zolo, are you kidding me?
10 seconds.
He reses his teammate and doesn't even get a trade.
At least he gets the round.
Yeah, at least he gets the round, but please someone click
that. You can see Sami's not happy about that. He's like, bro, come on.
Like, are you kidding me? You're gonna res me like that and just not even cover me? Like, that's...
It's not even about the cover. I think at least go for the trade. Like, the bait res we've seen a lot,
That's what I've seen, yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, it did not even go for the res. Like, cover means you pretty much, if someone's trying to push you, you'll probably get the trade.
Ooh.
The cover was
also
just not present.
10 seconds left.
I just noticed
Enemy remaining.
not a great wall from Missile and friends, leaving that gap for Sami. That should never happen with the Viper wall. We know it, like we've seen Icebox plenty of times. We know that that gap is never there. So they need to fix that if they're going back to that B side. You can't let an operator player like Sami find those off angles. He will catch you off guard.
11 rounds on the board.
Off guard. Sorry?
I just noticed 11 rounds, CA.
Hey, yeah, you're right. They're at the 11 mark. You said if they're at the 11 mark and they have a big lead, you'll believe. Is 3 rounds a big lead? What do you think?
Okay-ish lead, I would say. And yeah, maybe Exeli have got this.
Yeah, I think
One more
Sami is
frag.
starting to bring Necro back into the Exeli can.
Yeah, maybe. Still nothing. I don't
You
know.
will
The
not
resurrection,
kill
the
my
resurrection plays over there. And Sami, you should
Why?
go for it. Stop the resurrection instead of going to break the Soa dart. Well, oh my God, there we go. Well,
I wish his teammate was there to break that dart. Instead, they're both in the back of side. A bit of miscoordination, and it's going to be the downfall of Exeli and Necro. They've lost 3 frags in the blink of an eye.
there we go. Yep, with it, indeed. Yeah, pretty much. Well, within a blink of an eye, 3 players lost.
Oh my
Last
lord.
man alive. 1-on-4. Fancy just save. You have a lot of safety cushion. You can go for saves.
I think maybe trying to get the operator, but it's nowhere close.
No, it should not. Yep.
Oh.
I just don't understand. I don't understand. Just go for a save in that situation because you really need the economy as well. You've got 11 rounds on the board. One more round can be really instrumental. One AR in the team can be really instrumental.
100%. But once again, like, a bit of miscoordination where Sami is stuck in that gen area. He can't really, he can't really just try to get on out of there unless he commits his tailwind, which is unnecessary in that position, in my opinion, because he's trying to find peaks in where he's being forced to commit his tailwind, not just do it because he's stuck outside his team. Considering the fact that there's 2 more players on the side, I feel like 1 more player should at least be playing that sandwich or 410 angle so they can break that recon for Sami. And we've seen this so many times, even on Ascent, where in that 2v2 B-side retake, it was Sami being forced to look away and try to break that recon. These are small things that Exeli really need to correct. There needs to be a hierarchy in the team that, hey, if Sami is alive, the other person, as long as we're expecting a recon, somebody needs to be breaking that recon for him. That's literally the best thing you can do for a duelist in that situation. Let him focus on what's ahead. Let him focus on picking out the frags, not on breaking everything and playing it like it's solo queue.
True. Not wrong there, man. 9-11 is the scoreline, and time's ticking off too. This next round's going to start, and it's going to mean quite a lot. Tactical timeout was taken. Is there a little technical break as well falling through? Yep, it seems like there is a little technical break from Missile and Friends. So yeah, the technical break should also give them a decent amount of time to actually get some breathers in and get their head back in the game because they really need a lot of time over here. And 9-11 being the scoreline, 1 more round. 1 more round to get to match point. Not that hard, man. 1 more round, Exeli. You guys are able to make it up till so far. Just 1 more round. 3-on-1 series can be closed out.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, 2 more rounds, Necro. 2 more rounds to hit that.
At least if they get the match point, I still feel like the morals of Missile and Friends can be broken. Because seeing the match point in itself can be really kind of like devastating because like
they have lost in overtime before.
They have lost in overtime before, but still, I mean.
Hey, I'll tell you what though. I'm going to distract you a little bit with some more lore knowledge. As you can see, as I was talking about, this was the initial setup from the side of KNG. All of the tests that ran here, all of those containers to ship those Radianite boxes that you see all over every single map, those green boxes. They actually get packed and set up at Bind, but this were the old days before Bind as a manufacturing plant was set up. They made do with what they could in Icebox, but talking about making do, Sami barely getting out with his life, but Fancy, instead of running, he just ends up dying, and Sami will too. That match point looking way too far away, Necro. All they see in the tunnel is darkness.
Yep, did not even have the guns to work with anyway, so true. Yeah. That's why they should have saved that previous Phantom. That could have been really instrumental. As I said, each and every single gun on the board, even if they were able to get like 2 frags with the Phantom, at least they would have something to retrieve in their hands, you know? And there we go. Flawless round from Missile and Friends. And it's just like, it's really hard to give props to Missile and Friends because there are rookie mistakes being made from Exeli. Yeah, they are playing well, don't get me wrong. They're really playing good. But I feel like if you compare this gameplay to what we saw in the past in Pakistan region and India Q1, honestly, I feel like these teams, like, the struggle will be seen a lot.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think for these teams, We talked about how important it is for them to adapt. We talked about how crucial it is that they find some sort of groove to their gameplay. I will say Sami does seem like he's found that. He's back on the operator, so he could be that crucial X factor for his team to push it all the way through. But right now, don't shoot Sami. Someone break that drone, please. Nope. Oh, wait. I think they broke it in time because the drone was looking in that right direction. Now Sami, barely misses that shot. Just caught off guard with all of those shots.
He needed to hit that too, CA. He needed to hit that desperately. Now he misses that, and as you mentioned, that's just gonna add a lot of pressure again. Exeli, just one more round on the board, and you guys will have a match point. Have the operator inbound too on the Sami. Sami, please look above because you don't have anyone checking for you. Actually,
he does actually.
That they do. Yeah, they do. Shuv is there. So okay, finally a little bit of a nice stellar play coming in from their side.
Oh, and look at this. Shuv really seems to be on point with the awareness in this stage, looking towards mid. Zolo is the one that finds one, and now Missile and Friends not in a great position whatsoever though. Header on the lurk.
Oh no.
They still don't have as much time, and with Outlaw's utility fully set up on that A site, all he needs to do is buy time for his team.
What was that? Okay, never seen that.
Yeah.
Ever in my life. Interesting. Okay, chat, there you go. This is how the Radiant plays really. Okay, that was a quick shot from Sami. But what was that wiper wall?
Yeah,
I've never in my Valorant casting career or in the whole Valorant I've ever seen. I've never seen that Viper's wall ever in my life.
Talking about things we've never seen, I've never heard you say huh? It's because I don't think you've ever been so genuinely confused.
Opponents killed.
What was that? Like I'm
Exeli and Missile and Friends right now just giving Necro true damage, emotional damage.
I'm actually, like, jokes aside, like I'm actually tilted. I am actually tilted with what's happening in the game right now. And these players I feel like they know I'm getting tilted, so they're just like adding on the tilt. Yeah, do not peek out, please, Zolo. Don't.
Peeks out.
He's fine, alive. He's still alive. Okay, he's gonna make it back to safety, or is he?
Spawn grenade.
Outlaw really needs to back up. I feel like, yeah, he has the Killjoy lockdown. Yeah, perfect. Take that screens area. Don't use it just yet. Should have waited for the plant, in my opinion, but fair enough. Trying to deny the plant itself and play for that time factor. Mr. Red still going for the plant. He won't be able to make it out in time.
He won't be, yeah. There should be at least one player. Yep, there we go. One player being detained. Nice recon dart coming through, but it doesn't matter. Oh, finally they're able to spot bounce back. Fancy with two huge frags. I don't know. They're challenging the fight single-handedly. Hermione's a man. He's pretty cracked. I know this guy.
He's not tapping.
He can make. Oh my god. Oh my freaking god. There you go. There you go. Missile and Friends getting another round on the board. And yeah, Exeli, not surprised. They're just letting these rounds pass away. Exeli, momentum easily now shifted over to Missile and Friends.
Look at the plant, Necro. It was not an open plant. There is a location where you can sit behind 410 and go for the defuse. As you can see, Hermione, when he jiggles, he can't see the plant. There's no reason for Outlaw to push in there. There is absolutely no reason for Outlaw to push in there, but he does so nevertheless, and that's gonna hurt Exeli a lot. Like, surely they saw the finish line right then and there. Surely they saw the victory right then and there, but nope. Just not gonna happen. Still, match point for Exeli. They've got one more shot at the victory before they're forced into overtime, before they're forced into that mental state where they need to stay strong to pull it back. Because right now, Missile and Friends, they are not giving up. They will not back down. They are pushing and trying their hardest to make it happen. And also give Necro emotional damage.
The Viper's wall. It's hard. It's honestly hard for me to get my eyes off of that Viper's wall.
Please send contacts in the chat where you need help for Necro.
I've not seen that Viper wall in my entire life, CA.
Spam hashtag help Necro in chat.
It's really interesting. But yeah, 12 rounds on the board. Again, Exeli just need one more round. Sami will need to be the star player as he has been throughout his whole Valorant Pro career. He's ready. Backstretch. The posture is on point. But what's not on point is Exeli.
Get out of my way.
Yeah. Currently, Exeli faltering at the wrong locations. Hey, they've got that revive. I wish Sami wouldn't push in alone. I wish he had a teammate with him, but he's gonna do it nevertheless. Backs off in time though, so fair enough.
Thank God. At least he got the info too. So that's something that they can work off with. So also getting the info, also backing off.
Again,
pretty much,
so look at that, right? The kitchen push comes in from Zolo. Normally in the India or even the Pakistan qualifier, whenever he's able to push in that much, we would just see the wall being used to cut off that mid area, and then he can back up and play on that double side. But perhaps a little too greedy with that wall. But I was the one who said you don't need to use that early. Surely in those situations, you should use it and deny that mid rotation, given the fact that we've seen those flanks come in. Instead, he commits it over at kitchen, and now Fancy playing on top of these containers. This is either going to be disaster for Exeli or disaster for Missile and Friends. And before I even complete my sentence, Fancy make sure is this. Oh, never mind. Just never mind. Just never.
Oi, oi, oi. What's going on?
All these
One-on-one
expressions.
trades coming through, and
outlaw.
Exeli. Oh, okay. There we go. Exeli lined them up like that. That's good. That's what I like to see. And there you go. Finally, Exeli able to close it out and take down Missile and Friends, and they've booked their slot in the grand final playoff. But again, if you talk about impressed by the performance or not, clearly I am personally not impressed. But hey, congratulations for making it a grand final playoff. And the competition is just going to keep on elevating. So you guys have got a lot to learn over here, a lot to research from. So good luck.
Yeah, I will give props to Outlaw, like the fact that his mental is not broken after that last round where I think he would have realized he might have made a mistake in the push.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't care, I'm going to be solid, I'm going to look forward, and I'm going to make it happen. Finds the 3K to enable his team to find the victory in the map and the series. Ravsan, the Chotabai. Hey, his videos are also always like that, where like it starts off a little slow, but it always ends on a nice note. So Exeli, as you said, Necro, this is not the end of the journey. Very rightfully, they should celebrate, at least for tonight. But back to tomorrow, you've got to get those ward reviews on and fix those small things. Like, it's sort of in massive errors. Like, you know, we might see in Compy. But in this competitive aspect, when the teams are so close, those small things, they add up a lot.
Indeed, man. The small things, the trade-offs, the knowing when to push, knowing when to not push. We saw a lot of solo plays, a lot of aim duels, not really proper executions. These are the kind of things they need to start because, as I said, moving forward, moving in the grand final playoffs, the competition is just going to keep on elevating. So things are going to be really tough. So over here, though, Perro, I got to give props to this man, Perro over here. He was actually so instrumental on that Viper role. And I am honestly really impressed with this individual man. Missile, of course, was really able to do a lot. But I feel like Perro is one of those players. He was, of course, being a Viper, he was already being really annoying with, you know, all the utility, but also able to connect those shots really well. And then Sami as well with 18.
Perro, not just on the Viper, right? Even on the Astra, I feel like amongst all of these 10 players, okay, maybe amongst, I'll say, with the exception of Sami and Missile, besides them, Perro, I feel like, was the only one in that consistent form. Every single map, he was leading the charge for his team. Every single map, not just delivering in terms of the one-taps, like you said, not just in terms of the aim, but so damn consistent in that controller role. And for me, that's a big deal because Hermione, Kyojin, Missile, all of these 3 players we saw in VCC1, Perro and Mr. we did not, and Perro most definitely impressed, I think, establishing himself as one of the best controller players in Bangladesh.
Yeah, one of the best controller players, might as well, we can call him. But again, as I said, these grand final playoffs, I really didn't feel like this was like a true test of skills for any of these teams or any of these players. Because again, as I mentioned, it just really did seem like all guns blazing, some complete aim duel battles. We did not even see some proper execution, not a lot of mind games being played. Then the map of Bind, we saw a couple being played, yeah, for sure. But then later on, it just seemed like a pretty much aim duel battle. But over here, SS Sami, of course, being the MVP of the entire Best of 5 series with 75 frags and 78 deaths on his name and 18 assists with the econ rating of 57 and average combat score of 30. First blood 19.
Yeah, you can see this lad takes a lot of pressure onto himself to make those first bloods happen. Maybe a little too much pressure. I think that's one thing they definitely need to correct. But just on that note, I'd like to give props to his counterpart and his friends Missile. had
Oh my
an
God.
absolute killer of a game. I still think they could have easily won Haven, if not Ascent.
Yeah.
And I think for them, that's going to be the next step. Because remember, to all of the fans of Missile and Friends, they're not out of this tournament just yet. They're going to go to the wildcard. They're going to look to persevere on further, capture one of those 2 wildcard slots for Bangladesh, get that extra representation in the grand final playoffs. But boy, oh boy, was this a thriller of a series. I mean, mistakes or no mistakes, I love it when it gets that close.
Exactly. So as you said, 2 wildcard slot, not 1, 2 slots. So 1 more slot, 1 more chance, and anything can happen. Again, I mean, Missile and Friends, I am personally really impressed with how Missile and Para played. And I honestly feel like Para is one of the best, kind of like, as you mentioned, controller player in the entire Bangladesh region. So he should keep on pursuing the career. He should try and keep on improving, because somewhere down the line in the future, maybe there might just be that someone, like, no one's at his level. Because for now, again, top players in front of you guys for the Bangladesh Qualifiers, and Zolo Crazy pretty much is leading the charts over here. Kyojin on 2nd place. And
look at the next 4 though.
Yeah, look at the next 4. Yeah,
it's just Zolo, and then you can see that this is why Missile and Friends impressed us, I'd say.
Yeah,
because they were really damn good. It's just 1 or 2 rounds that they made crucial mistakes in. And yeah, it's all that really top teams need, right? Because we are being this critical because these are the best teams from Bangladesh. We are being this critical because that's how much we expect from them, and rightfully so. Because when you look at players of that caliber, they do deliver on every single note. It's just finding that groove of consistency.
And exactly that. That's what I said. Missile and Friends, I mean, they're not a proper organization, though. They don't get paid to play. They're just playing over here to have fun. They're friends, like they're Missile and Friends. They're Missile's friend. But on the other hand, Exeli, it's a proper esports organization. They get paid to whatever they do. I mean, they're over here putting hours and hours in daily, and still some kind of slip-ups like that, some rookie mistakes. And I feel like, honestly, they should start holding the notebooks right now. Pull them out, start taking a lot of notes, because in the future we have a couple of teams. I mean, for example, Exeli from Pakistan, then you have NODWIN Gaming from India. Start researching on these teams, because you have made it grand final playoffs. But on the other hand, then you have Missile and Friends moving in the wild card. There are 2 more teams in the wild card as well. You guys start researching about them. Actually, just 1, because India Q2 as well will be inbounded, so we never know what the slot's going to be, or how is it going to look like.
Yeah, show is the Sri Lanka Maldives qualifier, so we still have 2 more teams to fill out the wildcard qualifier, and I'm excited to see how that turns out, because I feel like, irrespective of what happened today, and the fact remains that these players are just so damn good, Missile and Friends especially, making their way onto the wildcard. And it's exciting to see this simple thing that from every single region, we've got top tier competition. Salt making their way from Pakistan. Wildcard is going to be one hell of a show. And given the way these matches are going, like, I wouldn't expect if we end up like casting for 10-12 hours straight.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I told you, right? Wildcard. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to my words for now, because we have a little interview lined up. So let's get right into it.
Fought battle.
Hello, guys. Yeah, it was a tough battle indeed. I'm feeling very good. The opponent teams were long-last rivals, so beating them felt good.
I mean, definitely it feels good right now. I hope, because I mean, this was a stressed out series. Almost every single map was very close. But still, I mean, in the end, you guys did come out on top. But what I want to talk about is the new player, because the last time we had a conversation, I believe, during the launch party, it was said from the Exeli side that you were looking for a 5th, and I believe you have found Outlaw now. So how is he adjusting to the lineup?
Actually, Outlaw is also a stand-in. We're playing with a stand-in. We have 3 players, like one is our 6th, Doomsday. He's like permanently 6th, but Outlaw is also the owner of Exeli Esports. So he's basically a content creator, the most famous content creator in Bangladesh. So we called him in the last minute, like before, like 1 week before the main event. We called him and we need a player. You need to come back and play. He was a professional CS:GO player with us. So yeah. With him, like, he has a lot of experience, so you can see that in the game, coming back after 1 or 2 years later and playing at the level it's insane, man. I think he's the MVP for me.
I mean, we also discussed this on the desk. Like, it takes a lot to come back after a while and step into a lineup that has already been practicing together for such a long time, and then just to adjust to the level of synergy that they have. So, I mean, you guys did a phenomenal job in this matchup. But I mean, I want to know, like, what do you have for the fans? Like, because now you are headed to the playoffs. First of all, congratulations for that.
Thank
But
you, bro.
a message for the fans now.
For the fans, like the close ones to me, thank you very much. They have supported me throughout every tournament. They always show up, and that's very priceless for me, and for the team as well. So thank you guys, thank you friends and families, and also the members in the organization. They always believed in us. We had our thick and thin time, like bad times. They didn't got disappointed and stuff. They stood by us. So thank you for that, guys. Hoping to do some good stuff in the future and also in the main event.
Well, I mean, after this series, there are going to be a lot more fans that are going to be cheering for you once you head to the playoffs. Zolo Crazy, thank you so much for giving us your time. It was a pleasure. I know you guys need a breather. Thank you so much for giving us your time, and congratulations.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Goodbye.
There you go. I mean, we finally found out their fifth man was pretty much called in at the last moment, and he's also the co-owner, and he used to be a pro player in the past FPS games, so it makes a lot of sense. Still got to give props, man. Just joining the lineup a week ago and still doing that great. Pretty much final round was won because of him.
Exactly, and not giving up. You could see that years of experience that Zolo mentioned really coming in clutch with respect to the mental aspect of the team. You can see how exhausted Zolo is even, so it must be really nice for him as an IGL to have that extra bit of experience coming in from Outlaw to help with the leadership in that team regard. So right now for Exeli, the focus, I guess, has to just be now. They didn't get much practice before VCC, just 10 days. Use this time that they've created for themselves by winning the Bangladesh Qualifier to really get that practice in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, also winning that, and also you still have a lot of days for the grand finals to kick off. So yeah, go ahead and take out your notebooks and start noting down a lot of strats, because there's going to be a lot of strats even from the teams that are in grand finals that will be hidden under the sleeves. So this is where you will need that adaptive nature as well. So try and work on it. But without wasting any time, let's just find out who the giveaway winner is, and it's Rhythm Mondo, who he has won this giveaway. So congratulations, Rhythm. I hope you enjoy all the goodies, all the exclusive VCC merchandise that's going to be shipped over to your home.
Yeah, because we're both actually certainly still trying to get our hands on some of those. I really want that mouse pad, man. Especially after a game like this, I feel like when I go back home, get a game or two on myself, that mouse pad is just perfect for me to remind myself to just chill out.
Talking about mousepad, honestly, mousepad is not really what I'm looking for. I need the backpack, dude. The backpack looks sick. But yeah, with that being said, that's going to be it for the Bangladesh qualifiers. We got pretty much done with the grand finals as well. Congratulations, Exeli Esports, for making it in the grand finals playoff. But again, as I mentioned, the competition is just going to keep on elevating. So it's time to end the day as well, man. It's time for CA and Necro to sign off, and we're going to be doing so. We'll catch you guys later.
bombs.
Chilling in the chair, I'll be sipping it. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine, I got to be chilling all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running after the office, signing politics, scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room, I don't wanna kill a few with that, this shit that is inside my top. With the drop, taking it bigger than now, taking it part of the crowd. Don't wanna pop, I don't want anyone down, better be kicking them out. Look at the rock, smoking loud up in my damn house. Solo though I know I'm never going on and out. Party on my own, y'all. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. So loud, I'll party on my own. Party on my own. I'm doing what I'm doing, I don't got a lot to prove. And if I'm moving, then I'm grooving, cause I wanna do it. Stupid, got my music and I lose it to another tune or two. If I don't get to move it. Even real can do it when I'm cooking. And you know I'm cooking bacon. You don't wanna check under the apron. Vacuum the whole room naked, facing windows so people who out getting the greatness. Telling me better to hate this, really though it ain't shit when you could compare to what the other people facing. So what I am drinking, still half full is true when comparing to the nation. Party on my own, y'all. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. So loud, I'll party on my own. Party on my own. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekends. So loud, I'll party on my own. You're a superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody
You're the superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar. A superstar. 'Cause you're a superstar. A superstar. Superstar.